What's up? What's up? Is anybody there? Man, that sucked. See if it connects everywhere. I'm working on it. I'm working here. Hey, yo, I'm working. Sorry, guys. I was just, I got to open everything back up. Just bear with me for a minute. That was just like a completely, it randomly shut down. No blue screen, no nothing. It randomly shut down and went into boot loop. I've been needing to do some upgrades. Maybe that's the way of telling me that it's time to do them. It's time to do those upgrades. Let me see if I can get all my windows open back up. I was done with that story, but I was ready to move on to the next one, which I already had open up. So I hope I can find it. Let me just a second. It's probably it's back everywhere, but it's probably on YouTube and Facebook. It's probably a new video. I don't think after so long they won't let you just like come back into the same video. I don't know how long that is, so it's probably a new video. Yes, it is. So I'm gonna make this one part 2, I guess. Let's see. Part 2. Save. It is a public video. I guess I could share it. Copy video link. New YouTube at everyone. Just a second, let me get everything going. So I've been having, best I can tell, is like I don't know what happened to my motherboard like before I got it. But it seems like there's I don't know if somebody just fucked with it all the time or not, but like some of the pins are like really worn down. Like it's just like everything fits kind of loose. Maybe it was just shitty made. I mean, it's an MSI motherboard. But it was just, I don't know, there's a lot of shit wrong with it so far. But we are back. Give me just a moment. Maybe saying too many cues. I don't think that would cause the reboot. Hopefully not. Let me open up all the windows. Actually, let me check my audio, make sure it's all right, because I didn't even think about that. Sometimes when I boot back, I don't have audio or it's real crackly. Oh, that's not bad. It's not bad audio. Sound like a fucking angel from heaven. All right, let's open up all these windows. What do I have here? Session Buddy. Session Buddy. Options. Close. 19 minutes ago. I don't need this window or this window, but I need to open the rest of them for sure. So let's hit that. Damn, it's a lot of windows to open at once. It is not going to like that. Oh, he is not a happy camper. Just open 65 windows at once. Fuck it. They'll figure it out one day. Mature audience is on. I've got to make sure that's on, or they will fucking hit my ass and take away my ability to monetize, because that's the way they work. Let me let all this shit load. I've got all these tabs trying to load at once. Hell, it might cause another reboot. Who knows? It might just shut us the fuck down. No, it's loading slowly. Everything's coming back. Everything's coming back. I got to share the Facebook again, because people on my personal page will be like, "What happened? I was just watching. It seemed like you shut down suddenly." Yeah, no shit. Live for 3 minutes. That's the new one. Let me put part 2 on this right quick. Edit post. Thank you guys for hanging out and coming back. I do really appreciate that. We went through like a week where this was happening for like a week straight. It would happen at least once a stream. Sometimes it would happen 4 or 5 times a stream. Like, it was not good. But the loyal people stayed around. Other people cussed me. They're like, "What the fuck's wrong with your shit? Why don't you fix your piece of shit computer?" But a lot of people stayed around, which is good. Copy, boop, paste. part 2, a save. D-Live I don't have to do anything to because it's ready to go. Oh, apparently I misspelled Beginnings, but that's all right. All right, let me see what I've got for the next story, and I have one more window to open. I waited for those 62 those 62 things to load. Now I got to go load the other 25 tabs or whatever it was. No, it's only a few tabs on the other one. Yeah, that's it. What did we already watch? We don't need that one. We don't need that one. That one. Sorry, I'm just checking something right quick. I want to open extra ones that we don't actually need. Be stupid. Oh, we don't need that one. We already watched that one. And I'm not sure if I can watch that Comedy Central one or not, but we might try it here in a bit. They might kick me off YouTube for the Comedy Central one. I'm not sure. All right, here we go. We're getting started. Getting fired back up, baby. Glad you guys could join us. Okay, let that load, and then we'll get started back into it. So we covered where Nasara came from, why they're pushing Nasara, why it's so hilarious where it came from and who was pushing it and what was going on, because it was an original grift. It was a grift to cover up a pyramid Ponzi scheme. And now we've got grifters who are leaving their pyramid Ponzi schemes to come out and push the grift. Like, it doesn't, what is going on in this world we're living in? They say that history repeats itself, but it's usually not the inverse of itself. Like, oh, that was pretty wild. All right, let me make sure. I'm going to have to stop all these videos because they'll instantly start playing on every YouTube channel. So I do have something kind of funny we can take a short break with. Hold on, let me get all these closed. Well, I have two things kind of funny, actually. I don't think I needed this one either. This is Nasara. That's the hour-long stream. I should open that one. That's one we're going to talk about for sure. That's a guy I just been thinking about. Simon had a new update. We can do something in the middle here. This looks like nothing.
It's more of a shout out.
Shut up.
Become quite obvious. A number of people.
Simon finally did a freaking update. Now he thinks he's special. Plus a brand new channel we're going to cover. All right. So while we're sitting here talking about it, something that I didn't actually cover. This is some more Q stuff. But you guys remember the Q shaman? The conspiracy theorists will tell you, oh, he's the mascot water buffalo for Antifa or whatever, but he's actually a Trump supporter. He's been a Trump supporter for years. He's been in Arizona Capitol all the time, protesting and doing his thing. I got Scott here in a second. He's been there for years doing that. Yes, there is a picture of him at a Black Lives Matter protest where he's causing trouble. He's hassling the people that's there. He's yelling at them and trying to start fights and shit. He actually had to be escorted away from the protest by the police because he made threats of violence. They didn't arrest him, but they escorted him away. We've got brand new footage that's only been seen. That's only been seen in his what's up, Cindy? It's only been seen since his court date. The judge ordered it released. So there's two clips. Here's the first one.
Put down that because we are your brothers.
That's one common motherfucker.
It's not his footage, so you just have to wait till you see him. Let's play Spot the Water Buffalo.
Come on up, people. Don't be shy. Set him down.
Where is he at? Where is he at?
Lay it on the line.
It's Roku should just be delayed. You should be able to get back on in a minute. It just takes a while for the video to come through. You should be able to in a minute. Oh, here we go. Where's the Buffalo guy? Have you seen him yet? Did you find him? Oh, shit. There he is. There he is. That in aviators. Oh, yeah. I guess I could turn the aviators on. There he is. No one thought to check the top of the scaffolding tower. No one thought to check the very top of the scaffolding tower. That's where you always find local Antifa water buffalo, and that's their natural habitat. Thank God someone is able to spot him. I didn't know if we'd be able to see him. I didn't know if we'd be able to pick him out of a crowd. He blends in so well. Look at him up there. You don't have to delete stickers. You're good. Or, oh, you were trying to delete them out of your thing. I got you. Brad was there. I heard someone say it looks like Brad on the right, but I didn't see it. Hold on. I don't know where we're talking about. There's such a delay. Y'all are not going to be able to help me either, so I guess I'm watching. What they said something. That looked like Brad off to the right. Okay, I'll watch. We covered who started Nasara and for what reason, and she was a grifter trying to cover up a pyramid Ponzi scheme that she got fucked by and lied the entire... There's literally no proof. Even the guy who wrote the bill has come out and said, why is this crazy bitch saying that this passed, basically.
Lay it on the line. You're all laying it on the line.
Is Brad that cop?
This is America.
Beginning of the clip in the camo. Okay. Oh, I saw. I just now saw who you were talking about. That guy right there. Where did it just go? I thought I saw who you were talking about. Oh, that's the cop. Never mind. I didn't see who you were talking about. Off to the right. I remember seeing that. That's a woman with long hair.
Because we are your brothers.
Hey, that's one commie motherfucker right there.
The short guy with the longer beard. No, I don't think that's Brad. I don't think so. I think he said he was there, but didn't he say that he was in DC? I see what you're saying, but I don't think that's him. Yeah, it isn't. All right. So, here we go. Thanks for catching that, though. You did a good job. Here's the second clip that they released. This is water buffalo clips from the Capitol. This one has audio, which is always good.
This is our country.
Busting windows out and crawling in. Everybody inside screaming. Spot the buffalo. Well, it depends on what you mean by Capitol, like the Capitol, Washington, D.C., or the Capitol, like the Capitol building. I thought I heard him say he was in D.C., but not at the Capitol building, like not with Congress. I don't know. I have a really shitty memory when my PTSD fucks my memory hard, like anal, dry. But I feel like I remember him saying that, or somebody. There's the Buffalo Man. We got him. We're following the Buffalo Man in the main doors. I spy me a buffalo. That's right. That's right. Sorry about the computer shutdown, guys. I'm trying to save up to do an upgrade on it. This even says Exhibit 2 on it. Exhibit 2. Thank you, 55. I just got kicked off. Oh no, kicked off what? Kicked off D-Live? That's not good. Calm down, Buffalo guy. Got my mature tag on. I think D-Live's still alive, isn't it? They shut me down. No, it's still up there. I don't know what happened. Sorry about that. Sorry you got kicked off. All right, so that was those 2 new videos. And then I found a guy who seems like, I'm not sure, but I did find a guy just randomly on YouTube. No, I think somebody sent me the link, actually. Thank you guys on Facebook for you're scouring the web, sending me good shit, dude. Good shit. I can't always play it. Don't get offended. Like if I don't play your clip like the night you send it, I do collect all the clips, and I have like a running notepad. I keep everything organized in, what it's about, when it was from, when it was posted, shit like that. But y'all are sending me some good shit. Thank you very much. So I found a guy who basically is just in love with Scott. I don't know how else to describe it. He is probably Scott's biggest fan, right behind me. I'll take the top position. You can have second. I got you. And his name is Politically Incorrect with Ol' Hef. Politically Incorrect with Ol' Hef.
Hi, folks. How are y'all doing today? So, this video is actually getting dedicated. Sorry, can't talk today. Dedicated to the
for spraying chemicals.
You know, he always has his hat on like this, you know, and everything. You know, he's a Patriot street fighter. Probably never been in a street fight in his life, and if he did, he probably, you know, got started a real ass whipping.
Oh no!
This is the guy that sits here in his mom's basement, or something else on those lines, and says, "Well, you know, I've got intel. I've got some real intel." Telling people to stay at their house, don't go outside, don't interfere with the military. There's 65,000 troops. They've got people in tunnels. They're gonna take down the deep state.
Okay.
Here's the real facts. Okay. Yes, I'm a Republican. Yes, I love my country. Yes, no, I did not vote for fucking Joe Biden. Let's put that one out there real quick. So, with that being said, I don't know where this moron gets his intel from. You know, I will give him this. I have any credibility. He is a really good storyteller.
Really good storyteller. That's good. A way to compliment that. Perfect. Thank you for the lemon.
Donald Trump. The way most people feel now is, you know, like, you know, basically like mom's husband left and now her perverted boyfriend shows up and is trans man. It's kind of how people feel right now. But getting a little off track here.
Sorry.
So
it made me laugh.
Big Patriot street fighter here is back at it and busy sitting in his mom's basement or something else. Now, mind you, if you watch any of his videos, he said that, you know, he ran for some kind of political office at one point in time.
He lost.
He's ran for a political office. So
that's right.
He dreamed about being a politician. Probably got his ass handed to him because he probably spewed some more stupid bullshit to the American people of whatever community that he's from, and has completely, he's making up stories to take good, hardworking Americans and give them false hopes. And you know, I have a buddy of mine that sends me his video, so you know, I'm kind of researching some of the crap that he says, which is all bullshit that he spews out of his fucking horrid mouth. You know, but if you ever listen to him talk, he always says, well, I got this intel, real credible source. Okay, if you have all these credible sources, you know, I mean, and when I first watched the guy, like, okay, well, you know, like, you would think that, you know, okay, well, some of the way these events lined up, okay, well, that's cool. So you go to research, and he's like, well, I've done all my research, done this, done that. I sat here and, excuse me, wasted a few hours of my fucking poor, pathetic life on my day off to research some of the stuff, see if there's any truth. I can't find nothing. Maybe I just don't research good enough on my old iPhone, I guess. I don't know. But at the same time, like, you know, he says shit, tells people to stay indoors and don't get involved with the military. And, you know, then when somebody says something against him, he calls them cowards and morons and everything else under the sun. I'm pretty sure if he came up to some hardworking American like myself that actually goes out and, you know, performs a job, you know, something other than sitting in mommy's basement making a podcast and a radio show, because
it does always go to mom's basement.
You want to be a politician? Like my dad and my granddaddy always told me, like, well, if you can't do anything else with your life, I guess become a politician. So obviously he couldn't do nothing with his life beforehand, so he tried to become a politician. Didn't work. And then afterwards, still can't do nothing with his pathetic fucking life. I got beat up on in high school too much. So now he's got a fucking podcast out there. So not saying all podcasters are.
I saw someone left a quote on one of these hate videos that said, "He's a piece of or he can't do anything right, not even drive a motorcycle. Ask his fractured tibia." Made me laugh.
But at least I'll make it entertaining. Like I said, Scott McKay, whatever the hell his name is, I guess that's what it is. It's a damn good storyteller. I mean, should start writing books. I mean, it'd probably make better money doing that instead of, scumming money out of, people by giving them false hopes so they can buy his fucking t-shirts. So, my thing of it is, it's just, where does he get this intel from? He always says something about Lynn Wood or
Lynn,
whatever the fuck his name is, I don't really know. They're coming up with all this government intel. And then he said something on those videos like, there's all these indictments.
Well, I thought about reaching out to him, but I went through all his videos and he had to turn his comments off. Look, he's got a negative 1.5 thousand dislikes, and 191 likes. He had to turn all his comments off. I guess he didn't feel like fucking with everybody. I was going to send a message, say, "Hey man, I kind of specialize in this. You want to come on sometime?" But I didn't. There's no way to message him. YouTube used to have a messenger built in to the system, but they don't anymore.
Ready to go. If there's a federal indictment, if you already have an indictment against them, and you have all this military after people, pretty sure that if there's already an indictment on there, I'm going to go ahead and say that why hasn't it been carried out? And then on top of it, there is all these indictments out there against people like, excuse me again, against people like Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Clinton and the rest of them. Let's just be real here, okay? Democratic and Republican politicians are just different faces of the same coin. They have their different agendas on how to make their money and this and that, and how to screw hardworking people like you and me out of it. So,
makes sense.
So with that being
Nasara, have you heard about Nasara?
Like Nancy Pelosi.
There's this woman I use for my financial investing advice. She was telling me about something called Nasara and Omega, and you can prevent from getting fucked over by the elites, is what I heard. I don't know. Med beds.
So with that being said, I'm pretty sure if there's an indictment against somebody like Nancy Pelosi, she would probably fucking know about it, or Mitch McConnell, or whoever. There's
Makes sense.
Hillary Clinton, so on and so forth. That sorry, I'm a little wore out today. I have to get up early in the mornings and go to work and do a job and take care of home and all kinds of other good things. Something that the American Street Fighter doesn't do, or Patriot Street Fighter, or whatever the fuck you want to call them. Like I said, it's probably never been in the street fight.
We usually say Patriot Meat Diver.
Well,
Patriot Meat Diver.
We're gonna go to the mountains with our guns. That's not gonna happen. Kind of like how the rest of the liberals, how they all said, "Oh, fucking Trump, I'm going to fucking Canada." Well, they never went to Canada. Kind of like this, liberal.
I mean, he's honest.
So I hope somebody would happen to share.
He's honest.
Share this video into him because he wants to call people.
Share it to him. I bet they did.
I'd like to see him.
They will.
And meet me face to face and call me a coward in my face. No guns, no knives, no nothing. Let's see how. Put that Street Fighter name to him. I'll meet you in the street, whatever street you want.
He won't do it. I bet you won't do it.
Fly to me, I'll fly to you, drive to you, whatever. You're a fucking liberal, so you probably drive an electric car. So
I hear you, Crystal.
Shit Hyundai and drive around over.
I'll keep looking. I mean, I haven't given up. I'll keep looking for him.
So, like I said, I'll call him out. I'll go live, whatever I need to do, because let's just face it, he's a punk, an absolute punk. There's nothing else better to do with their time besides give hardworking Americans.
Sure.
Democrat,
I'll put his name in the title.
Whatever you may vote. If you don't like Biden and you would like to see Donald Trump stay in office, you're getting false hopes. This is a movie. It's all playing out. Love this movie. Yeah, it's a long movie. Yeah. You know what this is? This was a good movie with a really shitty ending in it. Like one of the really hyped up ones you see that's coming in the theaters. That's what this is. So what they need to do is, we're all about censorship in America. How about instead of censoring people who express their views in their love for being a Republican or whatever else, they need to censor morons like this for giving the Americans fucking false hopes. I mean, whatever, if it goes against your free speech, whatever. But the problem of it is that
you can't go against free speech.
All over the fucking place. I live in a dairy farming community. There's enough cow shit around here. We don't need any fucking more.
But you also can't let these people run rampant.
This guy is an absolute moron. Like I said,
moron.
I got this intel, but he never tells you where it comes from. He like I said, he mentions one or two names all the time. That's it. But the rest of them are just a credible source, or I got intel, guys I know in the military, and this and that, and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah. Now, this was made. This is an older video, but now he's moving on to a very, very old possibly ancient order of people. We'll just refer to them as the protectors. Okay.
You know, I guess it's one of those, you know, he made it say, I put my money where my mouth is. Well, maybe he should put his money where his mouth is. You know, you've taken enough people's money for buying your shitty ass t-shirts and YouTubers and whatever else. Put your money where your mouth is. Come out. You know, goddamn, I'm fucking tired today. Come out here. Get your people where you get your intel from. You know, and quit writing a scripted bullshit podcast. Bring the people that you get your intel from and bring them to light. Do that for us. Then maybe most normal common folk might actually believe you. So then you want to say people like General fucking Mattis is a deep stater. I don't think General Mattis is a deep stater. He's one of those decorated military men of all time. So that being said, you know, we're going to call this out and everything else like that. Like I said, just making up shit as it goes, you know. I mean, like I said, I guess
I think his video is slightly muffled, probably from where he's using his phone microphone, but it don't sound bad. Like, I don't think it's on my end.
I just don't understand. I don't understand why, you know, why put false hopes into people like that? I actually think it's going to happen. You know, there's all these people, so they can't escape. Like, where are they going to go? So they can't escape Washington, so that's fine. They can't escape Washington. Okay, but even if they could, where are they going to go? The feds will know exactly where they're at. They're people of office. Like, they have all their information. You know.
Yeah,
so,
they're not going anywhere. They're not hiding. They're not.
You don't think that the
belling. They know
exactly where she lives at. I mean, some people.
If you believe enough to believe that theory, then you also have to believe that all the government always knows where we are. They're probably putting trackers on us. They're probably tracking all our phones. They're always listening. They've always got mics. They've always got this. They've always got your camera on your phone turned on. They're tracking this and stealing your data. All that stuff would have to be also in your repertoire. So that makes it a little bit hard for these people to like escape or something. There's nowhere for them to go.
Found her other house or whatever else like that and took a piss out in her flowers. So you mean to tell me that the fucking military or the FBI or CIA couldn't find her?
He's talking about somebody showing up at Nancy's house and taking a shit in the driveway, but he said a piss in the flowers.
You know, it's people like that. It's people like that. Scott McKay, the big old patriot fucking fudge packer that you basically just incite false hopes into people. That's bullshit.
That's slightly funny.
Get people to believe you because this is a story. This is a movie. It's all planned out. No, it's not. So I tell you what, I will return a favor. And since you're such a street fighter, why don't we meet in the street? You know, I'll show you what a real American patriot is. Somebody gets up every day and goes to work, pays taxes, has a home, does what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, but have you ever said fork it in a sentence?
Man, I mean, absolutely just asinine that you would go out there and just take all these common folk and just give them false hopes. Fucking sick individual. Your dumbass needs to get off the internet.
Yep.
Well, probably not, because you can't go out and probably do a normal job for a living. So, I mean, well, ladies and gents, it's about my bedtime. So, because, you know, I work night shifts. So, like I said, I do my part as an American and everything else in those lines. So, like I said, I hope this reaches the old Patriot Street Fighter, because I like to take my Patriot right foot and fucking punch it right through his fucking liberal ass, because that's all he is another liberal. Do this, do that. Yeah. So, go to the fucking mountains or whatever else like that with his guns and then.
Crystal, I'm no longer going to take you seriously unless you change your name to Crystal Fork.
So, he's probably going to go to the fucking mountains or whatever else like that with his guns and then booger the rest of his liberal buddies in the ass while he's at it. So, if y'all ever watch Patriot Street Fighter,
what a shot!
Send this link. Let's see if he's got something to say about it. Like I said, wherever he's at, I'll meet him. Come on down, baby. Come on down with it. I'll show you what a real Patriot Street Fighter is. So, you're nothing but a fucking...
Shots fired.
So, like I said, look what the liberals do whenever you say something against them. They out you. They fucking completely just oust you, call you names, this and that. Listen to what he does when he reads off somebody's comment on something that he doesn't like. Calls them a moron,
yep.
Power, this and that. Well,
dime store douchebag in his mom's basement.
So go ahead and call me a coward or something else along the lines. Because trust me, I'll show you what a coward is. Good day, folks.
Crystal Forkin Spork. That's what you should change it to. Crystal Forkin Spork. Okay, why is autoplay on? I don't do autoplay. Are you kidding me? Anyways, all right. So that was the comic relief, because we're getting ready to get into some more research I've been doing, and I plan on going deeper into this one. Okay, I think I went about as deep as you all can stand and still stay and actually watch the show without getting mad and leaving like 84 people did while I was reading the other one. But this one I plan on going deeper in. So I've got to start it with a family story time, okay? So my wife, Mariah, who says she's watching right now, but I don't think she can chat because she's dyeing her hair. Her family is from Michigan, okay? Her family's from Michigan. And growing up, her mom and aunts and uncles were extremely religious with their parents. So much so that they joined a church that was basically a very cult-like, the way they describe it. Women can't cut their hair, wear makeup, can't listen to anything but this. Women couldn't wear pants. Men had a bunch of rules too, but those were some that the mom described. It was a very, very structured church, to say the least. And they had a preacher. And this preacher is someone I've been trying to get a hold of for a long time, because I want him to get on the show. Actually, I got into a fight on Facebook with a preacher, and because I wanted him to come on my show, and he was being a dickhead about it. I told him, I was like, hey, why don't you come on the show sometime? We can talk about this or whatever. And he said some shit like, oh, I don't like people using my popularity to crawl up my back and gain fans. And I was like, look here, motherfucker. I don't want anybody that follows you. You think that the people that you would attract to see you in a favorable light are the same people that would follow me? Is that what it is? Which he ended up apologizing. But I've been trying to get him on the show for basically since the show's been going. His name is Rick Strawcutter. Now, Rick Strawcutter is a pastor from Michigan, and he is let me see if I can find a bio on him. He is extreme. He is extreme. He's been in the news a couple times. He's not like Westboro Baptist Church, like going out and protesting funerals and shit, but he says some of the same rhetoric. Okay, he says some of the same rhetoric about it. I thought I've read a damn bio on him. He's pretty extreme as far as like religious people, and it's got him banned a lot of places, but he's kind of quit professing his views online or whatever. But I've been trying to get him online. It just so happens that I heard the Froggets talking about a video last night. And the video that they're talking, so we're going to change places. The video that they're talking about was this woman who's doing an interview. And in the interview, her husband was in the Marine Corps, and he was a trained assassin, and he trained other assassins. He trained other assassins to kill all around the world. And he was in the Marine Corps, but he worked for Army and Navy and Air Force generals too. And the generals would send him out as their personal assassin. And he was a colonel in the military. But they kept wanting him to do butt stuff. So actually, my favorite quote from the Froggett show last night, we'll watch that part in a minute. He said, he basically said, there's an astonishing number of homosexuals in our military that are generals. That was my favorite quote. So he it basically says that at the top there's some type of elite homosexual system, and that if you want to get higher, you have to go through these weird date rapey, blackout drunk, butt sex kind of things, and the Marine that was doing this shit would get incredibly drunk from PTSD or whatever, and he would reveal to his wife deep state secrets. Okay, so we covered the Nasara. Now we've got to figure out where the pedophilia comes in, where the satanic cult comes in, where the sex shit comes in, where the elites controlling shit behind the scene and fucking having blackmail stuff on each other. That's where we're going to. So that's what this woman claims in the video. A bunch of crazy shit. It's an 8-hour video, and we're just going to watch some of it. And that's what she claims. Now, at the time, back to Pastor Rick Strawcutter, at the time, I think he actually answered my message I sent him earlier, or when I posted on his page. Let me read it, because I think I'm right. But what I remember reading about Rick Strawcutter was, at the time, he had the largest pirate radio station in the world. So he had started a pirate radio station, and he basically, like, he wouldn't let the government shut him down, and he was just broadcasting. He says 1,000 watts ERP, plus we were the first in U.S. history to win a case of the FCC. All right, so I'll just tell you what he said. So the woman's name is Kay Griggs. And I had, through word of mouth, talking to someone else who's like a big conspiracy, like history guy and a bunch of shit, I had messaged him and asked, I said, have you ever heard about some woman that, like, her husband was a Marine, and she starts talking about, like, how he had to go to do butt stuff, and he starts revealing that he's an assassin and this every time he gets, he's like, oh yeah, you're talking about Kay Griggs. And I was like, yeah, I guess. Do you know how I can find the video? I want to cover it on the show. It sounds like, if I'm right, it sounds like this is one of the best, clearest examples of someone calling out the deep state for, like, these sexual rituals, kids, having sex with kids, and having blackmail stuff, kind of like Epstein Island stuff. And the guy's like, yeah, she did an interview one time, and it actually sat shelved. It went on the radio, and it was recorded, and then it sat shelved for many years, and someone found it and uploaded it to YouTube, and I've seen it, and I was like, okay, and she's like something. He's like, the guy. I said, well, who did the interview? How can I find this or whatever? And he said, the guy who did the interview is actually a preacher from Michigan. His name's Rick Strawcutter. And I thought, holy shit, that was like my wife's family's preacher when they were telling me about how they grew up in a cult. So from all that, I have him. I'm friends with him on Facebook, and I reach out to him. And here we go. She mostly exposes Zionists in the White House. That's not, I mean, yeah, she talks about Zionism, but I wouldn't say that's mostly what she exposes. She exposes the entire military, from anybody up to a fucking full-bird colonel and up, and the people underneath them, and people going down to foreign countries to fuck children. Like, I guess. Anyways, I reached out to him, and he had, I didn't make a post or nothing. Thank you very much for the ice creams. 5 ice creams. Glimmer of Freak, thank you. I didn't, like, make a post. I just commented on what his most recent post was, but I said, hey, Rick, your name came up today in a sidebar conversation I was having while getting ready for a show. The person claimed that you were the man who did the Kay Griggs Illuminati wife interview. But I couldn't really find it sourced anywhere. Is that true? And he said, yeah. Back in the day, I had a local radio station, and someone tipped me off to Kay. I called her. We did an on-air morning drive show. We are in Michigan, and she was in D.C. area. I asked her if I sent her a round-trip ticket and covered all the expenses, would she come and sit down and do an interview? She was delighted. Over the 2 days we did it, the rest is history. Unfortunately, I have lost track of her. She used to get, I used to get Christmas cards, etc., but nothing probably in 6 to 8 years from now. And I said, that's pretty neat. I heard about your radio station. I read some type of article. I think it said it was the largest pirate radio station in the world at one time, whenever the article was written. And I said, after I messaged you, I started doing some research. I think I found the clip. Is this it? And he said it was. And then I said, cool, good interview. It's a pretty interesting life, especially for a pastor. And he texted back and said, Will, back in those days, it was Alex Jones. I was actually one of his first guests on his Austin radio station. Then there was Joyce Riley and Dave Vonklist, Bo Gritz. These are all names I need to look up, I guess. Great days, you are correct. Radio Free Lenawee was and still is the nation's longest running pirate radio. Oh, maybe it's the wrong pirate radio station of its size. That's what it is. It's 1,000 watts ERP, plus we are the first in U.S. history to win a case against the FCC. Only when 9/11 came down were we overwhelmed and negotiated to end short of war. Laugh out loud. However, when the special service served me a notice for the final lawsuit, I narrowly escaped being shot. They mistook my tape recorder for a gun. Oh, I didn't even know that. That sounds intense. So I found him. I found the woman. I found the tapes. I've got all that, and that's what we're gonna do this second half on, I assume. So let me grab it. Let me send this message. Let me grab it, and we'll go from there. So her name is Kay Griggs. Her husband would be, I can't remember, what was her husband's first name? David. I've got it right here. Let me read this first of all. Kay Griggs, Catherine Pollard Griggs, was the wife of U.S. Marines Colonel George Griggs. She's also and personal friend of White House correspondent Sarah McClendon. Personal friends of Sarah McClendon. Sorry, I'm trying to resize this window so I can scroll easier and see what you guys are talking about. There we go. During a bitter 1998 divorce, Griggs gave a remarkable 7.5-hour-long interview for her pastor, which he claims he wasn't her pastor, but this article does. Gave a 7.5 hour-long interview for her pastor, Rick Strawcutter. Per Griggs, her husband was involved in wet ops, which made him bitterly depressed. He would drink himself to near blackout state and tell about his improper and illegal activities for the U.S. government and NATO. Due to threats on her life, Griggs initially filmed the interview as a dead man switch, and it features shots of documents and photographs corroborating her story. The interview reveals sexual blackmail and corruption at the highest levels of the U.S. military intelligence, and within the government circles. Many of Griggs' statements, such as the intelligence ties of Linda Tripp and Monica Lewinsky, have since been corroborated. Perhaps most remarkable is Griggs' stamina through the nearly 8 hours of interview. The interview is also remarkable for explaining psychoanalysis of those working in the intelligence community. Okay. Brendan O'Connell states that the Griggs interview is 100% authentic and offers the clearest, most raw look at the deep state. Joel Vander Rijden concludes that in 1998, Griggs was largely authentic, but later became a disinformation asset. So I got the video. We'll skip around, and we'll see what we can do and go through the video. Like I said, we can't watch it all. I'm going to pull more notes. I've been watching it all fucking day today, but there was a bunch I had to rewind. I didn't even finish it today because when an 8-hour video, if you have to go back over, like a section that you didn't fucking understand or got lost in, you've basically burnt most of the day. So let me grab it right quick. I've already got it pulled up and loaded. Oh, it's over here, actually. We're going to start this off at the beginning. This tells us a lot about, although it's mostly about adults stuff and blackmail with the adult stuff, it also ventures into people making trips around the world and with children, and not only making trips around, and they're famous people, Henry Kissinger and shit. Not only are they making trips around the world and with kids, they are purchasing those kids and getting them back through as if they were adopted, and instead they're doing whatever they do, storing them underground, whatever. This is a pretty good example. Once they referenced it, once the Froggets referenced it, I kind of figured out through some keyword search that a lot of people, a lot of the grifters would reference it as a way that they got started. The person who made the Follow the Cabal or whatever used this as a tag in their video, and they didn't use a whole lot of tags. So here we go. Let's back up and see what it is. Turn on the audio. Here we go.
Your name is Catherine Pollard Griggs.
Yes.
You are the wife of Colonel George Griggs.
Yes.
11 years of marriage.
Yes.
It's true that your husband is and has been the head of special operations under Admiral Kelso, NATO.
Yes.
And it's true that you were the head of the hospitality committee.
Yes.
You were the member of the executive board of NATO's Wives Club.
Absolutely.
And also that your husband's background includes NATO Defense College in Rome.
Yes.
Princeton class of 1959.
Yes.
His intelligence.
Can you believe that it's Rick Strawcutter who did the interview? Sorry, Mariah, I want back here. We talk about it all the time. Like anytime someone in her family posts something kind of edgy or something, he hops in there. Well, it's usually one of your uncles. Then he hops in there to back up one of your uncles, because some of them are still super religious in that same way. What do they call themselves? They're Pentecostal holiness. I thought they were something else. I don't know.
No.
Apostolic something.
Apostolic?
Agnostic? Is that what you're thinking? Apostolic means like the apostles.
No.
Apostolic believes in nothing.
No, they're
Okay. I'm playing the video.
Pentecostal.
Okay, go away. All right, here we go.
Intelligence career, spy career began in Vietnam.
Yes.
And it's also true that it continues unto this day.
Absolutely, under General Wilhelm.
And that your husband was the liaison between the White House and President Jamal of Beirut, Lebanon, at the time of the bombing of the Marine barracks.
So this is just a whole bunch of yes and no's right here to get it started off.
Was an alcoholic.
Absolutely.
And probably
Incredible.
is to this day.
Absolutely.
And during these drunken stupors, he would, so to speak, blab on and tell you everything he knew about the intelligence community.
Everything.
Nothing was hid.
No.
It was like he wanted to relieve himself and unburden his heart.
Yes.
And so he told you everything that you now know about the
Yes.
intelligence community.
Yes.
And that you are talking about. And in fact, he told you that they knew the bombing was coming.
There's two different videos of Jones freaking out and saying fuck Trump and fuck his whole family in one, and the other one he's like I'm done with this, blah blah blah. The one where he really freaks out and cusses was actually when Trump bombed Syria the first time, because I guess Trump had made him a personal promise we weren't going to war anywhere. He freaked out. That's the one where he's like, fuck Trump, fuck the whole Trump family. We don't fucking need them. We shouldn't be live right now. I told you. That's the one where he really freaks out. The one not long after the inauguration, he's more denouncing Q and moving on than he is saying negative shit about Trump. But yeah.
Coming down in
Yes.
Beirut before it occurred.
Absolutely.
Fork Trump, I'm
Also,
sorry.
he-
Fork Trump's what
By
he
your
said.
association with him, you have come to understand and know, this, as shocking as this may sound to the people who are viewing this.
By the way, they use that to their advantage as well. So they re-released the video of Alex Jones freaking out the night after the inauguration, even though it was fucking a year ago when he did it. and everybody freaked out then. They re-released that shit.
That the United States military is literally run by
Being
sexual
sincere? Yeah,
deviants,
maybe.
heavy on the homosexual side.
Truly.
The United States military and circles of the government are being run by sexual deviants, heavy on the homosexual, am I right? Hold the pussy, please. Heavy on the homosexual. That I've never heard anybody describe it like that.
Really.
And that in the United States military, people like Jeffrey Dahmer and Kaczynski and McVeigh and Oswald and a host of other people who have a sexual deviant background, primarily homosexual, these individuals are actually sought out by people within the military,
The Army.
for the Army, for advancement into intelligence type
Yes,
work,
yes.
because they are so easy to control.
Yes.
And they actually become mind slaves, and that the U.S.
Yes.
military,
Yes.
literally,
Yes.
as outrageous as it sounds, is a mind
I
control
hate when she
operation.
does that part.
Totally now. Totally now.
Okay.
They've gotten rid of the good folks. Like MacArthur. Got rid of them one by one.
Good.
Totally take over.
All right. Let's talk about the individual who told you that we've never actually been an enemy of the Soviet Union, that somehow that's all just been a scam. Who was that
Well,
individual?
my husband. When the first 3 years we were married, he was drinking 3 or 4.
In a few words, there is no such thing as Soviet technology. Almost all, perhaps 90 to 95%, came directly or indirectly from the United States and its allies. In effect, the United States and NATO countries have built the Soviet Union, its industrial and its military capabilities. This massive construction job has taken over 50 years. Since the revolution in 1917, it has been carried out through trade and the sale of plants, equipment, and technical assistance. So the claim is that we're not in a Cold War. We've never been at the verge of a Cold War. They're just using this to make money, to gather assets, to do all that kind of shit. We've never been adversaries with Russia during the whole Cold War phase, post World War II, basically.
4 straight gins, vodkas a night, a bottle of wine, and a beer machine beside his desk. I only knew him 2 months before he asked me to marry him. He'd been married before, and his first wife was a total alcoholic.
Now, someone would ask, why would you marry a man after knowing him only 2 months?
I'm a strong Protestant Christian, and I have a lot of predestination.
It gets better, trust me.
Scottish grandmother, and
I think a lot of stories, at least about, so they were already, before the Frog guys even knew about this interview, they admit that they were already claiming about all this weird homosexual shit that goes on in the military, and like a lot of the generals are trapped in pedo style stuff and blah 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 and this and that and the other side. That's why they haven't moved in, and that's why they didn't do this. And then they found this video. Somebody's using this video for at least some inspiration. And we know for a fact where Nasara came from. I'm not saying that all the claims come from this, but I'd say people drew from this quite a bit. And they would probably list it as a source if you started questioning them.
And I was working as assistant director of the Chamber of Commerce. I had a brand new, relatively new Saab, my first car. It was an 83 Saab. I bought it secondhand from somebody who's 84. And my husband was driving an 83 Saab. Mine was a turbo, his was not. He rented part of my house. It was, I had a young doctor and his wife and 2 children who were renting the house. They were leaving before the end of the lease time, and they put the ad in the paper and told me about all these people, and I said, no, 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 no. And I was, had been engaged to someone else. You know, I was just renting my house out. And they said that there was this man who had a dog and a mother-in-law and a son, and was a widower and a Marine colonel. Well, and it had a dog, and I said, no, absolutely not. So the point that I'm trying to make.
No dogs.
He was someone I was not really, I didn't cotton to. He sort of acted like a robot.
That's right, proud soul.
He was very clipped, and I didn't want to like him. But when I heard he was a Princeton graduate, I always thought that was kind of great. When I heard he spoke fluent French, and I speak fluent French, when
I need
I
to speed it up
found out
some
that he
too.
drove a Saab, I drove a Saab. And when I found out that he went to the same school,
One of the things was you guys drove the same car model. Okay, true love.
high school that my uncle had gone to was in the same eating club at Princeton that my Uncle Ben had gone to. He was on scholarship and went to Princeton. Everything the same as my uncle, who was also in intelligence. But I didn't think about that then. I was just thinking, you know, this is God. This is too much, too many similar things. And so it overwhelmed me. And he's very, very good looking. At that time, he was very good looking. Now he's aged and he really is haggard.
Had a rough life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I was overwhelmed by him. Plus, my job at the chamber was very demanding. I was doing a great job. But he said that he wanted me to retire because he wanted to make general. And the man who could make him general was General Louis Buell, because it was just a matter of having somebody who would make you general. To be general wasn't what you did.
I think she's.
Louis-
I feel like she's having like a manic
Louis decided
episode
to die, and we went to
when
the
she's
funeral.
doing this shit, or
And
maybe
of course,
some
he
type of
died.
constant
Louis
mania.
died. But his first wife had been, I'm sure, battered to death. I was battered, and you know, but I thought it was just Vietnam and all this kind of thing, and I was trying to get him to stop drinking because I couldn't imagine how the Marine Corps would allow someone to be a total alcoholic who couldn't even carry on a normal conversation.
You'd be
dry.
surprised.
He can't even carry on a normal
Any
conversation
branch.
with anyone unless he's drinking. He never smiled unless he had a glass in his hand. He drank solidly. I have a letter in his own hand that tells, and this is the truth, he drank solidly this amount that I just said for 30 years. His booze bill, and they never entertained, he and his first wife, was $250 a month. And this is from the Naval Store. Now think about that. He was totally snockered, just his whole brain. And yet he's
Snockered.
working. He is
Snockered.
head of running half the world's Marine Corps under General Al Gray.
Without the template.
A man who is.
That's our merch. Don't forget to
Totally.
check that out.
He's-
KULTKLUB.com/merch.
I mean, he's in a different altered state of
He
mind.
can't discern anything.
He can follow orders.
Oh, and that's all he does. And he told me one of our many conversations, he was trying to, he thought I was, you know,
I'll be honest with you. I want to drink already.
out in the world with the chamber, you know, that I just sort of went along with this kind of stuff. And, yeah, I mean, it was just incredible to me that
How many wives of high up military people are there like yourself that are speaking out?
He just asked how many wives are there. I do want to show you something because I know people, as we watch this video and I'm talking over it, people will leave just like when I started reading. I do want to show something right quick that has something to do with more with housekeeping style stuff. But I'm going to put these together probably in a way that we can vote. But let me see if I can pull this up for you. No, that's not it. Where is it? Oh, yeah, this is it. Let's do download. All right, I'm going to show you some pictures. All I want you to tell me is out of which one you like the best. If you like them all, you like 1 and 2, you like 1 and 3, you like whatever. Let me see what we got here. I need to put these in a poll for sure, but I can go ahead and show them to you. There's one. That is, let me turn off the skull. Maybe that would help. Boop. There's one. That is, it's got We the People. It's got the Constitution behind it, just like my background does on my stream, right? We the People up there. We got We the People. We got the sticker. We got Cold Beer Confessional. YouTube.com/Will Bird. The link. Okay, the link. That's one. It won't let me just go next, will it? No. All right, let me pull up the next one. That's one. Let's do 2. Here is 2. This is like no flag, no Constitution, but this is bigger and a more an older looking, like a classic looking style with the curved cold beer confessional, and then youtube.com/Will Bird. They're all going to have this flag, by the way. There's the second one. There's the second one. And it's a little less busy. But like I said, I like the first one, too. Even if it does have stuff, but that's the first one again. That one's got more stuff to it for sure. That was 1 and 2. And then the last one, I really don't care if you like it at all because this is like my style, but I'm not sure if it would be yours. I'm definitely going to order me one no matter what. But if someone else would like one, if this is more someone else's style, you could have one as well. But I told him to produce this one for me. I like this one. It's just it's black and white. It's weathered. It's got the flag. This is actually a fill-in right here. This will be the QR code for the site, considering it doesn't have the link or the website or the channel name or anything. This is actually a scannable QR code that they can put on the sleeve. So if someone used their phone, they can go to the site. It's not the greatest way to market, but I like it. That's my style. So hold on, let's move this one. 1. That was 1. That one was 2. And the last one is the black and white weathered. That is 3. The flag's weathered. The skull's weathered. This will not be. This the QR code cannot be weathered. I mean, it's got to be ready to go. A bunch of 1s. I like all 3. Some people like the 3. Last time I got snookered, I couldn't even talk. Oh no. 3 looks badass. I like all 3. I like 3, but I always like my decals on the back. 1 or 3. Personally, I like 3, 2, 1, and 3. Okay. We'll put them up in a poll somewhere, like a straw poll. I was just curious what you thought about them. I would say this is probably my favorite. Like if I was going to sell merch, like if I wanted someone wearing my merch and it looked good, plus it had the link and stuff on it in case someone wanted to check it out, this would be my pick. But the last one is my personal favorite. Like something that I would wear as my personal favorite is probably the last one. Yeah, I'll grab the other one. This is going to be a special edition, only available in some markets. You gotta see if it's available in your market. I'm not sure if where it's going to be available at, but we'll see. We'll see what we can do. Where it's at. Yeah, here it is. This we'll have to see where this one is. Where we can offer this one. Download. Here you go. This is the this is the Scott McKay special edition. It only comes in this color. It only comes with that text. That's the only way you can get it. 1 would fit on a hoodie the best. Yeah, 1's pretty cool. I like 1 a lot, especially if it's like actually for merch, and may get 1 in every 1,000 people who see it to the show. So that is the Dime Store Douchebag Show. We gotta have the Q on the sleeve. Coming to you live from Mom's basement with certified. That is an official seal there. We've gotta have that one live. Please be on. It's only going to be in limited markets. As the Dime Store Douchebag. We'll see what we can do with it. Anyways, I'll get them up. Where you can vote. Everybody can say thank you to Ryan, who's the one who did them in the chat. He's the one who sent them to me today. Yeah, let's hop back to the video.
None. I mean, they're all 30-year Marine wives. They're Stepford wives. They are petrified. I have had conversations before I
Petrified.
went public.
At least
before I
petrified. Maybe
went
worse.
Sarah McClendon, who saved my life.
And Sarah
I had
McClendon is
the senior White House correspondent.
Is she that little old lady we see on TV asking
Yes.
the president those pointed, jabbing questions
Yes,
all the
the
time?
little red-headed, feisty
Yeah.
Texan who broke the Billy Saul Estes thing. She doesn't go along with the clone group of reporters who are all, most of them, intelligence officers. I think she was in intelligence because she was in the Army during World War II. And she's just a remarkable mind. And I lived with her for 5-6 months. And what's interesting is she called my home. After I had called her or seen her on C-SPAN, she couldn't get through to my house. I was living there by myself. Every time she called my home, this is 1996 from March.
Needs a Purple Heart on it.
Got hold of me. She had to go to another phone in Maryland to get me on the phone. Every time she called me from her house, she was told, this is a military base, and the Griggses don't live here anymore. Now, that was my phone number, long before I met George Griggs. It's my
It's a
grandfather.
military base, and the Griggses don't live here. She hijacked her phone number and quit accepting calls to that new military base, and the Griggses don't live here.
The house that I
So your
Strange.
phone was being diverted.
absolutely diverted. It's electronic warfare. It's part of their deception. They have many levels, but it's all under a big operation. They have an operation now to totally ruin me. His first wife was murdered.
Now, you know, some of the things you talk about here, this big operation, you've come to understand about the largeness of it, the intricacies of it, through a diary that you have. Is that right? Could you hold that diary up so we can get a look at that? And the thing that I found, this is the actual diary. Just hold it up kind of like chest high.
Okay.
There you go. And these are the actual handwritten notes of your husband.
Absolutely.
And they reveal an awful lot. In fact, does the military or those in the intelligence community, do they realize you have a copy of this?
They do now.
You know,
I had a phone conversation with General Jim Joy.
how long ago was this?
It was in February of '96. I tried to ask the colonels. They knew I was on the move, trying to find information. And my husband had
This
mentioned
book
General
full of
Jim
shit
Joy.
she's got.
The microphone right there. Just
Oh,
go ahead.
sorry.
That's all right.
All right. And I called General. I had to call a General Miller in Jacksonville, who was in my husband's address
You're only
book,
allowed to wear one at a time,
and
Wolves.
told him I was looking for Christmas card list, and I needed General Joy's telephone number because
No, she spent most of their marriage in Washington, D.C., in and out of Virginia and different places.
one of the colonels whom I trusted, Colonel Ken Millis, lied to me. Captain Phil Hallwager lied to me. And so I got this General Jim Joy, who was the one who was in the Operation Just Cause.
This video was recorded.
He was in.
So we found from the story that the video was recorded in, what did it say, 98? I think the video was recorded in 98, but it was not released until 2005 because of it was only recorded as like she claimed she wanted to record it in case there's like a threat on her life and she would release it and blah blah blah. Somehow it got released in 2005 and ended up on YouTube and around the internet. But it got released then. But originally this was all a radio show. It was a radio show on a pirate radio station from a preacher who used to lead Mariah's mom's family in their cult exercises, like when they all sacrificed animals.
Charge of all the psychological operations, the booming music that they hit Noriega with, the chasing him around,
The same stuff they did at Waco, too.
Of course.
We'll get to that in a
Oh,
minute.
The spiral
That's
bound.
General Jim Joy, who was behind Waco,
I see.
and General Carl Steiner, the Snake,
Okay.
who tried to steal Desert Storm away from Schwarzkopf.
Okay, so, but you were trying to get some addresses, and they were giving you a complete runaround.
Oh, don't even know him.
Don't even know him.
Don't even know him. And I knew him because my husband told me, that he worked with General Joy and General Steiner. They were the...
Yeah, it says during a bitter 1998 divorce, she gave a 7.5 hour long interview for her pastor, which it wasn't her pastor. It was somebody who contacted her. He was a pastor. Her husband was involved in wet ops, which made him bitterly depressed. He would drink himself to near blackout, stay and tell her about his improper and illegal activities for the U.S. government and NATO. Due to threats on her life, Griggs initially filmed the interview as a dead man switch, and it features shots of documents and photographs corroborating her story.
The triumvirate. But they had different names. They were, in plain clothes. They had different passports. So I got him on the phone. I was given the number by this General Miller, and I said,
So in the movies, when they say they shall disavow any knowledge, that's not just that's not just a little thing for movies. That's the truth. They disavow knowledge of all these people.
Totally lie.
Yeah. But you nailed him down.
Yes, I said, General Joy, I'm Kay Pollard Griggs. My husband, George Griggs, was in the Marine Corps, and he's battered me badly, and we're looking for him because, this has been going on too long, and blah, blah, blah. And I was recording this conversation, you see. I was sitting on my bed with the diary right out in front of me.
Recording it.
And he didn't know that I had the diary. He didn't know anything. It was a cold call, like they do.
The person doing the interview is a pastor from Michigan that Mariah's family ended up were in that church. Mariah's mom, when she was a child, and her aunts and uncles and her grandparents, when they were adults, were all in that church. His name is Doug. I just read your comment. His name is Rick Strawcutter. Rick Strawcutter. He's kind of a crazy, eccentric, whatever. I'm not religious, and I ain't trying to go to his church. I talk to him every once in a while. I think he's interesting, to say the least. They're all from like Tecumseh, Ypsilanti, like places like that. I don't know all the towns around there. Tecumseh, they lived in a long time. I know that. Ypsilanti, she still has family that lives there currently. That's where we went last summer for a graduation.
Cold murders when they graduate from SEAL school. Cold murders. I was doing a cold telephone call. And he said, no, I don't believe, and these were his exact words, no, I don't.
Here's where Rick Strawcutter comes in and says, well, can you confirm the fact that it's unofficially written that you're not allowed to, or you're not actually a SEAL until you have your first kill of another human, and then you officially become a SEAL? I think he says that in a minute.
I don't believe I know your husband. This is someone my husband, I have a card that General Joy sent my husband after the murder of.
They're not snake handlers. They're real stringent views, like women can't cut their hair or wear makeup or speak, and can't wear pants. Nobody can wear pants, or no females can wear pants, and dress codes, and no TV and no music at all unless it's gospel without any accompanying sound. It's just the words and your voices. Really, 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 really strict. And to the point where they meet and worship every day instead of, a couple times a week like other churches. Her whole family compares it to a cult because the way they were raised in it and they were young.
The death of his first wife, saying, call me anytime. This man, here I was, traumatized, battered.
Now claims that he doesn't know your husband.
Lies to me. So I said, well, General Joy, that's funny, because I'm looking at my husband's diary when he was in Beirut, and you're meeting with him almost every day. I said, first, before that, I said, he was the chief of staff for General Al Gray, he's one of.
I don't know any of the crazier stories, Brian. I don't know.
Fleet Marine Force.
I don't pay attention when your family talks.
All the Middle East, NATO Defense College. You don't know my husband? You're a general? You live outside of Quantico? Don't know my husband? I made it very clear. No, can't say as I do.
Never heard of her.
About the diary. And these are all immature adolescent males. These are men who don't know how to deal properly with adults. They lie. They're deceptive. They hide behind trees.
But when you nailed him on the diary, when he realized...
He said, his exact words were, oh, that George Griggs. Oh, that George Griggs.
And that's just the beginning of the kind of runaround deception that you found with these people.
Absolutely.
And
that makes sense.
They would like very much to have this diary.
Yeah.
This one page I found particularly interesting. What you and you're probably more familiar with your husband's handwriting. Instead of me reading it, read these notes that he had recorded there. These might help.
Okay, I've got these.
Alrighty.
A number of the Marines told me a little bit about Dale Dorman. Dale Dorman's not a happy camper.
Okay.
Dale Dorman, because of some mistakes my husband made, was shot. It's 7:15 to 7:30. Dorman exited Riviera. That was a place, sort of a hiding place or whatever. gray and tan Mercedes. Up to 5 shots were fired. He raised his left arm. One round penetrated his arm. One struck his chest. Walked back into Riviera to the desk and called Post 1. Security vehicle went to pick him up. Returned to Durafound 15 to 18 meters away and treated. Medvac called 750. Medvac wheels down
So
at 0810.
So just to be fair, I mean, I would imagine that the elite of the elite, trained in all fucking wet ops, from hardcore VIP assassinations to genocide, would probably not be a good idea to keep a detailed journal of every few minutes of your life. But maybe some of them do. I don't know. And she just stumbled upon it.
In a H-Bird helicopter, Riviera Hotel, approximately 1/9 of a mile west of the embassy. Dorman has been there since arrival, except...
I've also never heard anybody in the military call a helicopter an H-Bird helicopter.
Briefly during a period of siege. He was not wearing protection. Saw 3 men in the vehicle. One leaned out back with a shortened rifle or automatic weapon. Sentry at B1 saw and heard nothing. It's just one page of the diary.
Sentry saw and heard nothing.
Right.
In other words, the sentry doesn't talk.
Right.
Yeah. And there's just a whole world of these kind of assassinations and murders and directed. In fact, at one point, your husband actually just...
The sentry is mute. That's a sad story. Sentry said nothing. He can't.
Discuss people being eliminated.
Yeah.
Like shooting ducks.
Yeah. Oh, we had innumerable discussions over dinner. He'd already had his 4 gins. Now, he'll talk to any woman or anybody who drinks with him, he'll talk. This man, what is he doing in security? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. When he was at NATO, I'll get right back to that, but when he was at NATO and he was the head of special operations. In fact, I've got copies of his secret check in and out.
I'm gonna skip ahead, guys, because we'll probably only watch this to 1 because we've got some stuff to go over with some of our normal grifters. So I'm gonna skip ahead some and see what she gets into later. Like I said, it's a 7-hour interview, and I tried taking notes and stuff. I took my dad to the hospital today, so I was trying to listen, and fucking he was talking, and I was trying to take notes on a cell phone. It was horrible.
Prison alleged that they actually landed on military bases with huge planes loaded with dope.
This is how they all brought him in. The Norwegians, the Brits.
Oh, there's the drug trade.
The drugs, you see, they would come down through.
The drugs come through.
Burma, Turkey.
I think people are vicariously living through some of her stories. That's what I'm saying. We met the person who invented the Nasara rumor. We're now meeting a major contributor. I want to go back and see where these people got a lot of their fucking ideas from.
They come through the Bekaa Valley. The banks were in
yeah, he was. My dad was in the hospital a few weeks ago. So now he's going back for the checkups you go to after you get out. He had to go to a wound clinic today. He's got some sores on his legs.
They were in.
They're fixing him up.
Mexico, in St. Thomas after the laundering of cash. You see, cash. That's why some of the banks in New York. You can very easily find out who the drug lords are. Barry McCaffrey. I saw him 2 weeks ago, and he said something. He let it slip out. He's an.
Oh yeah, imagine me when Mariah's family tucks me into a apostolic Pentecostal holiness church with my PTSD on fucking Easter with her entire family, and the place is packed elbow to elbow. I wasn't in there 3 goddamn minutes, and people started throwing their fucking arms up and screaming and shit. I had to fucking leave. I had to leave, or we was all fixing to fucking fight right there in the middle of the goddamn church and everything. And I will cheat. I don't give a fuck if we're in a church or not. I'll still cheat. I'm a cheater. I aim to win and live.
An Army general, He said we haven't done any more or any less in the last 5 years.
I still get chills thinking about it.
Yeah, No, they're just holding it. The word he used, I think, was holding it. It was a word that you could tell they'd used in briefings.
She just claimed that drug dealers they're not taking more drugs off the street, but they're not putting more on the street. They've reached some equilibrium where they like the war on drugs, so they're keeping it right there. They don't want to arrest too many. They don't want to bring too many in. They like where it's at right now because it benefits them. So they're completely controlling the war on drugs. And I'm gonna skip ahead some too. Here she goes to reading from the journal. I just saw a clip of that. Oh no, I'm a lover, a fighter. I'm a lover, a fighter, a Navy SEAL diver. Oh, that's rootin' tootin'. Oh, that's stupid shit. Yeah, I got you.
That's a T-shirt that a SEAL would wear.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I played Nancy Drew, Miss Marple, and I infiltrated, if that's the word you could use, the SEAL reunion this year. They spent a lot of money showing off, jumping out of helicopters, and, probably $100,000 was spent. I don't know how much, but I mean, the military was providing the funds for this little game on the beach at Fort Story.
Yeah.
And then each one of the teams has T-shirts, which all sexual.
Yeah.
All about, think about every
the
weapon.
driving motivation
It's sexual.
of all this stuff is
Go for it.
So it says stuff like parachuting, double cap, crimping, demolition, frogman, no muff too tough, we dive for 5, wine, dine, intertwine, hog style, dog style, any style, masturbate, ejaculate, copulate, and drive Navy trucks. That's 2x5, or say 2x5, 2x5, 4x5, 6x5, and those big motherfuckers that bend in the middle and go shh. And Lacey, if you don't like my face, you can sit on it. Oh, and lady, if you don't like my face, you can sit on it.
Right.
Yeah.
So I went to the party. I took my life in my hands. I called a couple of friends and said, if they don't come back, I'm at the SEAL party, and I'm going to pretend that I'm a SEAL wife. And I'm going to go to this drunken party. And, of course, I have an Eagle on my car. They try to get me to get rid of it.
so you get access.
So I went in there, and you know that 90% of the people there were men. They didn't have wives, this party.
And the women that were there were probably.
Yeah.
Why didn't they have no wives?
Feeling very
What are you
So I
insinuating?
sort of got in with some of the older SEALs.
Did your husband ever mention the name of Lieutenant Colonel Bo Greitz?
No, but I know who he is. But he has a lot of Army friends, not that he doesn't know Bo Greitz. I'm sure that Bo Greitz is well known to some of these guys. I believe he's Army.
Could be.
I'm sure he's not a Marine. I know he's not a Marine.
Oh.
I don't believe he's a Marine.
Okay.
But he's a guerrilla. He's commando.
Yeah. But his name didn't come up as anything in intelligence.
No, my husband was way above Bo Greitz's level. My husband mentioned people like McFarlane and Crow. Crow was his tennis buddy, I think, Haig,
Alexander Haig.
Kissinger, Victor Krulak. See, Gray.
Bo Greitz was Army Special Forces.
And Joy. Joy's a big guy but Joy lost his job at Morale, Welfare, and Recreation, I believe, because I told somebody, maybe that I didn't think wasn't because of me that he lost his job, but they made him move on somewhere else. Because he was at Morale, Welfare, Recreation, which is kind of a money laundering thing. They run all the officers' clubs, all the recreation. It's not a private, it's all run by the military, even though it's supposedly not military. And they give the good old boys these jobs. He was probably earning $200,000. Their retirement for a colonel, my husband, just the retirement salary was $50,000, $60,000. Then they give them these other jobs, so their income is $200,000, $300,000. Now, that is not right.
But it would certainly purchase loyalty.
Oh, definitely. They all get swimming pools behind their house.
Who's ever going to bite the hand that feeds that good?
No, nobody. Dirty business, but all of the captains and all of the admirals know this and wink. It's sick. It's just really, really, really bad. And this is taxpayer money. Hard-working people who are just wondering where the money is going to come from to pay their taxes. Mothers of children who are having to work 2 jobs to feed their 3 children. And they're spending $10 million.
Scott's dad buffed his star.
I went to the Army show just last week. I was up there. They had a hearing on
To
Okinawa.
be fair, she did say that she ran into some guy who was who had looks like he wanted people to think he worked out a lot, and he was at the Navy SEAL drunken party, trying to recruit as many people as he could for the local school board position that was open. No one signed up, but she does say that in her interview. So you gotta assume.
You know, they call it a murder, rape a day, or whatever. You know, crime a day by Marines in Okinawa. And I went up there. John Conyers had a hearing, and they also had the Army show, which I had gone to a couple of years before. And in the basement of this big hotel, they have these 200 or more vendors of weapons. Israel has a joint venture. IAI has a joint venture with, is it TRW, TWR, that does all the credit reports on Americans.
Wow.
Now, they have the computers together. The Israelis stole the whole INS system and sold it back to the Justice Department. And there were murders over that. Mike Fuller knows all. Mike Fuller was a former assassin who's talking, and they are after him. Believe me, I met him through Sarah. He and
What about this Victor Marchenko? You're pictured with him. What's
yeah,
that like?
well, he is a typical example of the mercenary who was brought over from Czechoslovakia, Poland, Romania,
Makes sense.
the Eastern
Typical.
Bloc countries, who were actually KGB.
But Bo Gratz is the. If you don't know who Bo Gratz is, he did a lot of stuff like when he got out, he did like a POW MIA kind of hunt thing. He went to some country like Laos or some shit, and he was supposed to be meeting with a leader there to try to find some POWs, but he came back with a taped interview, supposedly of the guy that was the local leader there, saying that the Reagan administration were shipping people in to pick up drugs from him and paying them and then taking them out and then and landing them fucking in military bases, then selling them to the inner cities in the Reagan administration. He also was the guy, probably what he's most famous for, non-conspiracy wise. He was the guy that they called at Ruby Ridge. So if you remember the standoff at Ruby Ridge, the guy that they called and said, "Hey, we can't get him to come out of his cabin. He's already shot in the shoulder. We accidentally killed his wife, his son, and his fucking dog. Can you come talk him down?" That's the guy who showed up, Bo Gratz.
Double agents.
Oh, Marchenko was. Okay.
The family, his family were, his family came over. They weren't even citizens. In other words, they bring over the young man.
Right.
They work for 5 years and then they become citizens. Now, I'm not saying, I mean, I've read his books. I wanted to meet the guy. He knows George. He knows who George is. I read 2 of his books just to see if it's what George said, to kind of balance, and what these other guys. If you read Marchenko's book, you'll see what my husband, the arrogance. Well, sure, we're going to
He's real big to the KIA, or the missing in action movement. Prisoners are missing.
Spy on them and what they're doing, and we're going to just steal that statue just for the hell of it. I mean, now when you multiply every one of the teams, all the graduates, and think in terms of 100 men applying, and maybe 90 go through most of the training, but they don't quite make it. And then they've got 400, 600 men who make it. How many don't make it? And then you multiply that over time, and then the ones who are. I mean, this banquet, this gathering of SEALs that I went to, there were probably 1,000 guys there. Now they have to do a cold kill.
Cold kill.
Kill somebody, murder somebody, just to prove they can do it, like ducks.
Wait a minute, the SEALs?
They gotta do a cold kill. That's how they prove it. They can do it.
A cold kill would be a killing under orders.
It's a graduation exercise kind of thing. It's
I mean, who would they kill?
Oh, it's just somebody, just anybody. Just
go
go into a hotel and.
It's a random person. So once you get through buds, you drink, and then once they got you good and shitty drunk to see if you can still operate with that much alcohol in your system, they're like, "Hey, go kill somebody, anybody. It doesn't matter. Just go kill somebody.
Whack off somebody." I was told that for graduation exercises.
Whack off somebody. I've told many a lady that, and many a SEAL.
Things, personal items. And
to prove that you were good enough to get in.
Oh
and
yeah,
out.
oh yeah. And all my underwear disappeared, my lingerie, my teddies. And the funny thing is that I don't know whether it was Michael O'Boyle doing it, because he was from 1991 to 1993. Michael O'Boyle was 3
All her
months.
underwear disappeared?
he was at his graduation exercise. He was very close to my husband. And yet he was just down the road, and I started questioning my husband about, you know, what is this about you and Michael? You know, what's going on? Well, Michael was there, and my husband never told me he was there, and he saw him all the time. And I'm looking back at when my teddies disappeared, but all this time, now Michael he and his first wife had divorced, that's okay, but he had an affair with a woman and a child, a secretary. So he was having an affair with a woman. I mean, Michael is...
So, Michael is wearing your teddies and fucking your husband, and this guy's living in your house, and your husband didn't tell you, but even more so, you didn't notice that there was another man living in your house, in a house that only you and your husband live in?
Both ways, you know what I mean? But in order to get into the
He goes
system,
both ways.
he sort of did it with my husband. He was my husband's friend, younger friend. And that started when he was in the 7th Fleet under Krulak.
So to start getting his promotions, to start moving up, he slipped into my bedroom. He stole one of my teddies. He put it on, and then he got it on with my husband, George Griggs.
In intelligence.
This bitch is going all out. She's giving out his unit and everything. That's when he's with the 7th Fleet. I believe he serves under General Johnson. His section sergeant she's giving out everything. His social security number, yeah, it's you guys heard of Nasara?
A child, a secretary. So he was having an affair with a woman. I mean, Michael is both ways, you know what I mean? But in order to get into the system, he sort of did it with my husband. He was my husband's friend, younger friend. And that started when he was in the 7th Fleet under Krulak and Buell in intelligence on the ship. So, but Michael, there he was at Little Creek, my husband's best friend. He never invited him over, but he saw him. So I don't know if you can guess what that means. But the teams, the biological electronic warfare school that after my husband left FMF Lant, he went to the school, you know, the Special Operations School.
Right, she's breaking this wide open years before your hero Scott McKay ever even heard of it.
What does that mean? What is that?
It was a kind of a code word for going out and sending platoons to kill people in Vietnam. SOG is Special Operations Group. Special Operations, S-O-S-S, O-S-S, Secret Service, S-S, Nazi, Spetsnaz, the German stormtroopers. They all, if you know anything about the German High Command, it's the Brotherhood. It's called, they are connected with Opus Dei, which is an Italian kind of a business group that works within the Vatican. And I'm told that, and I like the Pope, I think he's a wonderful guy, but I'm told that he was involved with that during World War II.
I've heard that too.
And that the guy who was the Pope before was murdered so that he could get in.
Now, I'm still curious about the SEALs in this murder thing.
That's not... So the gay fascism thing is actually, it has no merit whatsoever. Like it's been debunked. There's no evidence to it. So the opposing party in Germany in between World War I and World War II, and then post World War II, they used that to slander what happened in the German party. And then not long after that, when we were talking like Cold War stuff, that's when the Christian right started spreading it over and over again, saying that they all had gay sex, they all had to sleep with each other, and they all had to sleep with Hitler, and some of them had to suck his dick or whatever. But yeah, that's pretty actively disregarded by any historians. I'm I don't know. I'm into war history. I think it's cool.
Are we still on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now a SEAL, in order to complete his indoctrination of becoming a, quote, full-fledged SEAL, part of that...
Yeah, like, so they're claiming that the radio... So there's a thread on Reddit right now, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. That's some more research I need to do. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. That claims that this video came out in 2005, and then a few months later she's disappeared, and she hasn't been... She no one knows where she's at since. But the audio recording and Rick Strawcutter made copies of the tape and was selling them online and on eBay and shit, and probably sold fucking a shit ton of them. He sold his sermons and everything online. All that went out. It seems like if they were going to kill her, like they would have already killed her. They wouldn't wait till like 2005, from 1998 to 2005, and pretend like they didn't see it. And why make her disappear when we have the ability to just make it look like a car wreck? You know what I'm saying? Like, why get fancy and be like, oh, no trace of her ever again? People will always be looking for her forever. Oh, she got rear-ended at a stop sign and it's a tragic accident. Dang, that sucks. That would be the better way to finish it.
That includes the fact he has to have killed somebody.
Yeah.
And it could
SEAL
be
Team 6, right, the red team.
Red team.
Mm-hmm. The Ghetto was the captain of that team, and his wife and I had a wonderful conversation.
And would she confirm this as well? I mean, did she confirm this
I
with
guess
you?
she would. She's scared. She's frightened. Most of these women are scared to death because they're warned. They know what happened to Sue Griggs.
Okay, so
They
but they
know.
support you. I mean,
Yeah.
philosophically, in their
Yeah.
hearts at least,
Oh,
if
yeah.
not with their lips.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
They
yeah.
s-
We talk about it. Some of them have to go out of their house. Some of them won't even talk in the office in which they work.
No.
They've had men come by their houses.
I haven't tried to watch a war film in a long time, but I used to have pretty bad reactions, so no, not typically. If I do, it's just like I feel like this is the opposite of how it should work. If I watch a war movie by myself, I feel more comfortable and more grounded that I'm here and not there, right? That I feel like I can tell that I'm home and not there. But if I watch a war movie with my family, I feel like it makes me panic more. I don't know why, because you think that seeing like my son would remind me that I'm not in a fucking war, like I'm at my house watching a movie. But it's I don't know. I've never really researched it, but I don't really watch war movies too much. I just like reading about weird and unknown shit about like wars and little things that like help people win a war, like a hill or the boots one troops were wearing or shit like that. I think that's interesting.
They've had their papers
Some
stolen.
major battles
The
came down
association with
to
that could be the
stupid
kiss
shit
Yeah,
that
sure.
decided who won.
They know that.
All right, I'm going to skip
But
way
they-
ahead
we
because
talk
we're already
anyway,
after one.
and
Let's see what she's talking
what
about
they
over
set
here.
up in the spring of '95. So I went into the State Department Near East section and found there was not one single Palestinian, not one single Muslim, religious, Saudi, Jordanian, not one Christian Protestant, not one Roman Catholic, not one plain old American, whatever, from Corn Pone. Every single person in all of those offices were either Zionist, Israelis, whatever, and they had pictures all over the wall of Israel, Israel, Israel. They had magazines, Israel Today.
So this is the
I was given
Zionism
a copy
part.
of one. And there were yarmulkes, and the Israeli writing. In other words, and I asked one of the women,
Which a lot of people don't. I guess a lot of anons don't really, especially when the makeup was different. Before coronavirus, when it was more Christian right-wing conservatives rather than just random fucking people who have internet. Before the coronavirus lockdown, there was a lot of people that were right Christian conservatives. I'm sure that's the way they would describe themselves, and they didn't realize like how many of the QAnon things are related back to like tropes that were typically used for the Jews. Like even the adrenochrome thing, like blood libel, drinking the blood, like they control the money, they control the power, they control this, they control that. All they did was take a Jewish trope and put Democrats in there, and then have everybody else spitting it out. You know what I'm saying? Even when there was some really strange statements made by people who consider themselves. I don't care. It's not my decision to make. But I'm saying their platform saying that they are super supportive of Israel, and then all of a sudden when Benjamin Netanyahu called to congratulate Biden, fucking QAnon people flipped the fuck out. Like, I always knew he's a piece of shit. You can't trust those people and crazy shit. They were fucking at some of their marches and rallies and shit they were having. They were saying some crazy shit. It just amazes me that they gave up everything they believed in for a person. It didn't matter. It wouldn't have mattered if he'd have come out and said, okay, the next thing we're going to do is abolish all police. We're doing universal basic income. Nobody's working. We're going to take from anyone who makes more than $80,000 a year, and we're going to redistribute that to where everybody makes $80,000 a year. They would have been like, hell yeah, that's my president. Republican. It was just weird.
After having gone through about 4 or 5 of these offices, I said, because I was pretending like I really I was just kind of wanting to know where the Palestinian office was. She said, well, we handle all of that.
And this is the State Department, the
Near East, the part that handles Israel, Jordan, all of these.
Egypt.
Yeah, the Near East section. Yeah.
It was just totally dominated by Israeli.
Totally. And at that time, the spokesman, I can't remember his name, he was assigned.
That's not true, Tony. They didn't do nothing. They spent 3 years of the 4 years monitoring the situation with social media. So there you go. They monitored.
The spokesman for the whole State Department. Of course, we know that, and I'm not saying that Madeleine Albright is doing
blow
a bad
after
job,
party.
feel as though
Why are
being
you
a
looking
woman,
like Post
that
Malone
she's
in your
definitely
profile
a lot
picture
more
there,
balanced
Vaporwave?
than Weinberger when he was there, Eagleberger, Schultz, or any
Face tats and shit.
because I feel as if she's trying to do it, but she's not strong enough. There needs to be.
I have no idea how it ends. I haven't seen the end of it.
So you were
We'll check that. And then we got to check on Brad and Patriot Meat Diver.
And that's when the 20-year Marine police officer came in, the 20-year Marine FBI agent came in. When I went to the police chief of the police, Chief Wall, who's a very nice man, I have a friend who got me in to see him. He said, this is big.
She's kind of getting on the edge of gang stalking and full-blown conspiracy. If anybody says anything negative to him in the uniform, she's like, oh, well, you're probably retired from the Marine Corps. I knew you were a 20-year Marine.
This is way over my head. But he assigned a wonderful man named Bill Dean to me to call anytime.
Bill Dean.
Anytime. And, there are some good people, probably in the Masons, I don't know, but there are some good people. But the problem was, he can't control it. Now, why?
Yeah, this is the full interview that they sent me.
Why can't you control battering of military wives? That's a question I ask myself. Why is it that they cannot control a perpetrator who's killed his first wife, and I've nearly been murdered?
Well, the answer is hierarchy.
Okay, right. So I start saying now, in Virginia Beach, if the chief of police has no power, if Bill Deans, who's head of the CID, has no power, I'm looking and wondering, okay, I'm a battered wife, and I start meeting other high-level battered wives in the courts who are having the same treatment by Judge John Moore and Barry Cantor.
Oh, that's what it is. They're trying to take out the wives.
They made it spread the word that she's crazy. Lynn Wright is not crazy. Grover Wright was running around with Ann Wood.
If you're in a command position and they're letting you beat the shit out of your wife every night, it's because they don't want you coming in and beating the shit out of people underneath your command. They think you'll be worn out.
And wound up marrying her, and Ann Wood is now a blimp. Grover Wright is a perpetrator. John Moore is a perpetrator. He's now married to a girl who's in my garden club.
It's super tiny on mine. I just see like face tattoos.
Gorilla.
I can't tell what they are, to be honest with you.
Coast Guard, which the mayor's husband is a colonel, a captain, whatever, captain in the Coast Guard.
I'm looking at it on Restream. It's very
really
tiny.
Is an elite clique that runs everything, controls
Absolutely,
everything.
and it's not the CIA.
Is there a name we can give this group?
Well, George calls it, in his diary, he calls it members of the firm. He called it brotherhood. He mentioned the old guard, Army. It's Army. And it's White House.
Army.
Did George ever talk about...
But the presidents don't know about it necessarily.
It's white hats. Strange.
Did your husband ever talk about Oswald
Yeah.
in terms of knowing anything about his handlers or how that was
Yeah,
all
the way George talked about Oswald was the way when you communicate with an alcoholic like that when he's drinking, and he's been totally battered, mind controlled, but is fed lots of money being poor and so forth, A woman, 55% of what people say is verbal. And then you learn to read the nonverbal. George was diarrhea of the mouth. Verbal. But when I mentioned, it's like when I mentioned the word General Jim Joy, I knew it was General Jim Joy who had authorized the terrorism of my life. I know it is General Jim Joy, General Carl Steiner, General Hartzog, General Abram, General Gaiman, and Sheehan. I know. And Krulak.
So this is like gang stalking. Like, these are the people who organized me to be terrorized by people who were in the military. They were answering my phone. They were following me around. They were making sure that no one believed my story. I was watching we did a show on gang stalking where I actually convinced this crazy dude that I was being gang stalked by the CIA. I was just watching a dude the other day, and he's like, I know what they want. They want me to get all fucked up on meth again and get paranoid and start accusing people of fucking of trying to watch me and being part of this. He's like, I'm not gonna do it just because the lady at the gas station and that dude at Walmart and every motherfucker who takes my order at McDonald's is part of this shit. They're not gonna get to it. And I'm like, man, you're already there, brother. You're already there. Whoa, back off.
Krulak, Krulak, Krulak. These men are the ones who are perpetrators. They bugged my phone, downloaded my caller ID. They have authorized and given money to people like Tedson, well, not Tedson Myers, but certainly Alexander Robinson, Ern Reynolds, 4th Marine, JAG, worked for the Justice Department. The Justice Department is involved. There are rogues in the Justice Department who think they are handling people by using cruelty, tricks, psychological games. This is not the way you handle a nation. Women know this.
Right, but
know this.
like you mentioned New Orleans. It's kind of a center of mob
Mind-
and
I gotcha.
mind control.
Illegal.
That's cool.
Did your husband ever mention any of the people there in?
Yes.
I see the picture
He
now.
went down there.
I thought
He went down there
for
with
some
General
reason on
Ray,
Restream it
Michael
looks like it's
Boyle.
black, but
Very tiny,
again, it's pretty
He
tiny.
was always going down there. And Michael O'Boyle was going down there.
Well, your husband was a young man at that time.
All right, that's the way that one ended. Let's check out our boys before we we got time. Let's check out our boys. Who we got? What are they doing? Stop autoplaying. I hate autoplay. I can't watch that. The Froggets have anything tonight? Not really, but here is where I found them talking about this video that sent me down the rabbit hole early this morning. Let's see if I can find the part. I don't want to watch the whole
God
thing.
is on your side, Mike. And I was booked. I was a DJ still. I was booked the next day. I
Turbo
got
Goat.
the information the next day.
Or not Turbo Goat, Turbo Jet, the other person from YouTube, Turbo Jet, sent me a message that said the Froggets were talking about me, or some woman in their chat had said that I was talking shit about them, and I asked did they respond, and I didn't get an answer, but I didn't see it.
Your mind. But I hope.
So guys, as
within our country.
Yes.
They're with a cabal inside our armed forces.
The courthouse is nothing more than another part of the corrupt banking system. It's not a legal courthouse.
Well, from what I've seen in another
This is
video,
where it starts, somewhere right here.
at sea, none of the laws that apply in the United States.
Full banana diet.
Judges are told that you're guilty until proven innocent. It's totally the opposite of you're innocent until proven guilty when you're in a courtroom. You're guilty until proven innocent.
We've all asked.
Judges are told long before your case starts, you are guilty until proven innocent.
The question, hundreds and hundreds.
Gotta go. See you, Eddie.
Accountability for their crimes. There's no accountability, guys, for what Doug just said. The laws
Kirsten W is a psychopath.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure she has some type of extreme case of ADHD.
And we are
and she's crazy.
Absolutely.
Which is why they want your guns.
Well, they're going to have a fight when they come from mine.
I think this is getting close. I remember the gun part.
There's 3 there, every one, even if they had the military.
300 million people in this country. You just take 200 million of them will go down fighting. I can tell you that. Because there's that many patriots in this country. 200
Yeah,
million
we can
people.
set something up, man.
So one way that we haven't talked a lot about is the court system corruptness that's ran by our government. And we've learned a lot about it in this interview, and we'll be glad to share the interview in the group as soon as we finish going through it and verifying it all.
It's pretty long.
It's 4 parts, guys. It's very long.
I'm on part 3.
This is the interview they're talking about. 4-part interview.
I verified part 1 already, so we'll go ahead and share it.
Yeah, I'll go through some of what I heard in part 1. And I'm going to be honest with you. I can't remember the lady's name. All I know is her husband. It doesn't matter. Her husband was a colonel in the Marines, but he actually worked for generals in the Army, the Navy, and other armed services.
That's right. He was a colonel in the Marines, but he worked for every other branch. And he was an assassin who specialized in internal butthole therminonite and that detonation.
When people said that the CIA was the one starting wars and killing everybody, that's a joke. Our own military was doing it. They were actually training kids, Nicaraguan kids, and other kids from around the world in our country to be assassins. Doing an MK Ultra on these kids, okay? On these kids. Well, this is how it started. On the kids, and the kids would pull off some of the stuff that's going on, all the crazy stuff. But they would get trained over there, and then they would be trained in France. One of the biggest bases, believe it or not, is right near New Orleans. And that very base produced the people that killed JFK. Them people right down in that area. So when you seen the movie JFK, the names that were used in that movie were absolutely true. This lady verified that them people, the names that were listed in that movie were high-level intelligence people.
Operation
Here
Clap
comes the
Cheeks.
craziest part I'm going to tell you that I got out of what you said in the first one. Is remember we told you all that in the Senate and the Congress with the adrenochrome and the killing of babies, they used that against the senators and they used that against the congressmen and other people of high power to hold that over their head to do whatever they wanted. So
yeah.
I know some people in the military are going to be pissed off when I say this, but this is what they did to certain people in the military. They turned them out. They actually took good people, recruited them, and then turned them out and made them homosexuals. And that was their secret. And if they ever revealed the secret, they were gone. You know, your life's ruined. But if you went along with all the sex parties and all the crazy stuff, you were promoted up in ranks. So there's an amazing amount of 4-star generals that are homosexuals. That's why it's been.
There's an amazing amount of 4-star generals that are homosexuals. That is that is the quote of the night. I wish I had some type of siren that went off. Fucking confetti and balloons fell out of the ceiling for quote of the night. There are an amazing amount of 4-star generals that are homosexuals. What is amazing to you, Doug? Like amazing? Would amazing be 5 or would amazing be 5,000? I don't, or are we talking percentage-wise? 98%? 2%? Let me know. Hit me in the comments.
All the sex parties and all the crazy stuff, you were promoted up in ranks. So there's an amazing amount of 4-star generals that are homosexual. That's why it's been taking so long for Trump to get all this done, because half of the army, you don't want to say, is these people that are corrupt and they're murderous people. And this is what's going on. This is the cabal is operating right inside our military. It's the crazy
right inside the military.
Yes, it is 2016.
By the way, 4 fucking days ago, their only thing that they had was the military won't let this happen. 4 days later, there's a bunch of homos in the military. I don't think we can trust them. Them sons of bitches are infiltrated. They're part of the cabal. They're over here just sucking each other off left and right. They ain't worried about the president. 4 days previous, the military would never let this happen. Are you kidding me? Have you seen our veterans? Those are the guys we support. And now all they can picture is just dude on top of dude on top of dude on top of dude on top of dude sucking dick every time they close their eyes. They don't know where the fuck this is all coming from. They have no idea. All they know is that someone told them to be mad at this person, and they will flip on a dime. They will flip on a dime no matter what. Jesus Christ. The military will save us. Don't you worry. Just trust the plan. This isn't real. It's fucking... And then, oh no. I don't know if you know this, but there's a surprising amount of homosexuals within that are 4-star generals. I don't know if you know that or not. I mean, you can't trust those people. What if it comes down to restoring the rightful heir to the White House, or someone being like, "Hey, you want a penis? What do you think they're going to choose, Doug?" I wouldn't trust them neither. I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
She's talking about, this goes all the way back to JFK and before that. It's crazy how they manipulate people's minds, and MK Ultra people, they do it to their soldiers. Her husband was
How many 4-star generals are there? Current 4-star generals, or like ever? There's probably about 40 or 50 4-star generals. They're all over the place. When they're on top of each other, yes, for sure. Wars are one big punch bag. It blows my fucking mind how they'll turn on a dime. It just blows my fucking mind. Charlie Ward was like, don't take this medicine. Don't take this medicine. Don't take this medicine. Don't take this medicine. Trump made the medicine fine. Trump made the medicine fine. Trump made the medicine fine. No inauguration. No inauguration. No inauguration. We knew there'd be an inauguration. We knew it. We knew it. We told you guys. And maybe you guys were talking a little bit too much, and that's why it happened. Trust the military. Trust Donald Trump. The military will never let this happen. Why are they over here sucking each other off? I had no idea this was going on 24 hours ago. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, there's probably about 40 or 50, I would say. Yeah. There's the most in the there's going to be the most in the Army, and probably the Space Force has the least. But I think there's got to be a minimum of 2, something like that.
MK Ultra. The only time he could tell the truth is when he got stone drunk. Go ahead, Mike. I'll let you talk a little bit. That's some of what I got out of the first.
To add to her interview, we've also got privy to another whistleblower interview where it talks about John Brennan.
Yeah, the Navy is not the lowest. I would say the Air Force is probably the lowest, but the Navy, because of like the way their command structure works, the Navy has more than the Marine Corps, less than the Army. Because there's I would assume, yeah, less. Yeah, the Marine Corps. No, they might have more than the Air Force. No, I don't know. I'll Google it in a second. We stop talking about gay generals.
Well, obviously in the cabal because of the CIA, but he also talks about the whistleblower also talks about John Brennan being on the ground in Chicago, practicing mating pigs with human beings, fetuses. In the womb. Okay.
List of active duty 4-star officers. There are currently 45. Okay. There are currently 45 4-star officers in uniformed services of the United States. There are 18 in the Army, 3 in the Marine Corps, 9 in the Navy, 11 in the Air Force. So there was more in the Air Force. 2 in the Space Force. There you go. The more you know. There are 45. I don't know who edited this. This is on the U.S. Department of Defense website, but it says there are currently 45 active duty 4-star officers in the uniformed services of the United States. All are homosexual. The numbers are as follows. I don't. Maybe Doug works there or something.
All right. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy stuff.
And here's the craziest thing, Mike.
Satanic ritual stuff that's been going on in our country for years.
Here's another thing that was discussed in the first part. Y'all ready for this? That the organized crime syndicate is involved with the military on assassinations.
Patsy.
Should go down. I'm telling you now, this lady had it all, and she ain't lying. I mean,
now look. These are their supporters. These are the right-wing conservatives that always support the military, always support the veterans, always support the cops. Right? Turning on a fucking dime. Look at this message in chat. Our military may be the downfall of our country. Our military may be the downfall of our country. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. I'm telling you, if Trump come out tomorrow and he's like, hey, listen, I think we should support Kamala Harris and try to get Joe Biden, 25th out of there, and Nancy Pelosi is VP. That'll show them. They'd be like, hell yeah! They'd have campaign signs and fucking face paint and shit on. These people are fucking crazy. You can't put that much faith into any man. You just can't. Like, I voted for Trump. I kind of wish I do wish he would have won. I voted for him, but I'm not to the point of where I'm going to give up everything that I value in my life because he changed opinion. The first time I started noticing this was when Trump would bring someone in, okay? He would put someone in his administration, for sure, And he would talk about how good a guy they were and how why they picked him, and everybody be like, "We love this guy. I've researched all his past, and I've done this and I've done that. This guy's awesome. I can't wait to do this and that and blah blah blah." And he's so cool. He's gonna save us. He's gonna do a good job. 6 months later, when Trump's like, "I fired him," they'd be like, "That piece of shit. I knew he touched kids from the moment I saw him. I've never liked him. What has he even done his whole life? What is he?" And now they're moving so fucking fast you can't even keep up with it. Literally, before the weekend, the last thing that was said to us from this channel is, "You don't have to worry. The military will never let this stand." And then one of the first things they say when they come back is, "And them gay guys in the military is gonna fucking cost us our country, okay? They're all gay. That's all they do is sit around and shoot people and suck dick. And there ain't nobody to shoot right now." Fucking crazy people. So that was the Froggets update. We can move on from there. I found this guy. I don't know what's up with him. He sounds like he could be talked some sense into. But it goes downhill pretty quick, and this will give me a chance to take a piss. Check this guy out. He's talking about Scott McKay, Charlie Ward, Scott McKay, Charlie Ward, Patriot Street Fighter, Simon Parks, Mel K. Are they being real? Are they being legit? Can we trust them? And he starts out like he's actually questioning shit. But he goes pretty quick to just, "Oh, well, he knows this, and this was really good." He goes really quick just to validating himself. He's not asking the question anymore. That's right. British paratroopers are not part of the British Army.
How's it going? What I wanted to try to have a video about is there's many conspiracy theorists, like Scott McKay, Charlie Ward.
All right, I'm gonna piss right quick.
Simon Parks, Mel K. There's probably 100 more. I
can't believe how excited he is to be making this video. Look, animated and everything.
These are true, and if you have any feedback on them, because some of them are they're out there, such as JFK Jr. is still alive. If anybody knows anything about that, give a little insight. They're saying that Trump has been sworn in to the new Patriot Republic. There is no longer the government that we have been grown up and understood as our government of the United States. If you have any insight, and especially if you have someone in your life, and you don't have to use their name, but use maybe what their background is. Give us.
Be wrong to say the bar of your dreams.
I'd really like to know what everybody's thinking. If this is true, if any of it's true, even a little bit of it's true, this sounds amazing. What this country could become.
It does sound amazing. Sounds awesome.
Some of the things I've heard, Biden never fully took the oath.
You disagree? You don't think he's animated? Look at him. He's excited. He's all about this
Biden
life.
Being upside down. If you look at the video,
the Bible's not upside down. Look, if you want points to stick, at least start picking some that are harder for me to disprove. At least something that maybe might take me a little bit to research. If you want any of those points to stick, pick something else, or stay vague. The stuff that I can't really pinpoint. Something, but to pick the easiest, stupidest shit.
You can see the cross is upside down, and just before he said, "under God," and then finished that statement, he removed his hand from the so-called Bible.
Oh, God.
Saying it's
no.
not an actual Bible. And to be authentic, the inauguration, meaning it has to be done at 12:01.
Negative. Negative, negative, negative. That's when the president takes office. It actually has to be done before 12:01. Or if he wasn't sworn in before 12:01, at 12:01 the United States would be without president, which is not allowed to be. Thank you, though.
Most of the mainstream media were showing it.
I'm in for a rude awakening. You're right. I'm in for a rude awakening. You're right. I'm gonna kick your goddamn teeth in, and then watch you use the med bed.
Prior to 12 o'clock. And they also have captions of, I believe, while Biden...
Trump was sworn in at like 23 minutes till. Why didn't you guys start screaming, he's not a real president? I voted for him, but damn, why'd they swear him in early? That's illegitimate. Now we got to take it back. Oh, God. What are we going to do?
His hand was on the Bible. There were 2 younger adults, maybe in their teens, early 20s.
Please don't say the girls disappeared. That's not true.
In one shot, and then the next shot, they were no longer there.
It's clearly from 2 different angles. That's why you can see bulletproof glass in one shot, and you can't in the next shot.
So if you have any insight on that, why would it be like that if it was not pre-taped? It seems to be it was pre-taped, and that there was a video sent around approximately 11 hours prior to the actual inauguration.
He's going to claim that Charlie Ward got the video of the inauguration. Now, all Charlie had to do to prove to the world, fucking world, that this was all real and wake everybody up, was show that he had received the inauguration 11 hours before it took place. Because even if the inauguration that day would have been completely different, they would have actually went live and changed a bunch of shit, it doesn't matter, because how the fuck would he have gotten Kamala Harris and Joe Biden to swear in and contribute to his little fake video? All he had to do was show it, but sorry, he overslept, and he didn't actually even tell anybody until 5 p.m. Eastern, 5 hours, about 5.5 hours after the inauguration had ended. It's actually like closer to 6.
Some people say that they've received that. Charlie Ward was one of them. The other thing is, the new vice president, Kamala, she was sworn in first. That's not constitutional.
What? The vice president is always sworn in first. What did you just... What? Now we've thrown a wrench into things. What did you think was going to happen? I don't... It's always just before, like the president, you could think of the president as like the main event. And then you have like warming up, like like comedians, right? You have a comedian that comes in, he's the headliner. Then you have somebody warning. The vice president's always sworn in first. That's strange that he even goes there. Have you ever seen an inauguration, or you just watched this one because you thought Trump was going to come riding in horseback or something? It's weird. I don't know. I don't even know why he would I don't even know why he would go there, or why he would say this, or who put him on that. I haven't even heard any of the grifters saying that. I don't know.
They're saying because of that and because of these things, this presidency is not. It's more or less void. It's not in existence. And I understand what you're thinking. I thought the same thing. Then why are they in the White House? Well, some of the things that have come out is Pentagon will not allow any of his staff access to the Pentagon. And if you have something,
Oh God,
please, definitely definitive either way.
that's some leftover fucking bullshit from during the transition. These people that Trump. It seemed like Trump was being petty. That's the most honest answer I can give you. Trump was being petty and resisting some of the transition that was going through the Pentagon. They weren't getting the information they received. They weren't allowed the office spaces they received. Shit like that. It was just pettiness.
I mean, this is not a Biden thing or a President Trump thing. I'm just looking for information because I'd love to know if this is this far out and far whacked out that this is actually true. Then this government, we could be in it could be a civil war. Depends on how it works out.
Ooh.
They're saying that the
big ballin'
government as we know it is defunct. This is coming from Charlie Ward. Defunct as in bankrupt. They're able to print money, but it is not doing anything for our inflation. I really would like feedback so we can have another video and discuss those, especially on the people, Charlie Ward, Simon Parks, Scott McKay, Mel K. Mel K seems very informative. So doesn't Charlie Ward. But actors, good actors, can make you believe anything you want to hear. So if anybody has any background in or knowledge of any of these people that I have brought up, I would like to know. And I'm sure many people would like to know. There's a lot of people that followed many of these individuals and now have stopped. And maybe they are still following.
Well, you keep making kind of half-ass, almost decent points, and then you keep validating them yourself. I don't think you want to know. I think you want to seem like you're objective. And then from that, this is meet videos about everything. MEET, like welcome, meeting, meet videos about everything. It sounds like you're validating yourself. You want to sound objective. You want to sound educated on the topic, but you have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know why. I don't know why you just couldn't Google why are vice presidents sworn in first. I don't know. Hi, we had that guy. We went through that. What is? Oh, that was just a run over. Meghan Markle's. Was this something? Royal couple are filling post interview. I didn't watch that. This was that was the K. Griggs interview. Okay. Simon Parks. Simon Parks had an update.
Just a quick update, really. It's more of a
that's loud as hell.
It's become quite obvious a number of people are unfortunately taking their own lives, specifically because they are very concerned about the vaccines, and some people are in employment where they feel that their employer is going to force them to take the vaccine. And very tragically, a member of Connecting Consciousness has taken their own life.
Don't worry, we're getting new money with the quantum financial system.
Really, what I'm actually to the membership of CC
I've heard this, and I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that the new money that comes with the quantum financial system, you actually need to get rid of a large portion of your old money, or else it's just going to be a hassle trying to turn it in, trying to get it recycled. You have to take it to a special place. You can actually drop that off in my donation account at KULTKLUB.com, KULTKLUB, Cult Club spelled with K's, redirects to our donation site. You can get rid of all that old and nasty fiat money. You can just drop it there. It'll accept it. You never have to worry about it again. When you get your new money, you'll be living the high life. Also, you can go to KULTKLUB.com, same website, /merch, MERCH, and buy one of our stickers. You can actually get rid of $4 at a time there. We have stickers for sale, $4 at a time. That's U.S. only. That includes taxes and shipping. So it's to be fair, it's probably a good deal for your money. That money's what's that money worth now? Nothing, probably. And the last link is buymeacoffee.com /cold beer. If you don't want to sign in, you don't want to do all that shit, you can do it without doing any of that at buymeacoffee.com /cold beer. Especially if you're trying to donate from Facebook. It doesn't like the Cult Club one, Stream Elements. They basically told me that the Facebook, coming from Facebook to donate is like a shit show. It works like 10% of the time. Zimbabwe dollars, sure. If you can stuff them in there, let's get them.
They are very concerned about the vaccines, and some people are in employment where they feel that their employer is going to force them to take the vaccine.
So the most recent explanation I've heard about the medicine is all I can say on YouTube. Was that there is one of the three brands that is actually inert. It doesn't actually do anything, but it also won't hurt anybody in any way. And they're claiming that that's the one that he specifically picked. Even though to show the American, I don't know, play the game, even though he did it in secrecy and tried not to tell anybody, just weird shit. I don't know. None of that shit makes sense. But yeah, that's a decision for you. I can't even talk about it on YouTube.
Very tragically, a member of Connecting Consciousness has taken their own life because they were very frightened that they might have to end up taking the vaccine. And really what my message now is to the membership of CC. If you or you know somebody who's in that sort of dilemma, please do not sit on it. I want you to connect with your immediate coordinator. What
happened to his camera? Got worse. The angle changed. The lighting's bad. I can't even see the pyramid. Where's the cat shitting box?
Speak to you quickly. I won't.
What happened? Audio's bad.
So if there is anybody within the CC membership who is so concerned, worried, depressed, that they feel that they might be forced to, take this vaccination.
You think some Trump voters come over and roughed him up and stole his webcam and microphone? It's like, you don't need this no more, old man, alien fucker.
Just get in touch with your coordinator and they will pass it on to me. There's nothing useful to take your own life. There's absolutely no point in doing that. We've got to stop this. There is no way. To my knowledge,
I'll agree with that. If you feel like you're gonna have some type of self-harm episode, you seek help. There's hotlines. There's places you can show up. Seek help. I've been there before. It's not anything to be embarrassed about or whatever. You just need help.
Knowledge that a person can be forced, and we are aware of a lawyer who's written some very helpful notes, which we will share, so that if an individual is put under pressure, there is a legal way to prevent you having to take that vaccination. It is not worth killing yourself. It's not worth committing suicide. There are other ways that we could do this. So I urge you strongly, if you are in that sort of situation, please speak to your coordinator. Your coordinator will get a message to me, and if that will help, I will Zoom or Skype with you.
I can have to move to the United States, maybe.
I cannot afford to have any more of my members committing suicide because they feel helpless. Connecting Consciousness was designed to support people, and although we're all very busy at the moment,
that's right, Mason.
I'll absolutely make it a priority to support you personally and individually.
I think they're banking all their money on there's a med bed for sore assholes.
Please don't use this.
There's moles, voles, and sore assholes. It's the old bird root juice.
You want to have a talk to me. This is not what this is about, because you will be taking up a slot somebody who really needs it. So, this is not a fast track to get to me unless it's absolutely crucial. We were totally devastated when we heard about this individual who's a member of CC, and also we've had people who may not be members of CC, but their family is, and they're very supportive of me, and they've listened to the shows Hello Dog. We have to.
All right, I'm gonna skip the rest of it. I didn't know somebody hurt themselves that was following him. I wasn't paying that much attention. All right, let's move on. That's pretty fucked up that you've been lying to them and feeding them all this bullshit. Do you not stop and think at some point, Simon, that maybe I led them down this road and gave them false hope, and finally they realized I was a piece of shit? How could you fucking, I did one show as a joke, and my entire community in the Discord knew that I was lying. And I felt fucking bad about it at the end. We were supposed to do it for a week to see how many people we could get to show up, and I couldn't do the second show. But to go out here and fucking lie, and then you have people taking their own lives, you don't sit around and think, fuck, did I set them up too high? I told them the inauguration would be fake, then I told them there was fake nuclear weapons, and then I told them that don't worry, it's coming back. Then I told them that trust the military. Then I told them the military is all homosexuals. Then I told. What do you mean, no, some people believed you? I know, that was the point. That was the joke. That some people can fucking believe me. That was a joke. I told everybody in Discord hours before it happened. And we sat and talked about some of the stuff I could talk about. The joke is that some people believe me. If everybody thought it was fake, that wouldn't be a joke. Oh. All right. What else we got? This is we check out one of this guy's videos. I don't know if we won't watch it all. This guy was sent to me through Facebook. Apparently he is personal friends with Big Daddy Brad. That's how I talk about Brad because he's all beautiful and whatnot. Big Daddy Brad, personal friends. He runs something called the Patriots Corner. His name is Anthony Pruitt. I think I got his Facebook. I got his Facebook as well. Let's check out what he's been talking about. This video hails from the 15th.
Good morning, everyone. Got Anthony here with the Patriots Corner. I'm going to adjust my camera some. Man, it feels good to be back in the saddle, going over all this March Madness, dumbest stuff I've ever seen coming out of the media right now.
Uh-oh.
Craziest things I've ever seen. Hello. Now people are rolling into chat. Karen, Don, William, Stephanie, welcome. We got from Pennsylvania, Louisiana, West Tennessee, Ohio. Hey, Josh Lane, how are you, man? Tupelo, Mississippi, Kingsport, Tennessee. Hello, James Miller.
Oh, shit. Kingsport, Tennessee. To straighten some people out over here in my neck of the woods. Alabama. Don't tell Scott's researchers,
Kim
please.
Holbeck, welcome.
I've still been playing along.
Still got lotion on my hands from getting the kids to bed, so I find myself rubbing the lotion into my knuckles so they don't crack this winter.
Yeah. When you're sitting in front of a computer screen grinning like this and you just turned your computer on, you don't want to be clearing off Kleenexes from your desk and rubbing in the rest of that lotion into your hand, okay?
Florida, Missouri, Indiana, another Missouri, Lexington, Kentucky. You right down the road. That's Josh Moore. What's up, buddy?
I think, I don't know how these guys know each other, but if I had to guess, typically when you're in one of those pyramid schemes, the only friends you really have are other people that are on the pyramid scheme. So we'll see if we can see evidence that he's also a pyramid schemer. I like how we're building a group of grifters that we cover that are only do pyramid schemes. It's been fun.
As everybody's coming in, listen, I'm really sorry about the last week. I've been in Facebook jail. Free.
Oh shit.
I contested it and everything else. They're like, nope. I'm trying to remember what the post was. I know I took a screenshot of it. Something stupid. But evidently they didn't like it. So, we'll come on YouTube, speak freely. I'll say what I want. I'm not being monetized. I didn't monetize my account, so they can go on with themselves. I guess I can start playing music in the intro too. Kind of pick my music since I'm not monetized. I can play some tunes that I don't have any rights to. All right, folks, listen, we've got some,
you got to be careful. You can still get your video taken down.
Not that there's any shortage of it, and there hasn't been since I had to take a break. I've been in jail, like I said, and guys, I hope you all
His lotion lover.
Just ghost everyone, but I found myself in the crunch time of us moving here soon, and just took the time to really zone in on what was truly important in that moment, which was making sure that this loan goes smoothly and making sure that our house is ready to go so that we're not caught with our pants down. So I had to deplug. I had to unplug.
That's right.
I had to take a break. I had to take care of business around the house. And trust me, every one of you are important to me, but I couldn't even like your post or comment or anything. So I'm sorry, guys. I just took the time.
Dude, everybody, I know YouTube isn't great, and I wish internet censorship was better. But I have been banned 20 times as much for my live streams on Facebook than I have on YouTube so far. And I've probably been banned 4 to 5 times as many times on Twitch than I have on YouTube. I don't even stream to Twitch anymore, so that number is going to decrease. But YouTube has been all right, which I'm still small. A lot of times they don't mess with a whole lot of channels unless they get like a crazy amount of reports, and they have to look at it until you get above like 10,000 subs, because then you know you actually have some influence. Hell, I don't even have 2,000, so maybe that's it.
Time to get stuff done. So first up, how many we got now? I'm showing 669. It should climb up. Share this out, guys. If you haven't already, give us a thumbs up. It really helps the channel by the algorithm. Also, subscribe if you haven't. We're going to stay on top of everything coming from here on out. There will be some times, guys, and I hope that you can understand. There might be some days where I have to go a few days off the computer. We're getting ready to pack up my office, like very, very soon. So when my computer gets
get it,
up,
let's get moved.
Move most of it in my car.
I got to skip ahead. I can't do any more of this.
Madam Vice President, do you have any comment on Governor Cuomo?
Some supporter of women, huh? A woman paraded around as a champion for women, quick to believe all women unless it doesn't work to her political advantage. A woman who once prosecuted cases on behalf of rape victims, who then turns around to raise money for the Minnesota
How old is this?
that bails out the men who rape women. This is certainly not the kind of woman we need running this country as president. And that's why—
Damn, Trump's going in!
The fuck was that?
Well, I think she said it best. I mean, I'm not even going to comment. I think she explained it very well to you the way she felt about Kamala Harris and her two-faced, lying, deceiving self, and what she's promised America, and what light she shines on herself to hide her shadow. Okay, because she's two-faced, just like Biden, just like the rest of them, just like most of them. But what president?
Cuomo sexual assault allegations. Is he just covering news today?
A governor who's had—
I know I might have picked the wrong video. I know he covers some Q stuff.
That's your fix. Let's just go take this convention center over. We'll pay him a bunch of money, and we'll just throw all these people in there in a confined space where 40% of them are already testing positive for COVID. We'll spread it to the rest of them. And
I
then
might have just picked a bad video.
As the inflation of the
It
dollar.
doesn't really matter. We got to get to a Scott McKay video anyways.
Okay.
Inherited a mess at the border. Fact, 9,000 illegals all of 2020 so
That's the
far in
only reason.
2021.
It's not because it's the American
108,000
democracy. It's the way.
Is that an accurate number? How many illegals enter U.S. 2021? Doesn't seem accurate. I mean, what? We're in March, and they're 108,000 already. Has continued to decline. This is from 7 days ago. Let's see what this story says. A new report, the unauthorized immigrant population fell to— oh, this is the total population. So that won't really help us. That doesn't tell us how many people are crossing the border. I wonder where he got those numbers from. 108,000. And with coronavirus stuff still going on, 108,000? CBP for January 25th, blah, blah, blah. Executive actions. Personnel safe. Since the pandemic began, CBP has seized a significant volume of COVID-related counterfeit items. Oh, shit. I didn't even know people were counterfeiting COVID. I guess they counterfeit everything, don't they? There was 177,000 FDA prohibited COVID-19 test kits. 16 million counterfeit masks. There's a bunch of shit. They've been seizing. Antivirus lanyards. Chloroquine tablets. And 6,000 tablets of antibiotics. Azithromycin. I don't know. I don't really want to spend hours looking for the number, but I'll have to look. U.S. detained nearly 108,000 at Mexico border in February. Oh, what is this from this year? Maybe this is it. U.S. border agents detained nearly 100,000 migrants at U.S.-Mexico border in February, according to two people familiar with preliminary figures, the highest monthly total since a major border surge in 2019. The figures, which have not been previously reported, show the scope of growing migrant influx at the southwest border as U.S. President Joe Biden, a Democrat, seeks to roll back some of the restrictive policies of former President Donald Trump, a Republican. February is Biden's first full month in office. Last month's total would represent the highest tally for the month of February since 2006. The source who provided the figures at Reuters spoke on the condition of anonymity. Reuters. That's where I should have went. Where's the full story? An increasing number of children arriving. U.S. Border Patrol agents caught more than 4,500 migrants. Yeah, but he's saying 100,000 entered. It says that there's 100,000 at the border, correct? Those are not entered. Recidivism rate, blah, blah, blah. Because there's still a bunch of them just standing there on their fucking border like they're asylum seekers or some shit. There's Reuters from February 27th. 700 migrants at a camp. 27 people crossed the Mexican border on Thursday. 100 Friday. Agency lost 500 migrants. I'm just skimming for numbers. 50 tents. Including families, individuals, adult asylum seekers. I don't know. I'll have to look that up. I don't know.
So come in legally. Is that too much to ask for? Not just pile in here, like a bunch of sardines and act like we're. Whew. All right. You know what some people need to be doing? Here's where our tax-paying money needs to go. Instead of us paying so many NFL and NHL and professional baseball players, MLB players,
151,200,000 Biden bucks. There you go.
How about we pay our border patrol agents and our police officers? Maybe we'll give some incentive for some smart people that can't go out here.
I'm not saying the border won't get worse or he'll be more lax or blah blah blah. Those numbers seem crazy. With COVID still going on, the fact that they're holding up all these asylum seekers are just fucking standing on there. And the only thing that I could find anywhere close to his number was said that there's 100,000 people at the U.S. border with Mexico. It doesn't say that they've entered. It doesn't say that they snuck across. It just says at. And it was the biggest event that had ever been there. So for the month. So if they're just at, that isn't 100,000 entered.
Job doing, I don't know, mortgages, make more money than somebody that's a police officer. If we want to hold up the iconic hero for our generation, let's stop putting NFL players and NBA players on Wheaties boxes and let's start.
Whoa. Now, I don't know if you've heard this or not, but a lot of police officers are prior service military. And those guys, you got to watch them. They'll be shooting guns and sucking dicks in a heartbeat.
And folks, they've industrialized the teacher and they're paying you less than minimum wage. That's what it boils down to. It makes me sick. And anybody that knows me outside of the Patriots corner knows how I feel about that. So he inherited a mess. Well, you know, the government.
Same
the
cadence, psychosis, meth.
Coming to help you. Man,
I don't know.
You got it figured out, boy. That they're wanting you to teach.
Only
kids,
some of them talk to the general, though.
That our history is being taken out of the schools, and as a teacher, should be.
Just like that, you learned that abortionists do sell bodies, and vaccine manufacturers do use fetal tissue. The Trump admin refuses to lift its baseless restrictions on human fetal tissue research, which is preventing our nation's scientists from advancing studies to find treatments and cures for coronavirus. We're calling on HHS Secretary Azar to immediately lift these restrictions.
Standing up. I didn't even mean to talk about all this tonight, but it's coming from the heart.
Oh.
Cursing.
Lines is from the heart, brother.
Kids can't even sign their names. Looks like a 2-year-old wrote their name in alphabet, and they've been on one of them tracing pads for maybe a week and haven't even learned how to write. I'm saying teenagers can't sign their names. Well, that's convenient. You can't even sign your own name. Man, the last time I remember that happening to a huge group of people, and they had to hide to learn it, was the slaves during slavery. And not just ours. All the other countries that have had slaves. You don't want them to read. You don't want them to be smart. You don't need them to write. You don't need none of that. You might actually grow up and be something one day with an opinion. Come on, folks. I know y'all are with me. We just got to rant sometimes. Ratings for the Grammys hit an all-time low despite everyone being stuck at home. It makes me smile. Wait till you see these numbers, folks. You don't think this whole pedophilia thing has not absolutely smashed the entertainment industry? Smashed them. Look at these numbers, guys. I'm gonna scroll down here. I'm gonna read this to you. This is just
that's what's causing it. It's not like the coronavirus and shit.
Ratings for the Entertainment Awards plunged from 18.8 million viewers in 2020 to 8.8 million viewers across all platforms.
To be fair, typically, I usually know when shit like that's going on. I've seen advertisements. They've been pumping it up. I see an ad here. I see check this out. I see vote now. If there's like an audience pick, I didn't even know they were happening until after they happened. I wish I would have, because a show I watch, which I watched after the fact, was talking about Song of the Year. I think it was Song of the Year. And they made a prediction, and it had 10-1 odds. 10-1 odds that a song called I Can't Breathe, who no one's ever heard, who no one's ever seen on the radio, but a song by a African-American creator called I Can't Breathe would win Song of the Year. And they placed a $40-some bet, well, I guess $48 bet. They won $480 against that, because it's always going to be the most woke that wins Song of the Year. I don't even think they fucking vote. And then they just be like, well, we gave this ethnicity this thing, and we gave that ethnicity this thing, and we know that this happened this year, so we better pick that I Can't Breathe song. I've never even heard it.
The decrease of 10 million viewers represents a disastrous.
Everybody knows Hollywood panders. Like, I don't give a damn if you're on the left or right. They pander. That's what they do. They want to seem like they're super, super sensitive to all of society's problems. We're the only place that has this utopia. Fuck off.
Put the remote down. Stop watching these puppets in the entertainment industries and pedophiles and people that are doing some of the worst stuff known to human beings. Dump them. They only make money because we let them make money. And that goes for anything.
You know when people are like, let's say that someone walks into a Walmart and pulls out a potentially future banned item, and if they're angry, they lash out and they take some people's lives. And then someone comes on the news and you say, and the person on the news says, this is why we got to get rid of any person who owns these potentially future banned items. The people need to go. And you'd say, hey, well, we're all not like that. I use it for defense against the government and defending my home and hunting and sport and that's what I use it for. But then everybody who disagrees with you has to be a pedo. Everybody. You can just say like shit like Hollywood and Washington and them fucking Canadians or wherever we're going to next. It's the same thing. It's the same issue that I had back in the summer with everybody saying everybody was a racist. Back in the summer, I was getting called a racist 4 to 5 times a day on social media. Now, if they were looking for someone who was actually racist, who was out here doing racist shit, they couldn't have found them if they wanted to. It was like trying to find a racist in a racist stack. Okay? So the same thing happens when you call everyone a pedo. Because the 1 or 2 people in a group that are pedos are like, yeah, this is crazy, isn't it, guys? They're calling us all pedo. Yeah, we know that's not true. And they're hiding right in plain sight because you've accused everybody and no one believes any of you. Yeah, that guy, do you still like this guy? Wait, did he say anything against Trump today? I'm gonna need to know if he made any statements and mentioned Trump in either a positive or negative way before I can make my decision whether I think he fucks around with kids. I'm going to need to see it. You can't keep doing that shit. Damn.
Because you're addicted to Dancing with the Stars? Come on, folks. We got more important things to worry about besides who won the Bengals and Ravens game. I want y'all to listen to this guy. I don't know who he is. He's all tatted up.
Oh, God. Who are we listening to?
I didn't take it that far. Okay? We're this far. That's good. We can make it through life without a tattoo on my forehead. Or these kids with tattoos all over their face. My gosh, our generation. Whoo, parents, y'all need to straighten your kids up. Sometimes they just need a good old butt whooping. Okay?
Please don't come in here just fucking trying to start shit. No one was even talking about shit.
Conversation. But he's talking about the C word. Maybe YouTube bans me now. At least I'm back on Facebook and I can go live there. Check it.
Saw the exact same. A lot of people saw it. There was a UN document. This is common knowledge, and it basically outlined the lockdowns, and they just gave it to each country and allowed each country to tweak it for their own people, to make it more palpable for their people, and to give the impression that it wasn't an international document disseminated to all countries to make people think that every country made up their own rules. No. The 5 levels of lockdown were in there. In a place like Ireland, they went level 1 to 5. In a place like Canada, where we like colors, now we got green to gray. It's still 5 levels of lockdown. All the 5 levels are identical. They used Australia as the model for the 5th level of lockdown, where you can't leave your house, you can't go can't literally do anything. And that's what they really want to do here. Well, I heard about the mandatory quarantine hotels, and I knew right away it's a complete violation of our rights. And the only reason they're doing it is because they want to convince you to accept the vaccine passport. I want to stress that everything that they're doing.
Do you have rights in Canada?
Is to try to convince you that it's a good idea for you to go along with this idea of a vaccine passport, so they can vaccinate you multiple times a year, every year, and then use that as an excuse to prevent you from travel, work, congregating, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if you think it's a conspiracy theory, they already have it in place in Israel, and they've already made it quite clear that if you don't get vaccinated, you're going to be relegated to small shops and grocery stores, and you're basically shunned from the rest of society. And that's what they want. They want a complete medical tyranny on you. Once you give in to medical tyranny and you do not have bodily autonomy, and they can literally forcibly inject you with whatever they want as a pretense for you to live your life, are you free? Absolutely not. That's the most.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Let's see how he wraps this show up. I don't even know who that guy is, but let's see how he wraps this show up. Is it a Brad style ending? Is it a Meat Diver style ending?
Not prove me wrong. The truth will come out, and when it does, and it has, and we're getting it there, there will be hell to pay.
Hold on.
One thing I've ever learned through my childhood, and guys, I'm no saint by any means. You don't have to dig too deep to find some dirt on me. Okay. But if there's one thing I learned as a lesson throughout my life, is the truth will come out.
You got dirty knees?
Eventually, it is the law of the universe. You cannot prove me wrong. The truth will come out. And when it does, and it has, and we're getting it there, there will be hell to pay. There will be hell to pay for those that have squandered on our Constitution and our Republic and our voting system. So everybody have a great night. I hope that little Patriots quote will suffice as prayer. I have a lot of prayer to do tonight on my knees. I'm gonna do it by myself. Okay? So have a great night. Love you all. We'll see you soon. I may go live tomorrow. I may, if I can do it, I may just pop on Facebook a couple times.
He does do a prayer style ending, just not tonight because he's not on his knees.
Tomorrow I'll talk about some things real quick. But I probably won't do a full show tomorrow night. I've got an inspection here at the house tomorrow. I got a few loose ends to tie up before that. So you all
Okay. Cut it off there in the middle. All right. We got one more video to talk about, which would be Patriot Meat Diver. Oh, I didn't mean to actually spell it like that. Street Fighter 7. He posted one today, and he's calling out the forking police system. It's kind of like, what it reminded me of is, you know how we watched the one last night? The one last night was where he like starts talking, and he's on his radio show, and he moves it over to the cop who arrested the person. I showed you guys the video. It's almost like this video was recorded before that video, but it's like the way the videos seem to mesh up when you watch them both, but it wasn't. This one's from 6 hours ago today. He streamed it live, unless he's streaming replays through a special program. Oh shit! My sister died. Oh, I hate that. I just found out today one of my cousins is in the hospital on a ventilator with COVID and double pneumonia. We waited so long to go in. He's fucked up.
Under absolute despotism, it is their right.
Big Spider.
I didn't hear that. I didn't know about that. But she gets a lot of great intel.
What do we know about?
Because I want you folks to be able to have that, probably get it to you by tomorrow. Because we're going to do another show together next week. And I'll tell you why we're going to do that. But a week from tomorrow, we're going to do a live.
I don't know what he said, actually.
And Kirsten.
Now I want to go back.
Got to wait. All good stuff. A lot of stuff happening. Your movement is drawing still a lot of attention. A lot of people. You guys were the topic of conversation today in a show that I did with Dave Snedeker and Kirsten W. Great show, by the way. I'm actually going to get a copy of that show. I'm going to get it up on the channel because I want you folks to have that, probably get it to you by tomorrow, because we're going to do another show together next week. And I'll tell you why we're going to do that. But a week from tomorrow, we're going to do a live
I don't know what
stream
channel
with
they
Dave
did it
Snedeker
on.
and Kirsten
I have to
W.
find it.
She was dropping bomb loads of intel today that was stuff I have not heard. And I think you get Kirsten on a roll, she'll just start unloading a bunch of stuff. Some of it ties together with the current conversation. Some of it doesn't, but it doesn't matter. You're like, holy Mary, Mother of God, are you kidding me? I didn't hear that. I didn't know about that. But she gets a lot of great intel. And today, being on Dave's show called Indoctrination, you'll get an introduction to him. Like me, he's been down these rabbit holes for a lot of years. And we talked about how, doesn't it feel nice after all these years of people just kind of pushing back on us, or like avoiding the conversation we might get into, all that kind of stuff. It kind of makes you feel bad at times, but now all of a sudden the world wants to know what we've learned over the course of time, and it became time not wasted. So I found that to be an interesting point. Wouldn't have mattered. I would have done it anyways. I wasn't doing it for people to say, hey, we love that, and you get your approval. To me, it's just that I needed to know. So that was a great experience today with those guys. You'll get a chance to meet them both in a live stream next week. So if you're brand new to this channel, my name is Scott McKay. I'm the host of The Tipping Point on Revolution Radio. It's kind of that, it was that move that I made in my life that actually opened up the opportunity to be here with you and create the Patriot Street Fighter Revolution, where now all of us around the country and the world, Patriots.
It's always something. Today it's a revolution.
We see that. We know that because we watch these.
New firing positions, boys.
Is Patriot Street Fighter. This is Naval Air Support. You can't really see this F-18 Super Hornet on the shirt. It's kind of
Patriot Street Fighter, Naval Air Support. And I'm going to put, dude, this guy wants to marry a serviceman so badly. He's like, I would look good wearing nothing but a nightie and your fucking Ranger cap. Jesus Christ, dude.
Darkened out. We're gonna
Put
get that
your dick away.
So today we're honoring Naval Air Support, naval personnel that are running their military missions to keep us safe. Yesterday, the day before, I think.
Welcome, Beverly.
Artillery support.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Our finest people in America. They're our veterans, our patriots out there, the war fighters.
Dude, I hate to put this out there. I was gonna hold it back, but I'm just gonna say it. I know that he personally masturbates to recruitment videos for U.S. military. And when I say military, do not think that I mean Coast Guard. I mean the real fucking military. I'm even looking at you, Navy, thinking about cutting you off. Bunch of fucking life preservers just floating around.
Everybody involved from Coast Guard right on down to right down to all the other branches that serve our country. And that's Ron's way of, he's former Navy, and that's way.
This douchebag, the only one he names is the Coast Guard, and he's like, and all the other branches too. That's the way men introduce the military. Good job.
Is him giving respect to all of our warfighters and people that keep us free. So we see these T-shirts that are flying out the door, that are getting ordered, and the biggest one are the Save the Kids building blocks, spelling blocks, with more information.
I'm not doing anything special. I'm just fucking hanging out talking shit, Barry. But yeah, you're welcome
to the real reality of the world we live in, and that is that we have things that are going on in this world that are not only unjust, completely inhumane to the most precious resource and asset we have, and that are the kids of the world. So anyway, so this all got started to the point where it's now morphing into quite a machine of information. You folks are doing a great job bringing more people to the conversation. The best way.
He meant a money-making machine. He meant a money-making machine. $30 for a T-shirt? Hell yeah. What's the cost to produce that? $7. Help put it on me. Is there one that you could put my face literally from the neckline to the groin region and then have some type of snarky comment about Trump and masks? That would be awesome. That'd be awesome. Yeah, save the kids. That's exactly right. These fucking psychopaths hijacked the Save the Kids movement. And that's how they got so much social media exposure. Was using hashtag Save the Kids, which is an actual organization. I showed you guys that last night and night before last. And originally, for like fucking 2 months, they're like, oh yeah, Save the Kids. Yeah. Well, we can go along with that organization that's also a nonprofit. Then they decided that Bill Gates owns it. So they're like, fuck it. We're the only real Save the Kids. And they started actively fighting over the hashtag. So there's that.
Way to follow me if you really need to know minute by minute what's happening in terms of where we land on a day like today. I just tell people, get connected to me on Telegram. It's not in this video yet because I just threw this up, but after we're done, I'll put in the description
Telegram
all of the links to stay connected.
I love Telegram
to me and this movement in case this channel comes down. Okay, now I have been negligent in getting these videos and live streams off of this channel, and I'm giving them an opportunity to take them down themselves and hit us with strikes, boot us out, and then also take our channel away, which they've done 8 times so far. However, good news is
8 Purple Heart time. Absolutely. 8-time Purple Heart recipients who you're talking to right here. An 8-time Purple Heart recipient. If you're wearing a fucking hat, you better take it off. I'm thinking you need to place your hand over your heart at this point, just for the rest of the video.
However, good news is Patriot Street Fighters absolutely, unequivocally will not be defeated. They will not go away. Because within 10 days, I think we're about 132,000 subscribers when they nuked us less than 2 weeks ago. You guys are now about 61,000 subscribers back. Imagine if they hadn't taken us down. We would have 1 million plus subscribers, probably 2 million, if they hadn't started kicking us off the channels, taking our channels down because they don't want the world to learn the truth of what we know. But it doesn't matter because what you have done, folks out there, you've taught other YouTube personalities that are bringing.
When you say When you say I've had 8 channels ranging anywhere from 100,000 to 50,000 and they've kicked them all off, and then you say, so we would have probably have 2 million subs by now, you don't get to add them together. A lot of those are repeat. So just because you lost them on Patriot Street Fighter 1, a lot of those will come to Patriot Street Fighter 2. Those are not all brand new subs. You don't get to add them up. Patriot Street Fighter 3, plus Patriot Street Fighter 4, plus Patriot Street Fighter 5. That's not the way it works, buddy.
Information out to the world that you don't leave the battlefield. You don't say, well, they're going to keep doing this. I'm going to go, here, there. We'll eventually get a platform where we're safe and protected. But this one, I'm not leaving. I'm not allowing them to take this battleground from me, not from you. And we'll just keep bringing more channels. Go ahead and take them down. We're going to keep coming back and keep coming back. And what you're doing is you're teaching America to fight again. You're teaching them to fight again. But to follow us, okay, if you're new, you can connect with me at patriotsriseup.com. It'll be in, the
deletes his own channels.
And all the
he honestly could be deleting his own channels. He did make that comment that said, you would not believe the amount of donations that came in when our channel went down. I wish or no, he said, I need to find a way to take one of my channels down a night every week and just watch it all roll in. Starts laughing with his buddy. It's almost like he forgot he was talking to people that he claims that he doesn't want your money. He doesn't want your attention. He doesn't want your views. He just wants someone to get the information out. I don't know.
The videos go to Rumble. After I'm done here, they go to Rumble, and I put the rolling ticker tape in there, so it puts the website links in there, patriotsriseup.com. Also, scottmckay.us.
Ticker
Very
tape.
easy to remember. You can go there, learn about our mission here, get connected to our current YouTube channel, that you can get over and see the videos that may be up there. You're connected to Rumble, which gets all of the videos up there. BitChute has all of our work up there. My buddy Chris Walsh, former Marine, patriot, doing all this work on his own accord, working for freedom. Getting them up on BitChute and YouTube, BitChute and Brighteon. All this stuff's going there. If you want to support the cause, donate to the mission. Great. We don't monetize this channel. Nothing wrong with monetizing channel for advertising dollars. That's fantastic. But I made that decision. My channel.
Actually, correct spelling is only a requirement when you're talking shit. Don't misspell a very simple word while you're talking shit to somebody. It just makes you look like an idiot.
There. If you want to support the cause, donate to the mission. Great. We don't monetize this channel. Nothing wrong with monetizing channel for advertising dollars. That's fantastic. But I made that decision. My channel wasn't going to be monetized. My information is always free. The only contention I have is with these dime store douchebags who pretend they're me and get my information, get our videos, put them up on their channel, monetize.
Scott, I miss the days when I was your only dime store douchebag. And then someone said they saw one of your videos and it had ads on it, and you've lost your fucking shit. Because people are watching someone else's channel, and you don't get a chance to protect your copyright and check and see if the general's on the line and touch yourself to a military recruitment video. Chill out.
Monetize the life out of them, but they don't put their own mug or their own title to their channel up. They steal ours. And I was very adamant on this.
Steal it.
I'm not going to monetize my channel.
Steal it.
But you take my videos and you put them up on yours. And if YouTube is willing to pay you advertising money to do it, fantastic. Make the money. I don't want any of it. Get the information out. This is a mission. Okay. This is a mission, not a money machine, a mission. Go out there, spread the word.
Someone in Scott's Telegram, I got a screenshot. It says, Scott, I support Trump. I really do. But not when he's pushing this dangerous V word onto innocent people. How can he do that? How can that be part of the plan? Answer. Don't give up on T-Man. T-Man. Don't give up on T-Man. People have a choice of freedom to either take the V word or not. He is playing their game. Imagine if he came out and said something negative, or if he didn't say anything at all, it would ruin the military plans and we could possibly lose the war. Okay, he used the term money machine. No, I didn't catch it, but I'll back up some, see if I miss it, I'll catch it again. I always watch these 2 or 3 times, see if I can find something to make fun of.
With these dime store douchebags who pretend they're me and get my information, get our videos, put them up on their channel, monetize the life out of them, but they don't put their own mug or their own title to their channel up. They steal ours. And I was very adamant on this. I'm not going to monetize my channel, but you take my videos and you put them up on yours. And if YouTube is willing to pay you advertising money to do it, fantastic. Make the money. I don't want any of it. Get the information out. This is a mission. Okay. This is a mission, not a money machine, a mission. Go out there, spread the word. The only thing I ask for is do not violate the trademark logo. Okay. Don't violate the trademark logo. Don't violate these things that I consider that don't belong to you. Take my material, put it on your channel, call yourself by your handle, your name. There's some knucklehead out there that's now a wise guy. This is a dime store douchebag. This is a scumbag. This is somebody who's now working against our mission to free the children, because now they take a channel, they put it up, Patriot Street Fighter 9. Again, same thing. You guys are on.
Some guy put up Patriot Street Fighter 9, and he is putting out the message, and he is playing the video in its entirety, and he is pretending to be me, but he's making money off ads, and he's not protecting my copyright. So therefore, he's attacking you, because all I worry about is the message getting out. But why does he not use the take down why does he not take down my profile picture? And he has too many ads. What do you care about, Scott? Do you care about the views and the ad revenue? Or do you care about the message getting out there? Your profile picture is not an issue. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. No one's going to accidentally be like, oh, this must be that one guy, and I need to contact him to give him the $1 million his long-lost uncle left him as a life insurance policy. Like, no. What are you waiting on, dude? Oh, shit, Patriot Street Fighter 9's in the house. Dude, he's talking about you, brother. What are you doing to Scott? Why? What did you do to this man, and why is he crying about you? Is it because you have ads? Is it because you won't give up his profile picture? There's some douchebag out there. He's not protecting the copyright. Yeah, okay, Scott. Lots of people are protecting your copyright. I can't believe, like, we just randomly started talking shit about Patriot Street Fighter 9, and he just shows up. Oh, this is gonna be a clip. I'm gonna clip this shit. I'm gonna send it to Scott's Telegram account.
Dime store douchebag. This is a scumbag. This is somebody who's now working against our mission to free the children, because now they take a channel, they put it up, Patriot Street Fighter 9. Again, same thing. You guys.
They're working against our mission to free the children. So they are literally trying to keep children still trapped. Why? Because they didn't respect my trademark. The fuck? Okay, that makes sense.
Because now they take a channel, they put it up, Patriot Street Fighter 9. Again, same thing. You guys are unoriginal. You don't have the balls to do the right thing, but that's okay. We know you're out there. You're not part of this mission. So when you take my material and you monetize it, which I love it. Okay, but then you pretend you're me. And I'm having people reach out to me that I'm watching your videos now. It's not even worth watching because you got 20 advertisements in a video now. And that's not, and I got to explain to them, that's a dime store douchebag. That's a scumbag. That's a person.
Dude, I should have started a Patriot Street Fighter, a 113 or some crazy fucking number, 69, 420, and just have it, get it monetized quick. We need 1,000 subs, get it approved for monetization, and then from that point on, as many fucking 3-minute ads as you can possibly put in a video every 10 seconds. I don't care. It's just ad on top of ad. As soon as one ad ends, you don't even get to clear the screen. The first thing you see is another ad begins in 5 seconds. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh.
Person with no integrity or honor, and that's the kind of person that's led this country to the edge of the precipice, to the edge of the abyss. That's not me. That's not my people. That's not my followers, not my listeners. That's not us. That's them. That I consider them the enemy, because they have no integrity. They have no moral code with which they operate their life on. And so again, has nothing to do with me, because I do not monetize my channel. Okay. Even if I could dial back, if I could throttle back here, I could make a fortune. Believe me, I've learned from other people what it would mean. That if I told you how much money I'd make a month from advertising, you would think I was dumber than an outhouse rat for not doing it. But that's the advantage I have.
You can't keep going back and forth. You can't keep saying, I don't advertise because I just want the message out. And also saying, you know me, I'm a full throttle fucking meat sucker, so they won't even let me be monetized on YouTube. It's one or the other, dude. It's one or the fucking other. You cannot be both. Or are you not monetized because you are taking a step down to make your content better and so more people will watch all the way to the fucking end? Or are you such a fucking naughty YouTuber they won't even let you monetize, you dirty boy? Which one is it, dude? God, that fucking bothers me that he keeps going back and forth. He literally says, in multiple interviews, I've ensured by the content I put out there, calling out these scumbags, that they would never even offer me to be monetized. And then he's like, of course, I just want the content out there. I wouldn't monetize. If I told you how much money I was missing out on, they're like, well, you're a forking douchebag, Scott. And I'm like, yeah. What the fuck?
Because they have no integrity. They have no moral code with which they operate their life on. And so, again, has nothing to do with me because I do not monetize my channel. Okay. Even if I could dial back, if I could throttle back here, I could make a fortune.
You can't play either one, dumbass. You can't do them both.
What it would mean.
God, I hate your face.
If I told you how much money I'd make a month from advertising, you would think I was dumber than an outhouse rat for not doing it. But that's the advantage I have. I don't need the money. Well, in the literal sense that we all need money, yes, but I don't need the money to be happy. I need the mission, and I need the kids to be freed up, period. End of story. I have no price tag. I never have in my life. There's no price tag for me. Never has been. So I either believe or I don't. And if I don't, there's no dollar sign you can put in front of my face. And anybody that knows me,
no dollar sign. You couldn't even put it in front of my face.
That's why I can't be compromised with money. Can't be compromised with money. I'm willing for you to have it. I want you to get it. I want you to take YouTube, take their money, put it in your bank account, do good with it. Use my information. Somebody get money out of these suckers. It just can't be me. But don't violate the trademark. Don't pretend you're me. Don't put my picture up there. Look, I'm flattered. I said last night, I'm flattered. It's an honor.
Flattered.
Trust me.
I'm flattered. Okay.
Now you don't only.
I'm flattered.
You want to take my stuff and make you me. I'm flattered. Just don't.
I bet
make
you are.
yourself me.
I bet you are.
Myself. So
I'm flattered for you.
Said that, with that being said, that's the way I like it. With that being said, there is some interesting information that has come out. And actually, somebody sent this to me today, and I wish I could remember who did. But when they did send it, and I looked at it, I'm like, this is perfect. This is exactly what I need to share with the audience tonight, because this is relevant information. Now, I will say distinctly and directly, this is not a guy that I always follow. I have followed for a long time, but I don't always agree with it.
I've got to get in there and start feeding disinformation. I think will be the hat trick. If I can get in there, convince him that I'm someone that I'm not, gain his trust, and start putting little clues in there of where he's getting his info from. I think that's it. I think that's the ultimate plan. That is the bursting of the piñata, or the money shot. If you're Scott McKay, the money shot all over your face. I think that's it.
Guy who wrote this article, and it's Benjamin Fulford. I can't tell where he lands at times. I know Robert David Steele has a lot of respect for him.
Bev.
And I have enormous respect for RDS, because he's another guy with brass balls, and he'll take on any scumbag that's part of the cabal. He's not afraid, and he speaks his mind. Nobody rolls him. Nobody rolls over this guy. They'll get rolled hard if they try to roll him. But I know he follows Ben. And
trust me, I know he has brass balls, because when we were out in Las Vegas, he covered my face with metal polish. It smelled a little bit like bleach. I could tell exactly what it was.
Ben's come out with some great information over the years, but the thing that I don't understand is, why are they always out of time sequence? They're from past events that have happened. And sometimes, I mean, look, quite honestly, he basically, in my opinion, thought Donald Trump was one of the cabal.
Is that a man shitting on a giant penis? I don't know, but we can find out. Hold on. Let me grab this. Boom, boom, boom. Save as man on penis. We're going to save that in the downloads folder so I can find it easier. It's not where it usually goes, but that's where we'll save it. And then we'll open her up and see what she's got for us. See if we can't zoom in here. See what's going on. I want to say no, but the picture literally says yes. Why does it even have why is it's circumcised? I mean, his back looks like a vagina. I can see that, but it's not going in his back. He's he's sitting on it like a stool. The fuck is that? What are you doing to that man? I had no idea Scott even used to model art. Okay, a live fucking model for a fucking ceramics class. I had no idea, but I guess you live and learn. I guess
he got turned off, and look, I'll maybe interview him sometime because the guy is incredible. You know what he.
Hey Elaine, fuck off. I'll do what I want. First of all, it was a joke. Second of all, I don't really care what the fuck you think.
It's like to have the connections he does and gets the intel that he gets at great risk.
Sit down and rotate.
I couldn't understand
That's right.
why
Sit and spin.
Sometimes say Trump is, part of the cabal and whatever. But so he comes out with an article that I'm going to read it to you that supports what I'm saying. Just like my
I hope it's in the way.
This group, it sends me some really interesting intel that I got to spend more time deciphering. But I call them the I hate to say it's a bloodline organization. It's a very, very long-term old organization.
It's a bloodline organization. This is when he keeps saying it's a bloodline organization. It's I don't know. Maybe you guys know who he's talking about. Maybe I don't know enough about ancient organizations. He says he has an organization to that's giving him intel. It's an old organization. It's a bloodline organization. It's also always been around for the people, and he tells his chat that they should refer to them as the protectors. I think that's what he says. The protectors. See if you. I mean, what the fuck is this, like the Knights Templar or some shit? Who's he calling out here? I don't know who he's talking about.
The name for this group, it sends me some really interesting intel that I got to spend more time deciphering. But I call them the I hate to say it's a bloodline organization. It's a very, very long-term old organization. But I just want to call them the protectors. That's all I can say, the protectors. But
protectors.
Some of the information I just talked about the other day is relevant to this. And I've been saying this Khazarian mafia, their new face, their new paint job is the CCP is China. That was the next infiltration operation that's been underway for a long time and that now is really making their move to take us all down. So here's what this report says, which is encouraging. And it says the hunt, it's called attack on Khazarian mafia leadership. It intensifies. The hunt is now zeroing in on Khazarian mob leaders, such as members of the Habsburg family and their henchmen like Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Fascists, Mossad, and other sources say. They also agree that crime minister
Mossad and other sources. We just casually Mossad and other sources. We want to name Mossad because, man, what are they going to do about it? But other sources, yeah, we don't like to fuck with those guys too much.
Executed for war crimes, including the mass murder attack on Japan's nuclear power station in Fukushima on March 11, 2011. Now I'm going to segue here because I've said this before. Benjamin Netanyahu was one of my heroes. I've been to an event where he's speaking, and I've literally sat within 10 to 12.
Oh, by the way, never mind. I'll talk about that in Discord later.
12 feet of Benny Netanyahu. I had a different viewpoint of who I thought Benny Netanyahu was. I have a different viewpoint today because of things that I've learned. So based on how these people are all controlled, I learned enough about him to realize this is not the good guy. Now I know friends of mine that are Jewish go to Israel to visit. They think they're going to still think he's great. I don't really care what they think. All I want is the truth. And if they're criminals that are these criminals in these positions of power that are really wrecking humanity,
perfect sense.
My dad will tell you, I don't care if it's my father, hang him. If he's one of those guys, hang him. We can't have this. But no, the general's not going to be that guy, as you know. Every time I get on here, Pop, they're not really concerned whether I'm here or not, Pop. They're always saying, where's the general? Call the general. Is the general on? So he's on.
The general.
So, anyways.
He's on, the general.
Right. This tsunami hits Fukushima.
The sergeant general.
That wasn't natural occurrence. That was a staged attack. This is what they do. This is a chaos they create. Indonesia, whatever. They set off these nukes on, call them fault lines out in the ocean deep to create this havoc for tsunamis to come in and create this damage. Yeah. You have to get your head around
that's what they're doing. I could tell from here. That's what they're doing.
Need to, and when they can, are going to perpetuate hell on earth. This is their modus operandi. It's what it is. It's what they do. So to understand, just how historic these developments are, we need to go back to when Moses received the 10 commandments from God. It is the first 4 of these commandments that are the problem. They are, I am the Lord thy God. Take no other gods before me. Make no graven images or likenesses. Do not take the Lord's name in vain. Now, this God is the one who demands payments in gold, silver, aroma oil, sheepskins dyed red, etc.
What?
In reality, it is a group that hid its system of totalitarianism.
Well, then fucking leave. I don't appreciate you speaking to me with vulgar. Leave. Good. Don't be watching me.
Behind
Bye.
a concept of God.
Love you.
That's what I'm describing, the Kazari Mafia. The reason they
That is
demand
the car
that no
insurance
graven
general?
images
Maybe.
or likenesses be made of them, not God, our God, but of them, is that they did not want people to find out God was just a bunch of humans. Them.
Wait. Is he going? So he's leading a group of right-wing Christian conservatives, and he's now dispelling the 10 commandments in the Old Testament. Like, we don't need that part. Throw that out. Wait till you get your alien Bible, and then you'll know who really created man and earth.
It's what they do. So, to understand just how historic these developments.
Look, I've spent the last fucking 15 years of my life trying to destroy myself. It hasn't even worn me thin yet. I still got a few good years. You guys can just stick around. You can watch the implosion.
We need to go back to when Moses received the 10 commandments from God. It is the first 4 of these commandments that are the problem. They are, I am the
First
Lord thy
4
God.
commandments wrong.
Take no other gods before me. Make no graven images or likenesses. Do not take the Lord's name in vain. Now, this God is the one who demands payments in gold, silver, aroma oil, sheepskins dyed red, etc. In reality, it is a group that hid its system of totalitarianism behind a concept of God. And that's what I'm describing, the Kazari Mafia. The reason they...
So he's just describing Jewish people of the Old Testament. That's the Khazarian Mafia to him. I mean, even the New Testament, even if you want to say just follow the New Testament, builds on the Old Testament. When God said, like, you don't have to make the sacrifice. It's not about, or Jesus said, you don't have to make the sacrifice. It's not about, I'm the ultimate sacrifice. I came so no one would have to sacrifice again. Even those people who passed away under that, well, I don't care. Why? Oh, holy shit. You go and you go and send up 10 Hail Marys. I would appreciate it. As long as it's not fucking here. God damn. Anyways, even the people of old that were in the Old Testament that passed away, the people that are mentioned by name in the Old Testament that passed away, when Jesus, they went on to paradise, which I guess you get into an argument against. Paradise is not the same place as heaven, right? They went on to paradise. They went on to a place, but it wasn't heaven because Jesus hadn't went to prepare a place yet. So when Jesus dies in the 3 days before he's resurrected, he goes not only to prepare a place, but he goes and speaks with the people that are in paradise and takes them up to heaven before he's ever resurrected on Easter. So those people that were living under that system, those people that promoted those system, those people that were part of that system, went with Jesus to fucking heaven. So, I mean, how bad could they be? I am part of the devil. I am the devil's fucking anal gland. And what I do from that anal gland is just irritate his prostate while he's fucking your old lady. It's a weird situation we're in.
Demand that no graven images or likenesses be made of them, not God, our God, but of them, is that they did not want people to find
fucking forks.
God was just a bunch of humans. Them.
I know that you live in like your church group, your church group message where you make fun of where you make fun of other members and talk about how they're whoring around on their husband, but then on Sunday you're like, "Hi, nice to see you. God bless you." But you've been to the real fucking internet, right? There's some real fucked up shit there, you dumb cunts.
The wizards behind the curtain. In other words, secrecy
right,
is
Joe.
essential to their system of governance. This is not to deny the existence of a divine spark or divine creator, or what we call God. It is just to assert that the Western monotheistic gods, Allah, Yahweh, God, etc., are camouflaged for groups of human slavers. They have a secret leader.
They've been hanging out the whole show until one of them's like, don't convince Scott that you're giving him real information and hide subliminal messaging in it to make a fucking joke. I get payback, but that's too far. And then they fucking came out of the woodwork.
Known as Pindar, who is their absolute ruler for playing the role of God.
Makes sense.
I still remember these people telling me, there is no God, we are God. That's what they say. When they first asked me, Ben Fulford, to join them in their genocidal plans. Remember, the world religion comes from Latin religare, which is R-E, then L-I-G-A-R-E, or to rebind into a single bundle of fasci, hence the word fascism. The present-day leadership of these fascist totalitarians is trying to desperately stay in power now by using their fake pandemic to force people to take the gene-altering vaccines that will call the weak in a zombie apocalypse and further domesticate the survivors. I'm going to read this again. The present-day leadership of these fascist totalitarians, which is a Khazarian mafia, is trying desperately to stay in power by using their fake pandemic to force people to take gene-altering vaccines.
They've been here for 18 million years.
C-U-L-L. In a zombie apocalypse and further domesticate the survivors. As one of their top henchmen, Henry Kissinger, once said, the goal is to make it as impossible for the common people to oppose them as it is for a sheep to oppose a farmer. Unfortunately for them, these would-be masters of the human animal farm never envisioned that their guard dogs, the military, and intelligence agencies of the West would turn against them. That is exactly what is now happening, as we shall see below. For example, last week we received a detailed report from German intelligence about exactly who and where the leaders of this fascist group are in the 1-hour audio recording at the link below, which I won't play. Mike McKibben of Leader Technologies and his group of researchers have done a deep dive into the history and the lineage of the World Economic Forum's Klaus Schwab and his masters. The real reporting full of actionable intelligence based on months of research,
getting worse,
going through paper archives, etc. And it's there's a link here. Just for the heck of it, I'm going to click that link on just to see how much information is there. Looks like, yeah, it looks like I would need to subscribe to it, which I likely will. But let me jump back to where we are here.
So his deep state, been around for billions of years, bloodline deep in the underbelly, protectors of the human race, intel people, his sources from deep. I mean, they've been around forever, dude. They've always been here to protect the human race. They've been around for a while. They are a bloodline unity. They've always been here fighting the evil. Just signed you up. Just sent you intel to sign you up for their newsletter. Is that what you just said? Oh, it looks like I got to create an account. I will. I probably will.
The takeaway from all the information presented is that the royal families of Europe, including Queen Elizabeth, the Habsburgs, the Spanish royals, etc., believe they're descendants of Jesus Christ. They believe it is their God-given destiny to rule humanity from Jerusalem. The chief instrument of their rule is the Bank for International Settlements, BIS, and control.
I hope that the people that are reaching out to him to be his intelligence source have convinced him that they are some type of mafia-style family from the old days, from the dawn of civilization, and they are here to help him and only him, because they originally quoted and said the reason they reached out to him, this is Scott's own words, the reason they reached out to him and not someone else is because he was able to take criticism. They apparently haven't watched any of his fucking shows, but I hope this is all an extremely elaborate ruse to verify if his car's warranties ran out, and it's just some dude in fucking Somali on a headset. And then eventually, when he finally makes the final phone call, they're gonna be like, "I am calling because your car's warranty has expired." Maybe that'll fix the universe finally.
The creation and distribution of currency, as well as control of most transnational corporations. What do we see these people have been doing for decades now? Exactly that. This group puts together big long-term plans such as a war on terror and a COVID-19 pandemic to herd the sheeple with. They then distribute currency created out of thin air to their henchmen to bribe politicians, what do I always say, media figures, etc., to impose their plans and carry out insider trading based on these plans, which, as we know, you have Kelly Loeffler, you have Roy Blunt, and whatever these other three scumbags. There's 2 to 3 other scumbags who made a ton of money off their big pharma stocks when they learned ahead of time about COVID-19 insider trading. That's how they all get rich, because they're scumbags.
That's the Khazarian mafia.
I don't know if I've ever mentioned
there.
that before, but I don't want to let that.
Wasn't Trump trying to get Loeffler elected? Wasn't that going on? Or no? Okay. I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn.
The insider trading of airline stocks prior to 9/11.
Appreciate
good
it.
Example. Same thing. Isn't it amazing how it's always just a coincidence, but these bastards never go down. They never go to jail. Never go to jail. In recent years, tyrants have been fighting amongst themselves over who would get the job of Messiah in their planned fascist New World Order. The British royals were pushing for Prince William to play the role. The Italian P3 fascists are promoting an individual by the name of Marco De Mauro, who is apparently a charismatic Italian with stigmata. There were other would-be dictators, including the executed top Nazi, George Bush Sr., leader of the Fourth Reich, I might add. And if I have yet to mention it, taken down by the military as the
George Bush Sr. Okay.
We probably haven't known of in this
top
country.
Nazi. Okay.
I don't know if I ever mentioned that. I wanted to make sure I got that out too. So, and okay, a descendant of David Rockefeller, going by the moniker Supreme Rockefeller. So, the Muslims were also looking for someone to play the role of Mahdi or Messiah to usher in the new age.
That's right.
What all these people failed to realize is that the rest of the world is waking up and is not going to go along with their plans and let themselves be enslaved. Thank goodness. The collapse of their COVID-19 pandemic is a very good example of how their ability to herd humanity is falling apart. This plan was rushed into implementation prematurely in
herd the sheeple
after they realized the Asian nations were no longer going to finance them. Most importantly, their original attempt to cause mass deaths with 5G electromagnetic attacks and then blame it on coronavirus has been neutralized, which we've heard. That's why Trump had the CEO of Huawei arrested in Canada. They've also unhitched American technologies from them, etc. As a reminder, and is not going to go along with their plans and let themselves be enslaved. Thank goodness. The collapse of their COVID-19 pandemic is a very good example of how their ability to herd humanity is falling apart. This plan was rushed into implementation prematurely in late 2019 after they realized the Asian nations were no longer going to finance them. Most importantly, their original attempt to cause mass deaths with 5G electromagnetic attacks and then blame it on coronavirus has been neutralized, which we've heard. That's why Trump had the CEO of Huawei arrested in Canada. They've also unhitched American technologies from them, etc. As a reminder, take a look at this detailed presentation showing how the initial outbreak of the coronavirus dovetailed almost exactly with the start of 5G networks around the world. And again, I'm going to go ahead and hit that link.
I've never heard that one before.
Take a snapshot look to see if I can explain it. Well, it's taking a little time to load and I'm not really patient. So what happened was that the 5G networks were almost immediately shut down which is why the mortality rate for this so-called virus is now the same as the general population's mortality rate before the pandemic. And these factors, folks, and these figures, they are not debatable and they are irrefutable. The data is out there by the very agencies.
I would really, 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 really love to see where whoever's feeding him from this information, what message board they're getting off of, so I could read along and keep up.
Put this bullshit on us as a massive lie, including the CDC. So there are also more and more whistleblowers coming out of the woodwork. For example, last week, a doctor at a KKR hospital in Japan called to say that all so-called COVID-19 cases in Japan.
I'm just watching this, and I'm in it anyways. You're not missing much.
And that all the patients he saw were victims of an electromagnetic attack, not a virus. Below, you can read a report from a Canadian whistleblower ER doctor describing the medical crimes of the Justin Castro regime that happens to refer to
that was it.
Castro's son, the illegitimate son of Castro, which is the Canadian Prime Minister or the Canadian crime.
The illegitimate son of Castro is Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada.
Minister Justin Trudeau. See, these people trade out their kids, folks. It's not like you and I. They trade out their kids to insert them into families so that they may be useful at some point in the future. And if they're useful to them on whatever level.
I don't like him, but still.
Just like the Obamas received two children from the doctor couple up there in Seattle, handed the kids over because they needed a cover story because Big Mike couldn't push any of those things out. Not with the anatomical apparatus that he carries with him. So, same with Justin Trudeau, same with George Bush. The Bush family's real name is Scherff, S-H-E-R-F-F. They're Nazis from the German faction. They changed the name. He was actually handed off to the Bush family from the Scherff family as it goes. It's everything about these people, folks, is a fraud and a facade. This is how they got us. They were very, very good. That's how the Khazarian mafia works. Call them Nazis, call them CCP. It's the exact same faction of people. So, and it continues, action is being taken. For example, a gentleman by the name of Alexander Fedorowicz posted a comment on our site that read in part, quote, from 1989 to 2005, the USAF, US Air Force, US Marine Corps, US Army, and US Navy all deployed 5G frequency systems, aiming them at any public area or intentionally irradiating any military or civilian person.
If Justin Trudeau was the son of Fidel Castro, would he have to have worn brown face when he went to Halloween as Aladdin, asking for a friend?
With these weapons would have resulted in a general court-martial and a life sentence at Fort Leavenworth Military Prison. In some cases, capital punishment would have been administered for doing what these people had set up to do with 5G. MI6 took note of this comment and forwarded it to their counterparts in the Pentagon and other world military agencies. The call has now been put out to hunt down and arrest all mRNA vaccine pushers, 5G promoters, etc., as war criminals. So, as we said before, everybody who is pushing these vaccines, which we know there are 3 versions of them, and a couple of these are killers. I got the statistics that came today, the killers. What do you think is going to happen when they bring it all down? These people that were forced to take vaccines by hospital administrators, big pharma, other people, corporate heads, what do you think is going to happen?
Are the donations working? I think so. Is something wrong with them? They were working.
They're going to be held liable. Because if they're at the top, they know. They can't claim that they didn't know because they're in on it. French intelligence responded with a message that read in part, quote, death penalty
Somebody sent a donation.
Great show tonight.
Oh, I didn't even see. Thank you very much, Jay High Ashbury, for the donation. I didn't even see. He removed his hat for a second. Is that what y'all are saying? All the intel comes from outside of America. Yeah, some dude in Somali running a click farm is out there clicking message. Did he really remove his hat for a second?
CCP. It's the exact same faction of people.
Thank you very much, Jay High Ashbury, with the donation.
Action is being taken. For example, a gentleman by the name
I was reading something.
Fedorowicz posted a comment on our site that read in part, quote, from 1989 to 2005, the USAF, US Air Force, US Marine Corps, US Army, and US Navy all deployed 5G frequency systems, aiming them at any public area or intentionally irradiating any military or civilian person with these weapons would have resulted in
further back
and a life sentence at Fort Leavenworth Military Prison. In some cases, capital punishment would have been administered for doing what these people had set up to do with 5G. MI
Oh, I
kids,
see him. I
folks.
think I
It's
just
not
saw
like
him.
you and I. They trade out their kids to insert them into families so that they may be
Okay, we
useful
trade
at
out our
some point in the
kids.
future.
Oh,
And
oh,
if
oh
they're
no.
useful to them,
Oh God. Oh no, 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 no. What are you doing under there, Scott? He tries to block the camera. You went too high. You went too high on the dismount, sir. The dismount's what got you. Oh no, no, no. Oh no. Oh no. God must have known you were going to be smart because he gave you all four of them fucking foreheads. Just stacked them right on top of each other. Oh, big brain status. Oh, no. Jesus Christ. You need bigger hands. You're going to wipe the sweat from that brow, motherfucker. What are you doing there? Gee, oh, no. Okay. We can continue.
And if they're useful to them on whatever level they'll be useful to them, they hand them off. Just like the Obamas received two children from the doctor couple up there in Seattle, handed the kids over because they needed a cover story because Big Mike couldn't push any of those things out. Not with the anatomical apparatus that he carries with him. So, same with Justin Trudeau, same with George Bush. The Bush family's real name is Scherff, Sherff. They're Nazis from the German faction. They changed the name. He was actually handed off.
The Bushes are the leader of the Fourth Reich here in the U.S. It's a well-known plot hole.
To the Bush family, from the Scherff family as it goes. It's everything about these people, folks, is a fraud and a facade. This is how they got us. They were very, very good. That's how the Khazarian mafia works. Call them Nazis, call them CCP. It's the exact same faction of people. So, and it continues. Action is being taken. For example, a gentleman by the name of Alexander Fedorowicz posted a comment on our site that read in part, quote, from 1989 to 2005, the USAF, U.S. Air Force, U.S. Marine Corps, U.S. Army, and U.S. Navy all deployed 5G frequency systems, aiming them at any public area or intentionally irradiating any military or civilian person with these weapons would have resulted in a general court-martial and a life sentence.
I can't say a whole lot. I shave my head slick every 2 days.
At Fort Leavenworth Military Prison. In some cases, capital punishment would have been administered for doing what these people had set up to do with 5G. MI6 took note of this comment and forwarded it to their counterparts in the Pentagon and other world military agencies. The call has now been put out to hunt down and arrest all mRNA vaccine pushers, 5G promoters, etc., as war criminals.
Oh my God.
As we said before, everybody.
If you tell people that 5G is a good thing, or that the V word is a good thing, they're going to hunt you. It's death. It's a death sentence. I think 5G will be fucking awesome. That shit's fast as hell. I can connect and live stream and do all kinds of shit. I can't wait till we get to fucking 9G, like the Patriot Street Fighter channels. Is that a death sentence? Is that a 4 times death sentence? Because I went above and beyond. Scott is forking bald. Oh.
Buddy who is pushing these vaccines, which we know there are 3 versions of them, and a couple of these.
I had really good hair until I went into the Army, and I just decided one day that I was going to shave it slick because I wanted to see what it looked like. I had it buzz cut off before, but I never really shaved it slick, like with a razor, like I was shaving my face with. So I just decided I was going to do it, and I liked it, and I thought it looked all right. And one thing you have to do when you shave your head slick the first time is you have like this material on top of your head. It's kind of like your scalp. So you need to go ahead and let that, like, it kind of peels off like you're sunburnt, but you're not sunburnt. So I went ahead and left it long enough to do that. It still looked all right. I kept it for another couple weeks, and then when I went to grow it back, it was gone. There wasn't nothing to grow back. It's done. Natural. Oh, there's one. There is a subscription. Who was that? Red Pill Certified. Subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining the CBC Cult. Red Pill Certified.
These are killers. I got the statistics that came today. The killers. What do you think is going to happen when they bring it all down? These people that were forced to take vaccines by hospital
administrators. It's
going
to be
big pharma
or good. I don't know. It depends on what you make up that day.
They're going to be held liable because if they're at the top, they know. They can't claim that they didn't know because.
Oh, I think I know what that is. Hold on. I just had a flash. Flash of inspiration. Give me just a second to look. What do we got here? Damn it, I know what it is too, and I don't know how to describe it to find it. I just figured out what the man riding the dick is. And I was going to try to find one. Damn it. I'll have to find one some other time. But I do know what it is now. It's kind of like that one, but that's a motor in that one. I'll have to find one later, I guess. No big deal. All right, back to the movie.
Is they're in on it. French intelligence responded with a message that read in part, quote, "The death penalty has been pronounced against all those promoting worldwide genocide and fraudulent vaccine-based genetic engineering," which is what it is. "The heads of Pfizer and AstraZeneca are being hunted by special forces. The same is true of international bankers using fraudulent, high-frequency trading programs powered by supercomputers." The message pointed the finger of blame at the Vatican and the French BRI police unit. They also pointed out that Biden was not the president and did not have the support of the Pentagon, which we know. I've been telling you this for weeks. The day after we got this message, this news came out.
Rubbed it all off on the headboard.
A fire at a French cloud services firm has disrupted millions of websites, knocking out.
Oh, no.
Is this
That's a
of shit
donation.
broken?
Is this of shit broken? Is this piece of shit broken? Is that what you're saying? Thank you, Will Squad, for the donation. That's the only one I went through. I don't know. Sometimes they don't go through, but not super often.
Government agencies, portals, banks, shops, news websites, and taking out a chunk of the FR web space, according to internet monitors. Another sign the bad guys are losing is that
it didn't go through.
Has been found guilty of.
Make sure that you don't get charged for it, but you shouldn't. Even if there's like a hold, which there usually isn't a hold, but even if there is, make sure you get it back, because it didn't go through. I'm looking right now on both my screens. It didn't go through.
Chemical poisoning. This is a foretaste of what is going to happen to the vaccine companies. We know Monsanto. Again, Monsanto, interestingly enough, how this company continues to buy up the assets that it does. I think Bayer now just bought Monsanto, that is killing us with food, with crop spray. And now we got Bayer drug company picking those guys up. They're setting us up for the kill box on all four sides. I mean, they're leaving nothing to chance. And now that it's actually happening, and they've done this stuff with impunity because we've been asleep. They've done it at will. They tell us what to believe. We've always just believed it. We let them get away with murder. No wonder they enslaved us. Sometimes I wish I was one of them. Man, I could have taken over the Western Hemisphere in about 3 or 4 years.
Don't forget, Bill Gates owns all the farming land.
They're still wearing masks, for God's sakes, in Texas. That's what I'm talking about. How could they not? How could evil people not say, this is going to be a cakewalk? I'll have this wrapped up before breakfast. Anyways, Monsanto got hammered before 2.
The problem with rich people having a plot to kill everybody in the world is the fact that rich people want more money. They don't get money from each other. They set it up to where you have to buy stuff from them to make money. Huh.
$200 million by somebody who was, got terror. It's not going to help them. They're going to die. It's from Roundup.
I understand, Mariah. I would rather have a thick wife. You've got hair, but other than that, it's like eating at a kitchen table, granite countertop, flat but sturdy. I don't know how to describe it anymore.
Another sign the bad guys are losing, I read it. Also last week, far-right Bolivian politician Janine Áñez was arrested on March 13th on charges of terrorism and sedition for her role in the 2019 military coup that was aimed at stealing Bolivia's lithium supplies for the Khazarian mafia. 2 German politicians have since had to resign for profiting from face masks. Do you see what I'm saying? These people are forking scumbags in a political class all over the world. It's everywhere. There are countless similar.
Pariah. Comment of the night. You're just behind. There is an alarming number of 4-star generals that are homosexual. Hold the hairline is just behind the homosexual 4-star generals. I love that.
Reports coming out at a furious pace, showing that the fastest control network in the West is collapsing. Perhaps
the
that's why we were
hairline.
contacted last week by Federal Reserve Board officials offering triple-digit returns in fiat dollars if we could get them access to some Dragon family money. Of course, they were told to run. So Dragon family money are these ancient families. Well, the Dragon families, like the Manchu Qing dynasty family I talked about yesterday. This isn't government money. This is dynastic money.
That's right. That's right. Flat. Flat, flat, flat. Someone told Mariah to haul ass. I'd have to give her a little piece of mind so she wouldn't feel left out.
Extremely large volumes of precious metals.
Oh, you leaving, Pariah?
Diamond, silver,
I
all
got
this kind
you.
of stuff that they've had. It's been parked on the sidelines for humanity for a
thanks for stopping by. I don't know if I have any.
They liquidated or
I don't know if I have a chest to bust or not.
The Manchu family
Let's see.
to kick Nasara into gear, the implementation of it. So now it also says that's why
I can bust a
Vatican is
chest.
now
Here you go.
bankrupt. And here's an article: Vatican low on reserves to cover deficit. They're seeking donations. Got a segue here for 1 second. Here's the thing. I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. And I know a lot of people are going to get pissed off in a religious order that I said that. Did I say this? I personally don't believe God ever said we need to give up 10% of what we make to the church. If all that money, which is
no tithing to the church,
spreading Christ's message on the planet and bringing in our salvation, explain to me why this world has turned out what it is. Now,
the winner, bro.
This is not to say that our clergy, our preachers, your preachers in your churches, all that, they're in on this. They were simply taught a construct that through the guilt method.
But how do churches survive? I mean, if you want to keep churches, how do they survive then? So it's a suggestion that you put 10% of what you make into tithes. They use that to pay for the fucking house the preacher lives in, the light bill, the building, the rent, the upgrades, an emergency fund, the youth trip. They use that for everything. So you can sit around and tell motherfuckers that you don't want donations, but then brag about how many donations you can get. You can say you don't want donations, but if you want to support the guys out here that are literally saving babies from being raped, here's the link. If you want to, you can sit here and say, look, I don't want to be the center of attention, but anybody that's stealing my trademark is a piece of shit. You better come here and watch my channel. Don't go over there and give them the views. And buy my shirt that literally has a 4-foot picture of my fucking face on it that says Trump's mask, ha. And take money, $30 a fucking t-shirt. But the church should not be telling people that they should donate 10% of their income to survive. Okay.
You need to put up.
Got it.
10%. If you don't, you made to feel guilty. I know one guy from the area that I came from. His wife was devout. She took their $25,000 savings out, put it in the coffers of the church. He blew her head off, and then himself. Terrible situation. What did that lead to?
What the fuck? What does that have to do with, if you can, 10% of your income? When you're like, oh, my best friend, his wife, he didn't go to church. His wife did. She went and took $25,000 out of the bank, went and put it in the church, come home, blew her fucking head off. Why didn't God leave 10% of her head back there? It took the whole goddamn thing off. Why didn't he leave 10% of her face? Maybe she could breathe through a straw or something. What the fuck did that? Goddamn, Scott. Dude, we went 0 to 100 quick as fuck, man.
On the planet. And bringing in our salvation, explain to me why this world has turned out what it is. Now, this is not to say that
it's a lie.
Clergy,
so it's things that didn't happen for 10% of my fucking income. It's a lie, first of all. It's a fucking lie. Second of all, the story doesn't even make sense. The church asks you, if you can, provide 10% to help support the church that you normally attend. I've even been to church where they do not they'll even say like guests. We're not worried about guests. This is for people here. This is what we use to support our church. If you come more often or you become a member, blah blah blah. If you can't give, no big deal. All that shit. So like he just made up a fucking story that had nothing to do with the 10% that the church recommends, 10% tithe, and just put it out there. Like that's a good way to lose your head. She used to have a good head on her shoulders.
Preachers,
the fuck?
Your preachers in your churches, all that, they're in on this. They were simply taught a construct that through the guilt method, you need to put up. You need to give 10%. If you don't, you made to feel guilty. I know one guy from the area that I came from. His wife was devout. She took their $25,000 savings out, put it in the coffers of the church. He blew her head off, and then himself. Terrible situation.
Sure.
What did that lead to? So they made us.
And that sounds like one of two things. That sounds like Scott just made that up, and it's not true, or he grew up in a town like the big town of Letdown that I live in that just makes shit up. Oh, see, Joe, that just makes shit up. You know what I mean? That just make up interesting stories when someone dies or someone commits suicide or blah blah blah. I grew up in a town like that. They just made interesting shit. It was always fucking fake too.
Us believe that somehow we could buy our salvation into heaven, right? Just like these televangelists, scum of the earth, scum of the earth. You see these Jimmy Swaggarts and all these scum of the earth on television, telling you, getting these people who are older people that send in whatever,
thank you for the ice cream,
$1, whatever, sucking the lifeblood out of these people while they're flying around on multiple jets. Jesse Duplantis, John Hagee. These are big.
Okay, yeah, I have an issue with mega churches for sure. I don't think that this was laid out for this. So there is a form of Christianity that's called like we were just talking about the other night, and now I can't even think of it. The prosperity something Christian prosperity something, prosperity theology or prosperity gospel. So basically, it was invented by people like Joel Osteen that have all this fucking money. And they're saying that, like, look, yes, there's going to be times that God tries us through stuff that we have to handle, and we have to go through this, and mental challenges and temptations and blah, blah, blah. But God wants us to be filthy fucking rich. And that's why I live in a mansion, and that's why I have private drivers and wear $10,000 suits and a plane. But yeah, it was invented by those people. But I don't think that's right. Like especially when there's people literally outside your door struggling. I'm not a religious person. I guess it's not my fight to fight, but it's still weird.
Big powerful icons, right? How much of that are they giving to the people for real? Everybody loves Joel Osteen down here, right? What do I see? What I remember, a guy with a couple Lamborghinis, a flood, and you have a large segment of the black population in that area down there. And the church is like somewhat on a knoll where there's floodwaters around it. You could get right up to the church. Refuse to open it for these human beings. Why? Because they might wreck.
Oh, good hot take. That's the same hot take as the mainstream media there, Scott. I thought you were the different guy.
Place.
How do you know that wasn't a psyop to turn people against Christianity? It's all the psyop, man. The whole thing. You're watching a movie. Why are you suddenly now believing it? Oh, shit. Another test run.
Another test run.
You don't have to keep giving. Just wait and make sure that it doesn't take your money from you. Yeah, I don't want it to take your money and me not get it and you get charged or double charge you or some shit like that.
What more do you need to know? I know what I'm saying here and I know what I'm taking on. What more do you need to know? Because I beg to differ that when you come to those gates or you face Christ himself and you've got all that wealth, these massive mansions, multiple jets, Lamborghinis, and there are people every time I go out on the street that are laying here in the street in a boiling, baking sun or freezing their ass off, or they're walking around with blankets and carrying their shit everywhere they go. You tell me how that money serves humanity. I'm not against people having wealth and material blessings at all. But when you are claiming that wealth that's coming from the graces of people and you're doing nothing to help anybody, look, again, this isn't just about me. This is just how I see it. When I was in the Harley Davidson dealership 2 days ago, and here's this black lady, right? She's sweeping up the whole place, cleaning. Nobody's paying attention to her. She's got her bandana on, probably doesn't make a lot of money, doesn't look real healthy. Nice lady. So I observe her. And so I get up and I walk over.
Who the fuck? Who the fuck? Who the fuck talks like this? So when I was in the Harley Davidson store, just me hanging out, because I'm an intimidating guy. I was standing by myself, leaning up against the wall. I look over, and there is this black lady. She is about 3 shades from the darkest black person I've ever seen in my life. She's wearing a bandana, much like all of us are. Some call them do-rags. She doesn't look quite as healthy as she has been in the past. Maybe she was healthier before and has since then become less healthy. So I observe her, and while I'm observing for a while, I notice that her heartbeat seems to be out of rhythm. That's when she collapses to the floor. Now I, the ever observant, decided that I would continue to document my observations in a tiny notebook I carry in my back pocket that was the exact same shade as black as this woman's skin. Who the fuck talks like that? Who the I'm not against the don't. Hell no, I'll take all your money. I ain't gonna tell you that I don't, and then be like, oh, by the way, there is a link if you just have to.
Where there's floodwaters around it, you could get right up to the church. Refuse to open it for these human beings. Why? Because they might wreck the place, destroy it, get mud everywhere. What more do you need to know? I know what I'm saying.
By the way, that's what that is on that sign. I was going to look one up, but I couldn't find one. The penis is the shaft is the back tire. The head is either the seat or the rear fender, and then he's got legs on both sides. That's why his arms are up. It's basically like this rider is riding an angel bike because it's got wings or some shit.
What more do you need to know? Because I beg to differ that when you come to those gates or you face Christ himself and you've got all that wealth, these massive mansions, multiple jets, Lamborghinis, and there are people every time I go out on the street that are laying here in the street in the boiling, baking sun, or freezing their ass off, or they're walking around with blankets and carrying their shit.
Because I'm afraid you're going to get double charged.
Humanity. I'm not against people having wealth and material blessings at all. But when you are claiming that wealth that's coming from the graces of people and you're doing nothing to help anybody, look, again, this isn't just about me.
I do. This is going to sound stupid and probably fake, but I do feel bad when. I can actually give you a real example. We actually cut someone off from donating once. I talked to him, or no, Mariah talked to the person. It's like, hey, we appreciate the support, but it's doesn't you think that's a lot? And then he still kept donating, and then I talked to him. I feel bad when I feel like just. I don't know. Someone feels like they have to donate because no one's donated, and then they end up carrying the whole load. I think that's weird. If I went a long time without a donation, then someone's like, "Oh God, he's went a long time with a donation." Now that's what it feels like to me. Like y'all are sitting there counting the fucking minutes or some shit, and then you feel like you got to donate again.
This is just how I see it. When I was in Harley Davidson,
I do feel bad.
2 days ago. And here's this black lady.
All right, let's observe this black woman.
Sweeping up the whole place, cleaning. Nobody's paying attention to her. She's got her bandana on, probably doesn't make a lot of money, doesn't look real healthy. Nice lady. So I observe her. And so I get up and I walk over, and I always notice these people. People should be thanking this woman for sweeping under their feet, right? And this is what she does. She's treated as a person that's not important to this establishment. Not just this. I'm not picking on a dealership. I'm not telling you which one it was. But the simple reality is, how come these people are noticeable? How come? And I've said this to many janitors or people in bathrooms. I always say, you know what? Thank you for.
So you can't make an observation like that. Just from walking into a dealer. You just said I walked into a Harley Davidson dealership. What if they declared that 5 minutes before you came in, they declared that woman Employee of the Year, gave her a bonus. That was the last day of work because they rewarded her with a 2-week vacation. Now, I know that probably didn't happen, but you don't know. You just walked in and you're like, I always go. I always find the most unhealthy, smelliest, most minority driven employee with the shittiest job, and immediately I go over and just say, hey, thank you for being the minority so I don't have to sweep these floors. What? Why? He's such a fucking lie. That's not what he does. I know I exaggerated it, but he does not go in and find. What an idiot. I've probably thanked 10,000 janitors in bathrooms. Man, it just comes natural to me. Every time I'm touching my dick, I want to thank another man, or think of another man. One of the two.
For doing this. How come these people are noticeable? How come? And I've said this to many janitors or people in bathrooms. I would say, you know what? Thank you for doing a job that nobody thinks about or gives a shit about until it's not done, right? Say it to them all the time. So I walked over to her. I couldn't find her. Somebody pointed her out there. So I walked over. She had no idea why I was coming. So I reached down in my chaps in my pocket and I pulled out a bill. I said, I just want you to know how much I appreciate you doing a job that nobody thinks about or cares about until it's not done. I handed her $100.
Wait a second. You were observing her, and then you said I went over to. So I observed her, and no one was noticing her. No one noticed her. So then I went over to her, and then I couldn't find her, and I had to have someone point her out to me. And then I pulled out a bill, and I said, "Hey, I know you've probably never seen one of these, but this is a $20. Can you say 20? Yeah, don't click your tongue like that when you're talking to me. What a fucking dickhead, dude. What the fuck? Either this is fake as hell, or I would have felt like, what the fuck did this piece of shit just do? Did he just come over here and try to tip me like I'm his fucking prostitute? What is this? Seriously though, I've thanked thousands of janitors.
I would say, you know what?
Right in urinals.
That nobody thinks about or gives a shit about until it's not done, right? Say it to them all the time. So I walked over to her. I couldn't find her. Somebody pointed her out there. So I walked over. She had no idea why I was coming. So I reached down in my chaps in my pocket and I pulled out a bill. I said, I just want you to know how much I appreciate you doing a job that nobody thinks about or cares about until it's not done. I handed her $100 bill. She didn't know what to say. I said,
sure,
that's
Oxy.
for you. It wasn't my money in the first place. I was supposed to give it to you. For what reason? I'm telling you this for a reason. Because these people have a hell of a lot more money than I do. And if I'm willing to notice the
you know that's like awkward as hell, especially like in a Harley Davidson dealership. Like I know some of them are pretty fucking diverse areas, but a lot of times you go in a Harley Davidson dealership, it's a bunch of white dudes. There's some black lady in there cleaning, and you're like, first of all, you had to go ask your buddies, hey, has anybody seen that black lady they're forcing to clean the floors? I want to give her some money. She looks poor. Oh God. Oh no!
Noticeable in society, and walk up and say, you know what? I had this in my pocket. I used it myself. Of course I could have.
I hate this dude.
It was given to me by a donor here. Donations. Guess what I'm doing? Making myself feel better. I had an ulterior motive, right? There's only one reason I did that. I was very selfish.
Oh, so now he's saying he didn't give her shit. Y'all gave her the money. He was just looking for the first poor black lady he could find to tell you this story. I gotcha.
And that's the way it is. I was very selfish. What did I want to do? I want to tell you this now. I just wanted to, it came out to me to share it.
By the way, if that's something that you feel like you need to do, I'm not even going to say I've done shit like that, because then somebody's going to be like, oh, yeah, you're competing. But if that's something you feel like you need to do, there's probably a more appropriate way to not say, hey, where's that lady at? I need to see her. I need to give her some money. There's probably a way to do that in private, or to leave it anonymously and then have it claimed, or... God, that had to be fucking awkward, dude.
I did it for a selfish reason. I wanted to walk away that day and walk away with this personal pat on the back. Damn, do I feel good. I made that lady's whole day. Nobody's ever probably done it in their life, but I feel good because I'm the one that got to do that. And you know who really did that? You did. Because
you're a liar. You're a fucking liar.
Go over there and let this lady know that she counts, that she's important. Okay, that's what's critical. That's what we have to get back to. Anyway.
Your name is George Herberling. Yeah, you've got a leg to stand on. I got you.
Now, so the Vatican's now seeking more donations. Are you shitting me? The Vatican, who would give these horrible people a single penny after what we have seen that they've done to people all over the world, that they've wrecked this world, that they've allowed this stuff to go on for how long? This child rape and all this stuff that these horrible people have been doing forever, and now they want more money.
Yeah, it's always what's going on all the time. That's all that's going on, basically. I can't imagine anything else going on.
50 miles of gold bullion, 40 meters high, 60 meters wide, in these tunnels underneath the Vatican, headed towards Jerusalem, while people are starving and suffering. You tell me what that's about, the religious order. Anyways, the money they produce is now only accepted in the United States, which is why the M1 money supply, which took 224 years to reach 4 trillion by early 2020, has now risen to over 20 trillion. And then there's a link, and I'm not going to get into that. Where does all the money go? One place is NASA, not a space agency, where it appears to be hiding large-scale embezzlement. Again, at NASA, another fraudulent organization. So this lower space orbit stuff that we see makes us think we're making progress when the real stuff is happening at a much higher level. It has produced an obviously fake CG Mars landing. Okay, of course.
We're still in low orbit. Low orbit. We haven't even made it out.
Space telescope could be stolen by pirates. The situation has reached the point where mainstream economists like Michigan State economics professor Mark.
What did he just say? Expensive space telescope can now be stolen by pirates.
large-scale embezzlement. Again, at NASA, another fraudulent organization. So this lower space orbit stuff that we see makes us think we're making progress when the real stuff is happening.
NASA's never existed.
It has produced an obviously fake CG Mars landing. Okay, of course. I've covered that before. Now it's expensive new space telescope. Now it says it's expensive new space telescope can be stolen by pirates. The situation has reached the point where mainstream economists like Michigan State economics professor Mark Skidmore says, quote, the accounting system of the federal government is fraudulent. It just keeps coming and coming and coming. The situation will only worsen as oil resources controlled by the Khazarian mafia are systematically attacked throughout the Middle East, particularly Saudi Arabia and Syria, Israel's only ally. In the Middle East, the United Arab Emirates has asked Netanyahu to come over and sign a protective agreement known as the Abraham Agreement.
The guy that didn't piss on the floor. That's it.
Various excuses were given for the cancellation, but the real reason Netanyahu cannot go, as he's not long, is that he is.
Yeah, a lot of that was.
Test another card.
Oh, there we go. Now you're just trying to make me feel weird. Yeah, it came through. So obviously I was over exaggerating and being funny and shit. The weirdest part is that he was like, I just stood there and observed her, and I could tell no one had ever thought. Like he's putting her down already in his mind. And then he goes, thanks you for that donation, Wolf Squad, by the way. Then he goes and he's like, I had to go find somebody and ask her where he's at. Like, you know, he did. He's a fucking douchebag every time we've ever seen him. Now, do you think he respectfully and quietly went over and said, hey man, I'm just looking for the lady that was just cleaning the floor? And if the guy said, oh, do you need something? He was just like, oh yeah, I just need to speak to her for a minute. Or do you think he went over and said, hey, does anybody know where the janitor lady went? I want to give her some money and see if it makes her day, because she's poor. Well, maybe not the cause she's poor part, but still, I think it probably did not go the way he thinks it did in his head. If this happened at all, it sounds like some bullshit made up story, but if it happened at all, it was probably pretty rough.
He is no longer on this earth. I told folks a long time ago. He was Khazarian Mafia Central. He was the one that commanded the attack on 911, overheard commanding that operation. The people.
Who was it?
But the real reason Netanyahu cannot go, as he's no long, is that he is no longer on this earth. I told folks a long time ago. He was Khazarian Mafia Central. He was the one that commanded the attack on 911, overheard commanding that operation. The people were involved in it. And the things that he said about the United States, allegedly from these people, said that the reason that they're doing this in the United States because we can, because they can take these hits, these financial hits, and they'll come back and we'll keep doing it over and over and over. They absolutely hate a man who pretends he loves this country, hates the United States because we refuse to be enslaved. That's why they hate us. I know it's going to shit shock a lot of people, but guess what? I don't really care at all. As you can tell, I used to worship this guy, not worship, but revere this guy too. That is why Netanyahu is not appearing in public despite an ongoing general election campaign. Instead, according to Mossad's propaganda site, dead, not worship, but revere this guy too. That's why they hate us. I know it's going to shit shock a lot of people, but guess what? I don't really care.
Shit shock. I didn't even know that was a common saying. A shit shock. Is that I've heard shit show a bunch, but shit shock, is that something that people use? I'm being serious. Like I've never heard that. I've never heard that saying before. Oh, I guess maybe it is. It's in the Urban Dictionary. To be shocked into a near catatonic state. Okay. Shit shock as he watched the madness unfold. I've never heard that.
At all, as you can tell. I used to worship.
Yeah, me too, Mason. That's the same, even like within my family. Like if someone needs to borrow money or you loan money or something, that's not like something you talk about. Now you are doing it twice.
Well, while you're giving financial advice, what should I do with my shit GameStop stock?
Oh, you still have GameStop? What happened to GME? I haven't been keeping up with it because I figured it was bad. Or is it still? Oh, well, I'm looking at it now. Previous close was 220, 208. I don't know. Are they still on? They still on the Reddit bros saying hold to the end? Because I probably would have already sold a bunch of times. Anyways, yeah, I was raised the same way. Even thank you for the donation. But even within like your family, like if you loan somebody your family money or whatever, it's between you and whoever you need to speak with. And the rest of it's kind of kept silent. You don't go ask people. You don't brag to people. You don't blah blah blah. You don't tell. Oh, I did this for so and so, and they were so appreciative. You know, it made their day. I bet you no one's been as generous as I've ever been to this person. I don't know. That's always been weird to me. I don't know. Whatever.
Worship this guy, not worship, but revere this guy too. That is why Netanyahu is not appearing in public despite an ongoing general election campaign. Instead, according to Mossad's propaganda site, Debka, which I used to follow and thought it was legitimate. I was wrong on a lot of things. Netanyahu.
I was thinking earlier today was are the Reddit bros still saying "holding to the moon"? Because them guys are saying, I'm never going to fucking sell. Fuck it. I don't care if it bottoms out. Like, are they still doing it?
Promotes himself with a video cameraman who follows and records his ongoing encounters in one corner of the country after another, live on Facebook. In other words, like Joe Biden, he exists only via mask-wearing, deep fake doubles.
That's the weirdest room. He's in a urinal stall. His computer's balanced on a urinal. And then right over here where his table meets the rim of a shitter, and it's handicap accessible. And then if you go around this half wall right here, that's where the sink and vanity are. I asked him once, why do you balance your computer on a urinal when you have this fucking table behind you and you got your phone up on the flush valve? And he said, I enjoy the smell. Of what? And he didn't answer. He just said the smell. So we moved along like it never happened.
And is now digital CG ghost. By the way, here's the latest confirmation that the White House remains empty. Even at CNN, the crime news network pretends that the Biden administration, the Biden administration actually exists. And then there's a BitChute video. Of course, Biden has...
Dude, I've said that so many fucking times. Like, either he lives in like the cheapest apartment in Texas that is built like a fucking roadway inn or a Motel 6, or he permanently lives in a hotel. I don't know. But this looks like a hotel with some type of strange setup with this half wall in it. The lights, even this, I feel like I've seen this lamp and this fucking table at a hotel before in front of a window. Like, I feel like I've seen all this shit. But he's clearly got shit hung up. I don't know. Maybe he lives long-term in a hotel. It does look like a hotel. I've said that too.
Has yet to hold a press conference or meet with another world leader. Also in a clear sign of the good guys are winning, we received a call on March 11th, 2021 from
divider wall.
Fleet Commander.
To be fair, that's true. Motels usually don't have a divider wall. But when I first started saying that, I had no idea that this was even a wall. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's because it's right behind my mic stand and I always watch on this monitor. But I was just, until he started hanging these signs. There was a show, probably if you go back like 4 shows or 5, there's a show where I'm like, what the fuck? What is that? Is that wall always been there with that Punisher thing on it? And chat's like, yeah, he's always been sitting right beside that wall. And I was like, God, I didn't even notice it till he hung shit up on it. Like, I had no idea the wall was there.
Admiral James C. Aquilino, where he read the following statement. We would like to apologize to the Japanese for our failure to protect them from the terrorist attack on Fukushima that occurred 10 years ago today. We promise to be more vigilant in the future to ensure that such an attack never happens again. They made it to be a natural occurring tsunami. It wasn't. It was an attack by Israel, the Khazarian, the Bolshevik outpost Khazarian mafia faction run by Netanyahu on Japan. We have confirmed from both the CIA and NSA
Israel attacked Japan.
Most of the leaders of this terrorist attack, including former Jesuit Secretary General Peter Hans Kolvenbach and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, were.
Hey, it's got to be some type of motel-like, condo style, like, you know what I'm saying? Like he fucking long-term leases the room, and it's half-assed like it's built like a motel, even though it's got some weird stuff in it, like half walls and shit like that. Maybe even furnished, who knows?
Were executed for their roles in the attack. Other perpetrators, such as Barrett Tyson, are being tried. A few more dominoes, like Justin Castro, or you people across the border know him as Justin Trudeau, the pedo. In Canada, and Angela Merkel, Hitler's daughter, I might add, in Germany, have yet to fall, but it's only a matter of time. And I've been saying this for months.
Hitler's daughter.
The military now needs to occupy the headquarters of Facebook, Google, Twitter, Microsoft, etc., as soon as possible, and hunt down their executives to put an end to all the deep fakes and CGs we see on our ubiquitous screens. Finally, corporate media
down their executives.
Years, I've watched my general.
When you're constantly saying shit like that, no, I mean, like, again, I am not for deplatforming. I don't think that is a good thing to do, okay? But when you're saying shit like, we got to hunt down, we got to take these fuckers out, they deserve a goddamn shell right to you know where, you know what I'm saying? Because they're part of the... When you're saying shit like that, you're not exactly trying to keep your channel up either.
Journalistic colleagues be murdered, fired, retired until only lackeys remained. These lackeys need to be fired or locked up. It's time to bring the truth back into our public discourse. Remember, the truth will set us free. So when I looked this over today, I thought, well, if you want to know, and again, Benjamin Fulford, I don't know if all his work that I've seen out there, folks, has not been other people, doing what they do to me, because a lot of it comes in a computer voice when you hear it. It's always this Asian woman or something. It's hard to understand. And it's always in a cartoon. It's no video, it's cartoon form, but you hear in the audio. But from my point of view, he's validating the things that I've talked about for quite some time now, and especially since I did this video last year on the Khazarian Mafia. And it really was based on Gordon Duff's research that I dug deeply into, and I did a whole radio show on it. I know people are going to ask me, where is it? It's somewhere on BitChute, Rumble, and Brighteon. But I walked through this. And again, I got more information that came from I hate calling them protectors. That's just somewhat demeaning to this level of intel provider. But believe me, it's far above my pay grade for what they're providing me. I guess they just believe I'll tell the truth, and I'm doing it for the right reason. But I talked about this yesterday and the day before, and they brought this up. They referred to exactly what I said. I'm going to try to see what I can read quickly again. Okay, I talked about last night. The CCP
can read and what he can't. This deep insider group tells him what he can read and what he can't. Can't give this part away.
Banking elites, I said this last night, that took over on 12 of February 1912, about the same time the Federal Reserve came into play, who made sure the Manchu Qing dynasty of China was no more and effectively came to an end after 268 years with the abdication of Emperor, I think it's Puyai, I don't know how to pronounce it, no disrespect, in favor of the Republic of China, the new Khazaria.
Hell yeah.
Khazaria basically was this country that was Georgia, where Georgia is in that region of the world. And I talked about 1962, after 2 generations of 50 years of one-child policy in China, the Khazarian banking elites infiltrated all the bloodlines, aspiring bloodlines, took over the longest-standing dynasty society the planet had ever seen, which is Manchu. JFK is assassinated basically a year or two later, and then it goes on to mention other people that I can't discuss. But again, we have conducted significant surveillance, counter-surveillance, and research how corrupt the Khazarian oligarchs are. Khazarian mafia seem to have planned this crime against all of humanity. Talked about Event 201, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, World Economic Forum, Johns Hopkins University, Rockefeller Foundation, all these crime syndicates, and it just doesn't stop. So now you know that as I see it here, I do get some information that comes in this fashion that basically says, yeah, that's kind of what's happening. It's validating what I think and what I feel that comes at me. So that's where we are. We are winning. This is a scripted movie. I believe the other side, the black hat side, is a script. I think there's 2 scripts in play. I think there's a script, that's 3 actually. The white hats have their script that they're carrying this movie out. The black hats have theirs, the ones that have a gun to their head that are being forced to commit suicide in their own way by playing out their role in a 16-year plan to destroy America, which was intercepted by military intelligence. And there's also a script being played out to fool the other guys, the enemy that still exists, the enemy that can still create chaos in this world, because there are some people who have to look like they still are the enemy who truly aren't, like infiltrating the infiltrators, because they don't only have to sell us on the truth and wake us up. They got to sell the liars on lies. Hopefully they buy into it so they can be trapped by operations that will eventually bring them down. So that's how I see all these things playing out. Just my opinion. And hell yeah, Hiram Broadbent, you know it. I saw that. Thank you. This guy's a fucking badass. I'm telling you.
Oh no. I wish that guy was fucking trolling. He's like, dude, I was making fun of your stupid ass. Oh, that would be so funny. Scott is a forking badass. Who the fuck? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Who the fuck is the type of person you're like, oh, you're such a badass dude, and they're like, yeah, I am. You want to touch it? I want to back up and see this dude that commented.
And hell yeah, Hiram Broadbent, you know it.
Hiram something. Hiram Broadbent. He doesn't sound like a Hiram. He doesn't sound like he's part of that Khazarian mafia or whatever the fuck you were calling it. Hiram. You sure his last name wasn't some type of precious metal? Hiram Broadbent. Oh no, there it is. Oh, Scott is a forking badass. Oh, you made him blush. You son of a bitch. You made him blush. Oh.
I saw that. Thank you.
At the Westin in downtown? I don't know.
I'm telling you, folks, that fork.
He lives in Texas, and I think around Dallas
I think
area.
they're now saying it in like Middle Eastern languages, and I think French is translated forking in. If I forget how they say it, sounds pretty sexy how they say forking, but they all get it. They're making up their own. Kind of funny. That came out of my mouth one day. I wanted to drop that F-bomb so bad, and it just came out like I was like, "Go fork yourself," and that was early on. Like last fall, I was like, "Go fork yourself." I got away with it. Sorry about last night. I had two of the real bombs drop out of me. To my friends who are devout Christians, you might have kids around, or you have sensitive ears. That one I apologize for. That's how pissed off that this disgrace of a police officer or peace officer made me. I'm still not over it. I'm still not over it.
That was the one we were talking about.
That too. That I don't care.
He freaked out over the cop.
They're trying to take us out. That's what this operation is with this mask bullshit.
They're trying to take us out. I don't know if you guys know this, but they're trying to take us out.
We can't see each other smile. We can't see the facial expression communication. We can't see the grins and the nice energy that comes from our faces. Be just like you can't see the Taliban having their women walk around like you have no idea the beauty and the soul that's looking out through that cloth, who may be smiling at you, whatever. Every one of them look like your enemy when they're in public in the United States, walking around like this with this stuff over their head, the hijab or whatever. They're walking around like this. You think the worst because of what you know about them in the Middle East that other people have done. And this is all you see. You're taking this element of communication from us. That's the problem, right? And that's what these people are trying to do to break this bond.
I put the trim in hotel condos. Oh, sweet.
This energetic communication and connection we have with each other. So we respect each other. We love each other. We defend each other. We want to know each other. They're trying to break our power because we are genetic royalty. The Satanists might have the DNA we do, but it's long been corrupted by chance or by will. And that's what they're trying to do to us. We can't let them. And I don't care if this guy doesn't even know any better.
Makes sense.
Race of a peace officer. The fact that he could have handled that differently. This was a guy that had to show that he's the man. I'm going to put her to the ground. I don't care how delicate you did it. What would I have done? Listen, man, I got a really tough job to do, and I'm in a tough spot. This is the quote unquote private property, but this is kind of where they are with this.
And coming in with the 411. That's
they
it.
are, and so is my.
I'll check it out. I'll look at some room pictures and see if I can compare the two. Thank you.
Access to your bank account, come in and withdraw that money. Could you do a wire transfer to some other bank? And whatever to handle this business.
Genetic royalty.
It puts everybody, including me, in a
You're
bad
a
spot.
forking badass, my man.
How hard is that? Because
Bad
the guy that
son of a
dealt with me in the South
bitch.
Point Hotel in Las Vegas, he said to me, he goes, "You know what, Scott? I can tell you're a really smart guy, and I can tell you're really intelligent, and I also can tell you're a really nice guy. I hate this shit." He said,
"Dude, why? Have you ever heard a man fucking brag on himself like that? He's giving away money, talking about how good he is, talking about how he's doing this for free. He doesn't want anything. He's here for you. You guys tell him what's going on. He'll make sure he makes it better. He'll do this. He'll do that. He's so good. He helped a minority that no one's ever helped this minority. That's why they're a minority. If someone would have helped them out at birth, they might have been white and wouldn't have had to be sweeping the floors. Now he's like, oh yeah. And then of course I had this really uncomfortable run-in with this guy where he's like, God damn, dude, you are such. I can tell you're smart. I can tell you're really intelligent. I can tell you really know how to handle yourself. I can tell you got a big fucking dick and tight little ass. You're the sexiest dude I've ever had in this hotel. But what were we talking about? Mask or something? I can't even remember. I've been whisked away on those broad shoulders of yours. Also, you are a forking badass. What the fuck, dude?
He said to me, he goes, "You know what, Scott? I can tell you're a really smart guy, and I can tell you're really intelligent, and I also can tell you're really in a hotel in Las Vegas, including me in a bad spot. You seem like a really nice lady." How hard is that? How hard is that? Because the guy that dealt with me in the hotel in Las Vegas, he said to me, he goes, "You know what, Scott? I can tell you're a really smart guy, and I can tell you're really intelligent, and I also can tell you're a really nice guy. I hate this shit." He said, "I don't believe in this either, but this is my responsibility."
So weird.
Rightly so. My supervisor's watching me. What did I do? I came to a point of respect and understanding. I didn't disrespect him anyway, but he said, "I can bring a supervisor." I'm like, "Yeah, bring your supervisor." That's the one that said, "I think I like all of it. We need 2 masks and a shield." That's like, wow. So he could have handled that differently, but he was a king shit cop, and I'm the guy here that can drop the hammer and enforce this law, which is bullshit. And I'm going to do this to this 65-year-old.
There's another power move. He was a bullshit cop, and I'm the guy who can enforce this law. I'm the guy who can drop the hammer. These weird fucking... To be the guy who just wants to blend in, who just felt like he had to do this, who doesn't want attention, doesn't want money, doesn't want power, doesn't want his face plastered everywhere. You sure do act like you want money, you want attention, you want power, and you want your face plastered everywhere. I don't know what else to say. I'm the guy with the meat hammer that gets dropped on the faces of all those sexy cops. What?
Year old lady. So anyways, with that being said, we are pretty much at time. And sorry I didn't get this information.
We're at time. Early. Thank God.
But we made it a couple minutes late.
The words that are coming out of his mouth are exactly opposite of his action. Like I don't want to be noticed. And I know I'm not a good guy, but let me tell you about these other people who told me for 20 minutes I was a good guy while I was arguing about wearing a mask. Or let me tell you, I'm not the best dude in the world, but let me tell you how I made this minority's day with a $20 bill. Or, I don't claim to be some type of bad motherfucker out here running around, but, oh, yeah, chat just said, you are a forking badass. Yeah, I guess I am. They're even translating that into French, so the French can tell me I'm a badass next time I'm over in Frenchy land. Dude, I don't know.
Appreciate all the things you guys do. Again, you guys just keep putting donations to this machine, and we're going to do some other things technology-wise to,
you just keep putting donations into my money machine.
It came to a point of respect and understanding. I didn't disrespect me anyway, but he said, I can bring a supervisor. I'm like, yeah, bring your supervisor. That's the one that said, I think I like all of it. We need 2 masks and a shield. It's like, wow. So he could have handled it differently. But he was a king shit cop. And I'm
got
the guy
that money machine.
Enforce this law, which is bullshit. And I'm going to do this to this 65-year-old lady. So,
I honestly was thinking today that I thought it would be fun to do short videos, maybe like 10-minute videos is always the target. 10-minute videos to where I am like full on conspiracy guy. This conspiracy, the letter before R conspiracy. I'm full on all about it, but so far over the top, like praising myself and going above and beyond and the craziest theories that I could possibly dream up. No one's even talked about. Like, I'm going to make them up in my head. They're so fucking crazy. 10 times as bad as the ones that are already out there. And put that out there like as a joke and like play a character, right? And I thought it'd be fun. And I can still deliver some of the news. I just gotta play up the character and make comments about it. And make like little 10-minute videos. But now I'm not sure that people wouldn't just think that I'm not joking, that I am being honest about it, and that I do think I'm bad and generous and God, I don't know. They're just gonna think I'm Scott McKay, and I all know all about copyright infringement, and 12 o'clock.
Good show, Dime Store. Had to shut Scott's meat sucker for a minute.
Good show, Dime Store. Oh no. God damn it. Stop donating.
Here's another test run, Dime Store.
Dime Store. Stop donating. Now you're making me feel bad. I'm going to have to donate all this to a minority. I'm going to donate all this to a minority. Chill out.
So anyways, with that.
Where's the poorest person of color here? Hopefully, like a janitor that is like in overalls and looks like like a janitor is like in overalls and looks like she's maybe dirty or nasty, but I can just take off her glasses, take her hair out of a messy bun, and take her out of the overalls and put her in an evening gown, and suddenly she's the prom queen, like Minnie, a teen thriller movie from the 90s. That's what I'm looking for. Have you ever seen a $20 bill? Let me make your day, baby.
Being said, we are pretty much at time, and sorry I didn't get this information out very early, but we made it a couple minutes late.
I got enough money to go buy a dime bag. You worried about this dime store over here?
And we're going to do some other things technology-wise to,
put donations in this machine. We're going to do some things technology-wise. Put donations in this machine. We're going to do things technology-wise. Bullshit. You haven't done a fucking thing technology-wise yet. We listen. There is literally a convertible tablet or a convertible laptop or a tablet behind you. We're watching on some type of device, I think is your phone. There is a computer there. I know for a fact there is at least one computer there. And we listen to your intro from a Bluetooth speaker that you hold up to your shitty fucking microphone, and it pops and cracks and sounds like we are literally listening to it from the womb of your mother, and she's eating popcorn.
So appreciate all the things you guys do. Again, you guys just keep putting donations to this machine, and we're going to do some other things technology-wise to, finally get an email system in place where boom, it'll automatic. It's not there yet. I got to go do some research. I'm going to go visit somebody this week and look at some different things that we can employ so this stuff just becomes somewhat automated. All these other things that we need to get done to professionally run this Patriot Street Fighter revolution that you guys deserve. So I'm working on that. But thanks for all the things.
Okay, listen, I do have a question for you guys. While we're not done, I'm going to let this play out, and then I'll do the goodbyes. But I do have a question before we get there. Do you think, what are the percentages? God damn it. Oh shit, there it is.
Wolfie, you're not taking the top spot.
Don't get in a competition. That'll always end badly. Thank you very much, Mason, for the donation. $25 into the cult. I appreciate it. Thank you for that donation. What do you think the chances are of... Or no. There's going to be some that stay no matter what because they're stupid. What do you think the Oh, God damn it. I'm sorry. Am I interrupting you guys?
As long as Scott don't get his meat hooks on it.
As long as Scott don't get his meat hooks on it. I got you. Thank you for that donation, Wolf Squad, with $5 into the cult. What do you think? What do you think the percentage is of audience they keep 6 months from now? Do you think that half their audience that watches their videos now will watch their videos still? Do you think it's 80% will still watch their videos in 6 months? Do you think it's 5%? I was going to say, do you think they keep their audience? But some people will stay inevitably and still watch because, I don't know, they want to be friends or meet up in real life. Like when you start streaming, you'll learn real quick that there are a lot of people who want to help, who want to like send links in, and those people are awesome. But there's also a lot of creepy people that like go over the top and shit. But what do you think? How much of their audience do you think they retain in 6 months? 10% for Scott. Oh, Plastic Patriot, welcome. 10% for Scott. I don't know. I want to say that in 6 months, when nothing's happened, that the bottom falls out of the motherfucker. But so far, what I've seen, you can't convince these people of shit. You can't convince them it's fake. You can't convince them that a video is actually from 3 years ago, even with dates and fucking data and screenshots. You can't convince these people of anything. You can't convince them that if you go to a website that tells you how much a bond calculator website, if you go to a bond calculator website and you make up a bond, of course it's going to tell you how much that bond is currently worth. Of course, it's going to tell you how much that bond is currently worth. Now, if you just stick any numbers in there, it still works, including the numbers on your birth certificate. All it's using is the year, the amount of money the bond was for, and compounding interest. That's it. It has nothing to do with your birth certificate or your Social Security card. I've literally done this experiment hundreds of times at this point where I just make up numbers and stick them in there and, oh, this one's worth $74,000. Awesome. That's my birth certificate. And you still can't convince people that's a lie. Well, how come it works with my real numbers? The same reason it works with no numbers. It works with fucking any numbers. And I don't know. If someone said 30%. Hopefully the world will be close to normal again and folks will have moved on. I don't know, man. I'm worried. I don't know. There's a lot of these people that I personally believe have too much control and influence over their audience. Like I was saying the other day, if Scott said, I need so many people, I need everybody to show up with and bring this type of weapon and meet me here. They fucked us. Everything was going to plan. They screwed it up. And now this is the final chance. This is the final thing. We just got to finish this. If you meet me here at this time, I know hundreds, thousands of people would show up, which is scary as fuck considering they live in an alternate universe. Damn it. I don't know. The guy makes me nervous for sure. I'm going to play the rest of it.
You folks do, spreading the word, getting the channel loaded back up again, getting back on both channels, being prepared, ready for one to go down, jump to the other, spreading the word. Donations come in. The support you give me, I'm honored. I'm honored every day of my life. It's the best time I've ever had in my life, regardless of how little sleep I get. Just hanging out with you people is the best thing that's ever happened in my whole life. Believe me, it is my world. And not to mention the fact that I get to see the general. The general is finally excited about something in life. He sees his country
general
make it, because I know over the course of his life, his soul's being ripped apart, watching his country be ripped apart, thinking they're going to take it all down. Now I can see it in his eyes. He's like, it's about time. Damn right, we are going to keep this country. Nobody's taking this country down. They may get closer, they won't get close, but they may make a hell of an effort, but isn't going to come without a serious fork and ass beating on all these scumbags as we course correct and take our country back, take the world back from these people.
Don't forget to subscribe to Patriot Street Fighter 9.
See you tomorrow night. Remember, next weekend
dude, that was so perfect when I was talking shit about, and Patriot Street Fighter 9 just popped up and had fucking 4 smiley faces, like laughing till I'm crying emojis. Holy shit. That was perfect. That's got to be a clip. It's got to be.
Next week, a week from tomorrow, we're going to have Dave Snedeker. Had an interview with him and Kirsten today. Kirsten W. Going to be a great show. The three of us are going to come back. He's very, very deep in his knowledge. And Kirsten gets all kinds of amazing intel. And she says, Scott, I'm the female version of you. I'm tough. I'll take on anybody, and I'm not a dude. So we'll do that next Wednesday. We got a few more people coming out that we're going to get on the show too. I got to organize a couple things in the schedule, but great to have.
I've been invited. Just letting you guys know, I'll be there next week.
Have a great night. Till tomorrow. Hold the fork in line.
Was that a salute? Oh, was that a salute? What was that?
In the schedule, but
that's the Boy Scout
great
salute.
To have
isn't
you
it?
Folks, love you. Gonna sign off, and everybody have a great night. Till tomorrow. Hold the fork.
Oh no! What the fuck is wrong with this dude? All he wants to be is a Marine's wife and have little Marine babies.
There, Pop.
But it's not working. You there, Pop? It's not working out for him. Wow, he's just going to let the last 30 seconds just play out here, huh? No music, no outro, no screen saver, no nothing. Oh, we did have a limp-wristed wave. That was perfect. That worked well. Yeah, it seems like we're doing all right now. All right, guys. Let me give you some updates. So, first of all, be looking for, we're going to have some merch now, okay? So be looking for some of these designs. There's one, that's design number 1. Here is, and that has the Constitution on it. I don't know if I need to zoom in. If you're watching on your phone, I probably do. That has the We the People Constitution on it with the stars background, Cold Beer Confessional, and then that's the sticker I made. Those stickers right there are for sale right now for $4. But we're going to have shirts as well. That's design number 1. Design number 2 is kind of like a more retro, like a classic design. Same logo, but instead we've got the arched Cold Beer Confessional on both sides, and still we got the link. And design number 3, the one that I'm personally buying, but I don't know if we'll actually sell it unless some people decide they want it, is this one right here. It actually does not have the logo. It does not have any color. It's just black and white. And this is faded away, weathered, a weathered flag. And since we don't have thank you for joining the cult. Since we don't have a YouTube link or whatever, we put a QR code. So if you just open your phone camera and show it that QR code, it would come straight to my YouTube channel. So there is what we're going to be selling as our new merch, but we're probably going to take odds on it. Like, what do you want to see? I know this shirt's for me, so I really don't care what you guys think about it. Honestly, I'm going to get me one, and if anybody asked me to get them one, I would probably just print them as one-offs because they don't have the marketing stuff. But between these two, I guess we need to pick. I think I like one better. I think I like this one better, but there's also this one. I guess that's up to you guys. I like the one with the yellow better, I think. But we'll be putting those up for so you guys can vote and pick out which one you like. If you want a sticker, just like the logo that's sitting there on the chest right there, if you want a sticker, you can go to KULTKLUB.com, KULTKLUB, KULTKLUB.com/merch. That'll be the same place that the shirts are for sale in the future. But right now, it's just the sticker, and you guys know how to donate. You just go to regular Cult Club. It's a redirect to Stream Elements to put in a donation. You just go to regular Cult Club, and yeah, you can grab whatever you want there, or donate whatever you want there. I appreciate that. Number 1 and 2 to wear separately. There you go. Maybe I don't know. I have to talk to the guy. These first run of shirts, I should have said this earlier. This first run of shirts, the guy who's doing them, who did the designs, he actually wants to donate some merch to sell it. So all I'm doing is paying shipping. He's helped me out to help out the show as part of his donation. Instead of donating cash, he's going to print some of them for free, and I don't know how many he's going to print, how many different styles, what kinds, and then the rest of them, we'll make all the profit from that, of course. And then the rest of them will be on my dime, and we'll have to figure out a price and how much it costs to ship them and get it to everybody. But it's not Tim Pool's, guys. I hope not. I would hate to get a poorly drawn gorilla and then jump up and down screaming blackface. So it looks just like George Floyd. What do you mean it ain't a black guy? Anyways, yeah, I think that's it for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we are practicing for, we are doing a dry run for the thing that I'm on with M Seeker of Truth, Justice, and, what's the other guy's name? The Veritas Machine. Sorry, I got a shitty memory. And I guess they just told me that, like, they like our animations, they like how chat works, they like how stuff pops up, they like my layout, and they would, if I can, even though originally it wasn't supposed to be me at all, I guess that's why they're asking, but if I can, they would like me to handle the setup for the show. So maybe I'll make an overlay or a design package and throw it on that show too. And I was never told I couldn't live stream it, but what it'll probably end up being is I'm not gonna like broadcast it and let it go out. So you need to be in the Discord if you want to watch that live stream, and then later on, after it's edited, I'll put up the edited version for everybody. So you need to be in the Discord if you're going to want to watch that live stream, or somewhere where, if you don't have Discord and don't want it, send me an email, and when I go live, I'll send you the link or something. But I don't want to put it out to sub notifications and have a bunch of people in there aggravating and talking shit, or a bunch of Patriot Street Fighters come in there while we're trying to record a video. You know what I mean? And I probably won't interact with chat a little bit, but it'll be like a blackface skull. It'd be like a behind the scenes kind of. So there's the Discord link. You guys are more than welcome to join. If you do, hit me up over there. I'm in there throughout the day usually. Some days I take pretty big breaks, but usually I'm in there 4 or 5 times a day minimum. Sometimes all day I'm in there. Other than that, guys, I appreciate you coming by. Thank you for the donations. We had quite a few, especially there at the end. Wolf Squad and Mason went back and forth a couple times. Wolf Squad. J. High Ashbury with a donation. A bunch of donations from Wolf Squad. We had Red Pill Certified with a sub. Doug G with a sub. And D-Live. We had some gifted subs that were passed out. Joe Ramirez gave out some gifted subs to Racist. Cindy Lou with some lemons. Glimmer of Freak with some ice creams. J. High Ashbury with lemons, and Pariah donating some ice creams, some lemons, and I I think we had. You guys like the pink sub tag over there on D Live? I thought it was cool. It stands out, and it's something that catches my eye, so I know when a sub's talking to me compared to anybody else. It really stands out. Yeah, either way, guys, thank you. I appreciate it. I will see you on the next one. That'll be tomorrow between 7 and 8 p.m. There may be a recorded video between them. At 5:30 Eastern is when we're doing the practice for the show. If you need me, get a hold of me before or after 5:30 to 7 or whatever, because I won't be available while I'm practicing the record probably. We'll see you on the next one. Have a good night. Thank you for joining us. Make sure you subscribe, like, share. See you guys.
Wit in a sixth sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus.
Oh, yeah. If you didn't hear the intro song when we started today, listen to this. Jay Reese did the intro song and put a third verse on it.
Road deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like Thor in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, beating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a ton.
This is the second verse. The next verse is the new one. I'm going to let that part play. By the way, we had a couple donations over on the Buy Me a Coffee as well. We had 55 Patsy, Travis Hudgens right off the bat over there. Thank you guys for those donations as well. I didn't mean to leave you out.
The troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa. Stop. What? I'll get my files. What are you doing? It's it. Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Out here busting the grifts. Thank you very much, Jay Reese. I know you're not in here, but if you hear this tomorrow, thank you very much for that song. I am out here busting the grifts. I hate hearing my own name and just the congratulatory. I don't take compliments well, but I do really, really appreciate the song, man. Lots of talent. Thank you very much, sir. And like I said, guys, I'll see you on the next one. We're going to make that song. If you honestly enjoy it, we'll probably make it to where you can grab it for a free download if you want it for any reason. I know that's not going to be a large number of people, but I might as well make it free. It was free to me. You guys can use it for something, maybe. Just use it to make fun of me on the weekend with your wife. We'll see you on the next one. Have a good night, guys.
Douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen